I recommend this fine book by an obvious lover of birds. William Lishman, author of Father Goose. Bill's life story inspired the film Fly Away Home. There are traces of Animal Farm and Watership Down throughout this excellent novel. Any animal lover should read it. Paul Boole, senior lecturer, Brown University. Flying with Wounded Wings is a beautiful, allegorical tale that illustrates what Peter Gullerud does so well. Helps us understand the many valuable lessons of courage and community we can learn from our fellow creatures. Sarah and Paul Edwards, authors of Sitting with the Enemy and Practical Dreamer's Handbook. My applause to this gifted writer. Tippi H. Edrin, actress, animal activist. From the foreword. Copyright sign, 2010 Peter Gullerud. All rights reserved. Illustrations. Copyright sign, 2010 Peter Gullerud. This book is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business establishments, events or locales is entirely coincidental. No part of this book may be reproduced, scanned, distributed in any printed or electronic form, except for the inclusion of brief quotations in review, without permission in writing from the author-publisher. Gullerud, Peter. www.gullerud.com. Flying with Wounded Wings. Peter Gullerud. Illustrations by the author. Dedication. For my parents. Lean on me. Bill Withers. Foreword. Often I yearn to sneak a glimpse into how another species on our planet thinks, be it the dog, who looks up to you, the cat who looks down upon you, or the lion or tiger, who continuously mystifies or terrorizes us. In his novel Fly with Wounded Wings, Peter gives us a poignant, emotional view into the thought process of the Canadian goose, their lives from youth, their mating for life, their intuitive knowledge to migrate, and the hierarchy which dictates their survival is done in a heartrending story of Cora, a Canadian, Canada, goose. You will grow to love and weep with her inevitable loss of the protection of the family to whom she has given her life. Gullerud has given us a unique insight into the life of another being. My applause to this gifted writer. Tippi Hedren, actress and wildlife conservationist, Acton, CA. Preface. Every novel has a backstory. Originally, this book was to be published by a lawyer publisher from my home state of Wisconsin. His office was a stone's throw from the state's Capitol building. This publisher initially loved the book. He told me his assistant wept after reading the story. They took Fly with Wounded Wings, now Flying with Wounded Wings, to a book fair where enthusiasm increased. A fellow from the Smithsonian expressed interest in making a plush Canada Goose toy in conjunction with the book's release. To say the least, I was overjoyed. Then the proverbial shoe dropped. The lawyer decided to get rid of any negative references to the hunters in the story. He feared it would affect sales. I reminded him both ethical hunters and ruthless ones are, fairly, depicted in B. This is a story from the animal's point of view. So, of course, the hunter is an enemy. He responded by saying people who are members of Ducks Unlimited would never purchase this book. I was like, WTF. I responded again by reminding him of Disney's Bambi. He didn't respond. I patiently waited 2.5 more years, at the end of which he hired an anonymous editor to review my book. The editor loved the book and suggested it would be a wonderful kiddie story, sans the hunters, and whittled down to a narrative the approximate length of Jonathan Livingston Seagull. And this genius, I believe it was the publisher himself, suggested a narrating owl or turtle to tell the tale. My beautiful Canada Goose had been reduced to a single feather. This guy wasted 3 years of my time and efforts and good faith. At the 11th hour, the publisher refused to back down. He returned my art and materials. Another year passed. A friend encouraged me to publish this story via Lulu. Now I am with Amazon. Self-publishing made it possible to be read. As far as hunting goes, I myself used to fish the gorgeous lakes of Wisconsin almost every summer in my youth with my father, uncle and cousins. Today, I can't even kill a fish. There is no thrill or joy left in that activity. I'd rather be with fish and birds than kill them. Anyway, I hope you enjoy this story despite its frustrating and idiotic flight delays. Peter Gullerud, May 6, 2010. Chapter 1. Valerie's Gift. Vengeance on a dumb brute, cried Starbuck. That simply smote thee from blindest instinct. Madness. To be enraged with a dumb thing. Captain Ahab. Seems blasphemous. Herman Melville. Moby Dick. Valerie was an extraordinarily gifted child. Her near-holographic paintings, her sculptures of carved wood and her unprecedented delicately hand-blown glass were being honored in the summer of her 17th year with not only a scholarship for the art design school of her dreams, but with constant requests for spoken interviews from the likes of National Public Radio and the Arts Channel. The attention was made more from just her ingenious sculptures and paintings. The fact was Valerie had only shown a spark of creativity within the past 12 months of her life. Prior to this revelatory year, she showed no promise as a protégé genius in any art field at all, who showed much less than a C average in her junior classes of high school. Her sparks of creative insights came miraculously on the heels of an accident she suffered, one that had nearly cost her her life. "Jasmine, come quick, a turn on the windowsill," shouted Valerie to her overweight tabby. Jasmine, who thought herself more of dog than cat, came bounding into the living room, almost knocking over a cheap vase with dried, time-bleached flowers. She immediately jumped onto Valerie's lap and zoned in on the object of her mistress' attention. There, sitting quite still, was a beautiful black-capped Arctic tern. The light gray-white bird sat and turned its head toward the pupil-widened eyes of the gray-brown feline. Jasmine began her kaka-kaka-kaka sound in rapid stutterings, not moving a muscle but for her staccato jaws. The bird, seemingly aware the window pane held glass was protecting her, turned her head toward the high schooler, shifted her eyes back to the cackling cat and stuck her pointy beak inside her left wing as if poking a small itch. Jasmine's patience somewhat shifted from cackles to low growls now. Valerie laughed softly. "If looks could kill, Jasmine, if looks could kill." It was more from the muffled voice of Valerie, apparently, that set the bird to flight than the cat's instinctive grumbles of predatory desire. The tern stretched her fan-like wings once more, and was off, over snowy hills and over small ice-crested mountains. The tern sailed. She dipped her wings low until she made a cursive smally and landed at the feet of a large white swan. Turning her head sideways, she gazed southward where the first glimmers of snow geese wings vibrated near the horizon. Their migrations back to the north coastal ice ranges signaled another sign in early April that spring was upon the Alaskan landscape. In these North Arctic lands, Valerie's family shared their home with just such beautiful creatures. 7. Alaska was home for Valerie's father, Kyle Burgess, ever since he had left 2 years of technical school in West Virginia. He had been an expert aircraft repairman and pilot for years and headed for the far north after reading a tiny want-ad in the back of a popular small aircraft magazine. Wanted, pilot and guide for exclusive vacation area in south-central Alaska. Must know small seaplanes inside out. Pay his fare plus own cabin after 5 years employment. Call 907-555-FLYY. An impatient outdoorsman. The young bachelor read the ad in a state of impulsive excitement and curious wonder. "Alaska," he said aloud and called the number that same afternoon. A woman with a friendly demeanor spoke to Kyle for about a half hour as he took notations. He gathered his flying experience and resume for the mail. Within 2 months he had sold some of his unnecessary belongings and made the trek to Alaska by means of a large U-Haul truck, towing his one Chevy pickup all the way. Soon, he was flying what they called the Big Eagle from the small hunting fishing tourist town of Talkeetna to Anchorage and back. Talkeetna had all the flavor of the fictional Sicily, Alaska. He even met his soulmate through the annual Winter Bachelor auction, which was the highlight of the winter social season there. It all could have been scripted for a TV show, but they indeed fell in love, and the woman, whose name was Ivy, soon found herself wed to the man who flew her to parts of Alaska she had only heard of as a child. Their only child, Valerie, which means strong and valiant, came into their lives on the eve of their 3rd wedding anniversary. Valerie was an average student, and as the years rolled on, she developed a quirky sense of humor, possessing a charm that was intriguing, if not disarming, to strangers. Her outward attractiveness matched her mother's and excelled only in one aspect: her height. A tall, lanky tomboy in her youth, she began to show signs of the beauty to be in her 15th year. At age 17 she started to become a budding, graceful swan, much like the inspiration for the Hans Christian Andersen tale. This willowy, elegant for her age, young lady was soon the talk of the small town of Talkeetna. Some of the townspeople even encouraged her to join beauty pageants or to move on to some big city to join a modeling agency. When Valerie wasn't in school, Her father often took her along with him on his mail runs or errands in the Little Big Eagle. It was when they began these little excursions that an odd thing in nature became routine on their arrivals and at times, departures. A huge white aquatic swan would come out from behind the thick bushes, zeroing in on the plane Valerie and her father boarded as if trying to shoo them on their way, or stop them from flying altogether. It was as if every time the two either boarded or disembarked, the big bird was trying to disrupt whatever flight plans they had. Did this Alaskan swan have a nearby nest it was trying to protect, or was it simply daft in the head with its consistently bizarre behavior? Valerie and Kyle soon grew to expect the odd bird's flapping visitations until it became a humorous part of their flight routine. Once airborne or back home, the swan would walk back into the tall bush and grasses and disappear over the hill line. Despite all of the attention for her grace and beauty, Valerie felt inadequate in terms of her scholastic achievements. Her grades were often below average, or an average C that marked her amongst her peers as below average. Some of the other girls in her school teased her, mostly behind her back, perhaps from a seed of some unadmitted jealousy. As the girl too pretty to have to study, everyone seemed to decide for her she'd get ahead in life simply on her looks alone, either from a modeling career or by simply marrying some wealthy suitor. But nothing could have been further from the truth with her situation. She did study hard. She did want to be an A or at the least a B student. She wasn't lazy and she never considered her outward beauty a simple ticket for the easy life. Both her mother and father always encouraged her to try to do better in school grades-wise. She simply was slightly slower than most of the other students. Not retarded. She didn't have some kind of attention deficit problem. It just took her brain longer to assimilate information and process through problems and assignments on one eventful, cold winter day. However, all of that changed in a way that was unexpected due to the traumatic event from an outside force. Kyle often took Valerie with him on short mail runs or air taxi trips when cargo was light or passengers few. Valerie also loved to play stowaway, for it gave her chances to talk with her beloved father on many such solo excursions. It also gave her a chance to soak in the beautiful Alaskan wilderness from the aerial vantage point of the plane on these peaceful trips. "Why don't we ever see the polar bear, Dad?" she asked on one such trip, gazing out upon miles of vast snowy wilderness. "They've been in these parts, so I've been told. You know we may never see them anywhere, even further north, Val, in about 100 years or less. You know all about the melting of the polar ice cap. No ice cap, no seals, no polar bear. 100 years," he sighed. "Extinct." Valerie remained silent. She knew all about global warming and the climate emergency. She just didn't want to imagine it meant losing such a beautiful creature forever. Upon their return home, Kyle settled the plane onto their small runway until it gently rolled to a complete stop. The propellers continued their whooshing spins, winding down from the rapid revolutions of flight. Valerie jumped from the cockpit and stretched her long arms as she gazed at the beautiful early sun setting behind their ridge of tall pines. Already the days were getting shorter and the long darkness of the evenings were becoming a regular event. She walked in front of the plane, heading towards their little cabin. Kyle was grabbing a few last-minute supplies with the intent of catching up with his daughter in a few moments, but a shriek from his girl sent him knocking his head on the low roof of the Piper cabin. He jumped out to find Valerie lying on the ground in front of the still rapidly rotating propellers. A small steady fountain of blood poured from her forehead, and it became obvious to Kyle she had strayed dangerously too close to the swiftly moving air blades. But as he crouched to tend to her, from the corner of his eye he noticed a large swan flapping his wings furiously and making yet another run towards them both. The swan's head was pumping up and down, his wings half open now as he made deep, resonant horn-like calls. Never before had Kyle seen the swan act this agitated since its patterns of small charges had begun a few months before. Immediately, Kyle reached for Valerie's small backpack of books and study materials and flung it straight into the path of the enraged beast. The pack hit the swan's side but did not deter him from continuing his attack. Within seconds, the largest of any bird Kyle had seen in his life, began wildly batting its wings at him. Had it not been for Kyle's ability to stand his ground, he too would have been sent sailing toward the still dangerously spinning rotors. Kyle grabbed the bird by his neck, picked him up with a heave and flung him toward the nearby tall grasses which were still green-brown through the freshly fallen snow. Somewhat shaken, the swan stayed where he was, rapidly lifted his massive wings, beat them slowly 3 or 4 times, let out a long trumpeting shout, turned, ran and descended into flight over the grasses, the bushes, and beyond the ridge of their little hill. She'd have thrown him at the plane, thought Kyle inadvertently, but his full attention was now on his unconscious and still bleeding daughter. Quickly he jumped back into the cockpit where he turned on his control panel's CB radio and phoned in for the local hospital helicopter. He then contacted Ivy, though only a few yards away in their cabin, so he could stay by Valerie's side. Ivy came bounding out with some wraps for Valerie. She was in her bathrobe, having just gotten out of the shower. "Oh my God, Kyle, what happened?" "Rickles attacked Valerie, made her fall against the propellers. She's been hurt bad. Give me those tourniquets." 5. The family had given the Swan the nickname Rickles after the acerbic Las Vegas comedian with the humorous bad temper and insulting attacking quips. Within 20 minutes, the chopper arrived and carted Valerie to the hospital. After several painstaking hours, Valerie was led to a post-operative room for intensive care patients. The doctor sat down with the worried parents for an overview of what had been accomplished in surgery. "She's lost a lot of blood, but most importantly, those blades chopped through her frontal skull and a small piece of her right temporal lobe is damaged." Those blades cut through her skull? She's damaged." Kyle's voice trailed off, waiting for clarification, simultaneously praying for words that would confirm he had heard the doctor's message incorrectly. "Only a very small piece of her brain, probably less than a few millimeters, is damaged or missing. Listen," the doctor tried to assure the stricken parents, "the swelling is down, and though she may not be herself for a while, I doubt very much this will affect her speech or mental abilities. Everything should heal well, but she's going to need a lot of peace and quiet, and time, perhaps a lot of time." "What about her skull?" asked Ivy shakily. "Is there a hole there?" "Oh no, we've patched that with some cartilage from her hip. She'll be all right. A few stitches, but nothing too large," answered the doctor. "She should pull through fine, but we'll know more precisely in the coming weeks." Aside from some serious memory loss, Valerie now had difficulty remembering names for people and the mechanics of doing basic arithmetic homework from school. She remained rather sluggish for a few weeks, but almost a month into her recovery, her energy seemed to be returning and there was hope she would not be too damaged, either mentally or physically. Her memory problems lessened and her cognitive abilities improved quickly and dramatically. During those long intense 4 weeks, Kyle took it upon himself to follow the large white swan next time it predictably made another one of his runs toward the plane. He shooed the bird away, but not before he grabbed his binoculars to ascertain which direction the bird headed. "Aha," said Kyle out loud, "not far away at all." And so began Kyle's trek that would change the life of the large swan in a most dramatic, if not horrific way. The bird was found gliding slowly on the small lake that surrounded the Burgess property. The swan's wings were partially aloft like half-raised sails in order to catch the light breeze to keep him slowly drifting across the lake. When the large bird finally made it to the shoreline, he was greeted by a few low honks. There was some flapping of wings, and the swan disappeared into the thicket. Kyle decided he would return the following morning with his waders and boots, and a gun. He would put an end to the aggressive animal that was disrupting his flights and that had threatened his daughter's life and that of having a normal one. That evening, he stopped in Talkeetna's one and only tavern, the West Rib Pub, for a bump and a brew. There he spent some time with one of his best friends, Todd Annexted. Todd's friend, Giannis Cho, joined them and it wasn't long before the three of them were working on their third beers. Todd was an anchorman for the local news station and Giannis worked for Fish and Game. "So, how's your daughter doing now?" asked Todd. "Actually, a little better this week," answered Kyle as he sipped on his ale. "It's the first time she's been able to eat at the dinner table without leaving early to lie down. But," and he paused, "I'm still worried about her mind. She forgets things, people's names. Her homework is more of a chore than ever. It takes her twice as long to finish." "Ran into your wife today at the grocery store," said Giannis. "Said Valerie's going to be okay, according to your doctor." "That's good news." "Yeah?" Again Kyle hesitated. He was thinking about his plans to kill the bird that shook and shattered their world so badly. "Yeah, Doc is great. He's done a great job, but I'm not convinced she's gonna be 100%, he said in a low baritone. "Not yet. Time will tell. Ivy also told me she's worried about you, Kyle." that you've been losing sleep, been kind of a grump lately. She didn't want me to tell you she told me this, but she also told me about your wanting to kill that swan that attacked Valerie." Kyle looked up from his bottle to stare intently at Todd's friend. He knew he worked for Alaska Fish and Game, and he knew they had laws, certain hunting regulations, and that recognized animals had certain privileges or were off-limits altogether. Some maverick hunter could face stiff fines or even jail time if he disregarded them. With his wife stupidly telling Todd's buddy about his plan, he knew it would only be a matter of time before they would throw the book at him if they ever found out he killed a bird. "Look, Giannis," Kyle started, "that damn bird charged at my daughter, scared her to death and could have caused her death if she had only slipped a few more inches into those cutters. It's been a month and that damnable bird still takes the time to come on my property at least once a week to make these god-awful sounds, chasing my plane, on both takeoffs and touchdowns. One of these days, he may even cause me to crash. He's a loony bird, Giannis. He's a danger to my entire family, and I'll be damned if anyone, whether it's Fish and Game or some tree-hugging bird watcher, tries to stop me from ending this big flapping nuisance. I do intend to shoot him. Is that so wrong? Are you gonna throw me in jail when I do this?" Giannis knew full well what the Burgesses had been through with the terrible accident, but he also knew the law, and he felt compelled to warn Kyle what could possibly happen if he broke it by shooting and killing an animal that was on the endangered species list. "Look, Kyle, I can understand your feelings. I can't even understand you think you'd be protecting your family by killing this animal. But, Kyle, he just runs at you when you jump in your aircraft. He doesn't fly into your propellers causing you to crash. They've only been known to run at people, make loud noises and flap their wings. Scary, sure, but that's really all they do. Kyle, there's a breeding ground near your land." "Yeah, I know," Kyle interrupted. "I followed him there today, saw some others there." "Yeah, well, Kyle," said Giannis, "that breeding ground is natural and kind of rare. The swans that breed there are on the state's, no, the country's, endangered species list. My advice to you, Kyle, is you just learn to live with him. He's probably got a pen, female swan, back behind your property, and since it's spring, a brood of cygnets, young swans, by now. Kyle, once the breeding and raising of those baby swans is over, I can practically guarantee you that bird will stop his attacks. He's only trying to protect his brood, until next breeding season, right? And what about my brood? Can't I protect my brood?" Kyle shouted now, the effects of the alcohol adding to his emotions. Kyle was an avid hunter, and though he had no problems following the rules of the game, he did experience one run-in with a fish and wildlife official when it was discovered he shot and killed a brown bear out of season. The poor choice in judgment cost him nearly $5,000 in fines, and it was a long and headache-producing process to sort out. He paused. "Yeah," he now muttered, censoring the further words he wanted to spill. His inner dialogue was buzzing with anti-authoritarian advice, and he had enough sense to keep it to himself. Changed the subject, biding his time until Giannis left to head home. Now it was just him and Todd. "Todd, if you and I say, trap that pesky bird, you know, put it in a cage somewhere where we could feed it, keep an eye on him, just get him to stop rushing my plane, that wouldn't be illegal, would it?" Todd looked at his friend. He knew about all the nights of sleep he lost since the accident, and he knew how both Kyle and Ivy had been worried sick with the fear they might lose their only child due to the severe head injury. "I suppose not," Todd said slowly. And so, the next morning Kyle and Todd set out toward the swans' breeding ground. They carried with them a large, fine mesh net, one that was used for fishing. Several lead weights were attached to the ends of the net so it could be thrown a good distance. Late into the wee hours of the night before, Kyle stayed up in his workshop and built a large, strong wooden cage for his nemesis. He procured a large lock and padlock from his garage, and together, Kyle and Todd carried the big crate toward the small lake where the swans resided. Kyle, for good reason, didn't want Giannis to know what he was up to, and he also felt it was not necessary to let his wife in on their plan. "Now, this could be tricky," said Kyle as they neared the water's edge. "Right over there, beyond those rushes where that big root that looks like an S. See it?" Todd nodded. Now that he was in the midst of Kyle's venture, he decided he didn't want to be there at all. He began to imagine what the news department would report. Should it all get discovered somehow, he knew he would surely lose his job. and the shame of doing something most people would consider animal cruelty was becoming more overwhelming the more he thought about what they were doing. "Kyle, buddy," he whispered just as they saw two graceful white necks poke from the reeds and rushes where Kyle had been directing them. "Listen, Kyle, I don't know if I can carry through with this. I mean it could blow up right in our faces someday. If anyone found out. Todd, don't leave me with my pants down now. Look, all I want you to do is help me throw the net over him and get him in the cage. From that moment on, once he's locked in that box, you're free to go. I just need you to help me nab him. They can put up quite a fight. Believe me, you don't want me to get hurt, do you?" That was all Todd needed. To be responsible for Ivy's husband, Valerie's father, to get injured, or worse killed. He sighed. "All right, Kyle, but let's get this over with. How are you going to get him out of those reeds? I did some Googling last night and found some stuff out. When raising cygnets or building nests, they are very territorial and they won't be afraid to rush us. I figure if we both just start wading in the water towards their nest, it will be the male who will come charging out to defend his little home. I'm willing to bet on that." And so, with each man grabbing an end to the long net, they walked slowly into the marshy pond, keeping the net floating on the water's surface. The water was deeper than both men thought possible, and just as it reached their belt lines and even Kyle was thinking of abandoning the effort and heading back, a loud and long honk sounded from the thicket and a large body and flurry of white feathers descended on them. Todd fell back and was momentarily underwater trying to regain his footing on the slick algae-covered bottom. When he managed to get above water again, he could hear his friend bellowing, "Get the net! Get the net! I've got one of his wings. Help me get the net over him." Just then, as Kyle maintained his firm grip on the bird's right wing, they both heard a distinctive snap and the swan, though still flailing about, went limp and was no longer above the water. He was in the water with them and it became much easier to subdue the bird. Todd reached over the bird's neck with his end of the net while Kyle disengaged his vice-like grip on the now barely flapping wing. The bird was enmeshed in the net and they dragged his struggling form to the side of the small lake. "Come on," Kyle sputtered. "Come on, you big brute. Get in there." Kyle wanted to get at least most of the net off of the bird's body, but fearing for both his and the bird's safety, he settled just getting him into the large cage in all of his tangled glory. "You," Todd wheezed. "We did it. I hope you're happy now, Kyle." "And," he gasped, "I really hope you find some kind of closure in all of this." "What do you mean by closure?" Kyle looked at his partner with his eyebrows raised. "Look, Todd, all of this is about locking up this threat to my family so he doesn't chase the plane anymore or my daughter. This isn't about revenge or any such fool thing. I'm not that crazy, man." "I hope so," Todd muttered staring at his friend's unhinged eyes. "'Cause if it were me, I'd just learn to coexist with the dumb animal, do some more Googling or whatever and learn ways to just keep him away or at least how to chase him away whenever he's a pest." Todd spit on the ground. Well, yeah, got your criminal. Can I go home now?" Todd hiked back home and Kyle stayed with the heaving mass of net-tangled feathers before finally heading home himself. He decided it wasn't worth the risk to open the cage and try to disentangle the strong bird from his bondage alone. "I'll bring you some corn tomorrow," he sighed deeply, and just as he was out of sight, he overheard the distant calls between the cob and pen swans. One call was frantic and strong while the other was quite the opposite and mournful. A few months passed. Valerie not only showed signs of improving health-wise, but the most unusual of things began to affect her. Her memory problems virtually disappeared, and suddenly, almost overnight, she had an overwhelming desire to paint, draw, even sculpt, things she had never shown a desire or interest in before. These desires became so intense, Valerie began envisioning art objects, totally unique and original, in her mind, both during her daydreams and in her sleep at night. Valerie could almost see these objects take shape, take place, the actual manual creation of them. And so, too, she craved the necessary tools to achieve these visions, to make their prophetic urgings a reality for her and yes, the world to see. "It's spiritual," she would tell her parents when they went with her to the larger city of Anchorage to buy the paints, canvases and sculpting supplies. "It's not from me, it's from heaven." Mozart said that about his music, said Ivy, and after that trip to the art store, their lives were about to change in a rather big way. almost as if Michelangelo himself took Valerie by the hand and said, "Let me sculpt through you. Let me teach you by just being open to my channel." Over the following weeks, she astounded everyone, including her school's art teacher, Miss Andelbrook. It was Andelbrook who talked her into submitting her works of wood, metal, stone and glass, along with her glorious canvases, into local, national and international competitions. She was practically an overnight sensation. On a personal level, Valerie also became extremely spiritual and religious. She started reading religious books, would pray and meditate on a regular basis and try out local churches and synagogues and even an Anchorage mosque. One of her friends, Ashana, was a member of the Denana tribe. Ashana taught Valerie much about her people's spirituality. She even managed to have Valerie invited to a Tana Cross potlatch where the hosts have a party of giving their possessions as presents to their guests, while accepting no gifts in return, and keep very little for themselves. The role of the potlatch is promoting societal cohesiveness, in curbing greed and excess and in encouraging familial and tribal cooperation. Potlatch, Keditl as the Denana call them, gatherings, once a common practice for Ashana's people in the region, had now all but disappeared for the Denana tribe. Several factors contributed to this decline. One is that half the state's population lives in the Denana's homeland of south-central Alaska, so the competition for game resources is quite fierce. The state of Alaska doesn't recognize tribes and their sovereign rights. Thus it becomes very difficult to be able to put up enough food to feed the 100 or more people who would attend. Secondly, a component to having a potlatch is the ability to create and sing their Denana songs or the knowledge to recite speeches in their language. Today there are less than 50 fluent speakers out of a population of over 1,000 Denana, and none of these are under the age of 60. Fortunately, there is a group of 20 or so who are studying the language so it doesn't disappear. Her passion for her art never left her and never lessened. She had a cheerfulness in her character that was like never before. She longed to frequent art museums, to travel to the mainland when she could, just to see the galleries and showings of the famous artists, both living and dead. When questioned as to where she got her sudden surges of inspiration, creativity and talent, all she could fathom was that it must have been the accident. Something gave her new insights ever since the day her head had gotten so severely bonged and repaired. Perhaps the accident caused a form of temporal lobe epilepsy, where everything in her inner world had been newly interior decorated, so to speak. The Burgesses, upon research, learned about some others with somewhat mirror experiences. Tony Sikora, for instance, who had never shown any interest in music, but after being literally struck by lightning, all of a sudden had urges to purchase an expensive piano just so he could get down all of the musical compositions that began swirling in his head. He was consumed, like Valerie's art, to get the musical impulses on paper. So he learned how to transcribe his music as well. Valerie had just now graduated from high school and she was already on her way to consider the art scholarship proposals when her father slowly began to stop visiting the captured swan. Down the hill, he talked himself into feeling he couldn't feel guilty now as his family life, and especially his daughter's life, were becoming so joyously successful. But the inner truth be known, the recent visits to the bird had become more and more disturbing to Kyle. By now, the bird, perhaps due to his broken wing, or more probably to his broken heart for being unable to raise his little family with his pen wife, had slowly been turning mad. Upon each recent encounter, Kyle with his bucket of cedar corn, would stoop down to fill the cage's makeshift trough only to be greeted with a charge from the now half-alive, skinny bird. Raspy bleats and loud hisses from his long-coiled windpipes would rail against his captor. He would raise and flap and beat his tired and now half-featherless wings against the wooden bars. The swan's wings, Kyle couldn't help but notice, were caked with both dry and fresh blood due to their constant hammering against his prison walls. Kyle thought again about shooting the bird, to put it out of its misery, but the threat of the fines he couldn't afford or his own possible prison sentence haunted his worries. If he let the bird go, he feared it would wander onto his property again and reignite the old wars. And he also didn't want Valerie, an avid animal lover, to start asking questions. When the bird stopped showing up after its capture, Kyle simply told his family that he must have found some other potential threats to his territory and changed his sights. No, Kyle could no longer visit the half-dead, pathetic bird anymore. It would just have to starve to death. When Kyle was not there, and his visitations with water, corn and seeds gradually diminished to no visits whatsoever. Some of the other swans and woodland creatures would visit the poor swan. To them, the great swan's name was not Rickles but Malila. Some of the other swans would tease the former flight leader. These were mostly curious males, the jealous types, who once envied him his former status. But a few true friends would stop by occasionally offering their sorrow-filled sympathies. But being birds or squirrels or small mammals, they were unable to offer any hope of helping Malila escape. On several occasions, a family of raccoons from grandfather to babies tried to open the padlock with their little human-like hands, but never to any avail. An old snowy owl remained silent as he slowly flew down and walked by the sick and weak swan's quarters, his silence out of respect for the great swan's sufferings. And then, of course, there was Malila's spouse, Awanada. It wasn't long after Kyle and Todd's netting and caging of Malila that she found her mate again. Often she would weep with him just outside the locked door to his cage, and about a week after the incident, she brought the 7 cygnets to visit their father. "Say hello to your father," mooned Awanada would urge. Huo Fader, the little one, peeped. Misty tears came to Malila's eyes, but he did his best to choke them back when Awanada brought the cygnets to visit him. "Why is Fader in that thing, Mama?" asked Liliet. Awanada was at a loss for words, so Malila helped her by stating the truth. "Liliet, dear, when swans nest and have children, they are very, very territorial. We must be aggressive in order to protect our nests where we lay the eggs that eventually become you. If we're not aggressive to our neighbors, the chances are much higher we will lose our nests to our enemies and our enemies will destroy our nests." Liliet looked up at her tall young father with wonder from her little dark eyes. Malila continued, "You see, nearby, I noted some very large human birds making very loud noises and landing much too close to where your mother and I had already begun our private nest. I would make visits to these human birds whose wings never flap and chase both the sailing birds and their human friends inside them, with not much success, mind you, but I did try to shoo them away, hoping they would find other places to land. Time went on and we had already laid our eggs, where you came from. One time, the human who stayed inside the large birds came all the way over here with another human. I tried to chase them away, but I suppose they were getting tired of me doing that. They got me and threw me in here. I'm sorry, honey, kids, but only your mama can teach you our ways now. Only she can feed you. I'll break out someday, but we don't know when that will be. But now even Awanada and the cygnets didn't visit the weakening Malila, mostly due to his request, and there was a fear that his illness might be easily transferred to the vulnerable babies. Malila was also growing increasingly mad. Mad is an appropriate description for someone who becomes deranged due to anger, an anger fueled by being the receiver to cruel, unfeeling torture, anger fueled by the utter confusion as to how one creature could mistreat another creature so now, Malila was going mad just as quickly as he was dying. It was autumn now. His fellow swans were flying S's and L's and V's in the glowing Alaskan skies. He wondered if his Awanada and babies were up there. He wanted to be no more the first. Snows always got Valerie excited. When she got up one cold late September morning, she saw 1 foot of freshly fallen snow on the ground. "Jasmine, it's snowing," she screamed and ran into her backyard. She was only in her pajamas, a robe and some floppy fur booties. She danced around in circles like a child playing Indian. The back glass door was still open and Jasmine the cat gingerly stepped outside, only to gingerly step back in. "Daddy, can we fly to town, please? I want to go snowmobiling with Sarah and Jessie." "No, honey," Kyle shouted from the kitchen. "I already told you, money is tight this month, so we have to save the gas for only work-related trips, for now at least." Valerie was disappointed but ever the one not to be deterred. She called her friends and they all agreed a little hiking wouldn't hurt them, especially on such a beautiful new fallen snow day. They decided to meet each other at a kind of halfway point and from there, they'd get to Sarah's house and use her family's snowmobiles. Valerie put on some warm clothes, long johns, jeans, a parka jacket and boots and gloves, and bounded out the front door. As she skipped towards the frontage road, something told her to take a shortcut through the meadows and marshy ponds. "I'll bet it's so pretty out there with all this new snow," she thought, "and I'll meet my friends all the sooner by cutting through this way." On the way, she noted more geese and waterfowl flying south. She walked in wonder as she managed to break off an old dead branch to use as a walking stick. Soon she was where the small lake stood where many of the local bird life lived and bred. She stared at how beautiful the tall reeds looked against the waters as even now fluffy snowflakes fell. It was quiet, so very still and quiet. With her new sense of spiritual awe, she took a moment to kneel in the shallow snow to say a little prayer. As she finished, her eyes remained shut and her ears zoomed in on what she thought was a small child crying, but softly. That couldn't be. But no, wait, there it is again. She opened her eyes now and looked intently up the shoreline where she thought she heard the strange unsettling sound. She picked herself up and slowly and as quiet as possible, walked toward the sound. Now it sounded less like a child and more like something unearthly, perhaps even evil, raspy sounding, but painful and eerie. She couldn't imagine having the courage to walk towards such a sound if it were not but for the daylight. She rounded a wide family of thick oaks and then spotted the large crate, only a few feet from the shore. By this time, Malila battered the insides of his cage so hard, he managed to get the box rolling until it rolled all the way to the shoreline. Despite this tumble, he was still alive, but barely. When Valerie peered into the dark and dirty and smelly cage, her heart sank. There, curled in the corner, its long neck tightly wound into an unnatural circle, lay Malila. He was wheezing and every now and then he would look up at nothing with dull gray eyes and then curl into his circle again. Oh my poor, poor angel, Valerie barely whispered as she felt the tears form. Who could have done this to you? Then, looking at the door of the cage, she recognized her father's large silver padlock with the buffalo head logo. It was the one they used on their back freezer after an Alaskan brown bear had broken into and stolen an entire winter's cache of caribou meat. Dad, she said. And then all of the events of the past several months flashed before her like some vision from a movie. The accident, the arguments in the house overheard from her parents' bedroom as to what should be done about Rickles, the unusual absence of Rickles and unrealistic reasons voiced by her father, and now this. It's a miracle you're still alive, she said aloud as she attempted to pick it, pull it, kick it, throw rocks at the lock. Occasionally, Malila would look up in a wary way, but soon he'd relapse into his near-comatose state. I'll be back, huffed Valerie as she frantically ran through the snow, the steep way up the hill. She was breathing heavy now as she burst into their garage. She rifled through almost every drawer in her father's workshop until at last, she saw the small little buffalo logo on the key she was looking for. Kyle opened the door from the house upon hearing all of the frantic clamor, almost expecting to find another bear in their garage. When he saw Valerie running for the outside door, he shouted after her, "What the hell is going on?" Valerie, ignoring her dad, kept running with the key held firmly in her hand. Kyle looked at the open drawers, back to the open front door, and back to the drawers again. No, not. Only in his jeans, tennis shoes and t-shirt. Kyle chased after his fleeing daughter. Yup, he thought. She found him. He tried to catch up to her but Valerie was a fast one. And Kyle was pushing 50. He was able to maintain a beat on her, despite the still falling snow. Don't follow me, Dad, Valerie shouted. Valerie, wait, he shouted back. Let's talk. No, she yelled and kept on running until through nervous and angry carelessness, she tripped on a hidden snow-capped root, sent sprawling. Her front arms quickly did their best to shield her fall. Oh no, she panicked. No, no, no. When she broke her fall, her fingers instinctively flew open on both hands, sending the key for the padlock sailing into the now 1-foot-deep snow. Frantically, she shoveled through the snow trying to find the small silver key. This gave Kyle enough time to catch up to her. He was clearly out of breath. Gasp. Valerie, why? You mustn't. You mustn't. Why are you? Shut up, Dad. I lost the key. I have to find that key. Kyle looked down at his panic-stricken daughter. He had such a mix of emotions, pity, shame, fear, but mostly the sudden surge of shame. He surmised by now that she found the swan, dead, and no doubt stinking, in the slow death trap coffin he imprisoned the poor beast in, and his friend was right, for vengeance. Vengeance for his daughter's accident. Help me find it, Dad, please. Kyle stooped in the cold snow. By now he was shivering with only the t-shirt and jeans to clothe him from the chill. But he joined his daughter by shuffling his quivering hands into the snow in search of the small key. After about 10 more minutes, Kyle, about 4 yards ahead on the path, shouted back to his daughter, "I found it." He held it aloft and as Valerie ran up to meet him, kept the key out of her reach saying, "Valerie, I'm sorry. I'm as sorry I killed that swan. Do we really need to go and pull it out of there? Do we, honey, Dad?" Valerie was crying again. "Rickles isn't dead." She jumped up and grabbed the key from his still shaking hand, taking off like a bullet in the direction of the waters. "Not dead," he said aloud. "And not dead? That simp." He slowly walked, then ran toward his daughter and the small lake. "That couldn't be. I haven't been feeding him for weeks." He puffed until he found himself watching his daughter desperately trying to get the key into the frozen metal lock. "Here, let me." "No," Valerie screamed. Kyle could tell she was crying and it made him begin to weep as well. He knelt down while his daughter kept trying to open the lock. He shielded his eyes and peered into the dark, musky crate. "Christ," he whispered hoarsely. There he was, skinny, half his feathers missing, most of them on the wooden floor of the cage, but the emaciated bird's long neck was raised. He wasn't looking at Kyle. He stared intently, with no sign of fear, directly at Valerie as she continued to struggle with the lock. A snap was heard as Valerie broke down. "Oh, damn, she howled. "The key broke off. It's the damn key." She threw her hands at her face and started beating the place where her scars were. Quickly, Kyle grabbed her flailing arms, forcing them to stop. "Calm down, Valerie. Let me take a look at it. Just calm down now. I'll see what I can do." Once Valerie stopped struggling, he stooped to look at the broken key in the lock. Slowly, the swan coiled his neck back like a snake about to strike. Malilla let out a low and loud, raspy hiss. I know," said Kyle to the bird, not keeping his eyes off the lock. "I know." Kyle reached into his right pocket and pulled out his set of keys. On the keychain, Kyle always kept a small, portable Swiss Army knife. He popped open the smaller blade and began jamming it into the lock where the broken key was lodged. He jabbed it a few times until it went in about a half-inch. He grabbed a nearby rock and hammered it in further. Then, grabbing the red handle of the stubby knife, twisted the blade clockwise against the part of the key that was still in the chamber while his other hand held a large padlock firmly. "Unk!" He grunted a few times until crack, it turned. He slowly opened the door and stepped back knowing that this animal wasn't going to be too cooperative or friendly with the man who sealed him inside his Count of Monte Cristo prison all these months. At first the bird just stayed put and both Kyle and Valerie feared it was too late, that his muscles and wings had atrophied by now and that he would just stay there to eventually die. Then Valerie got on her hands and knees and started to crawl inside with the swan. No, honey, he might hurt you again," Kyle half shouted. "It's okay, Dad. Let me try," whispered Valerie. "Come on, sweetheart," she said in a soft, sing-song voice. "Come on." As her arms reached out and slowly picked him up by his rigid wings, the swan hissed, loud at first, then softer as she gently managed to get him to stand on his shaky feet. Valerie kept talking softly to him while Kyle decided to make himself useful and began pulling shoots of still green grass from beneath the cresting snow. He made a small pile just outside the cage, by the water, and as Kyle looked around to see how Valerie was doing, the head of the swan poked out first as Valerie softly pushed from his behind. How she managed to do it, Kyle never knew. Slowly, the half-dead and severely handicapped bird walked out on wobbly, shaky, flip-flopping feet. He took one look at Kyle and hissed again. Kyle took a step back and whispered, "I know. Look, Rickles," said Valerie, "my dad made you some lunch." And Valerie held a strand of grass up to the damaged bird. He stood blankly for a few moments and did nothing. He turned his head over to where his old nesting ground was across the water. Then Malilla looked slowly up to the empty sky and back to the nesting area again. He looked back at Valerie and gave a very slight nod, ignoring the grass offerings. He looked at Kyle and gave one last soft hiss and turned again and set his feet into the water. Once his frail body hit the cold water, it was as if he had been revived somehow. He slowly, in a somewhat agitated manner, raised his long and beat-up, blood-dried wings, the right one only a few inches above the water, and then they both settled back folding wearily onto his quaking body. Unhurriedly, he sailed toward his old nests, never looking back. On the way home, Kyle apologized to his daughter admitting that it was a vengeful, hurtful and wrong thing that he did. "You thought that swan was trying to kill me," she said when her father was finished. "Ever think maybe he was trying to save me?" Chapter 2. A Crow Attempts to Swim. Truth is stranger than fiction, and usually more embarrassing. Anonymous. In a beautiful countryside lake near the Ongava Bay of far northeastern Canada, there lived a stunning Canada goose who was accustomed to stretching her attractive plumage every single morning. A mussy black crow by the name of Louis was in the strange habit of spying on her on many of these mornings. He thought about how wonderful it would be to both swim and fly, sporting such fine feathers on such a large and sturdy body. Envious at times, he'd shake his little head and caw, spreading his smaller though equally fine wings, then take off in another direction in search of bugs. One such morning, the goose was wading into the waters when several other geese of her kind approached with ill will in their hearts. "Cora," said the leader in a low, muted voice, "we've some sad but necessary news to tell you." The leader's name was Chancellor. He was a very large Canada goose. "What is it?" Cora asked, lifting her graceful head in their direction. "It's about the approaching autumn. We've heard some things about your condition and well, you know, it would just hold the rest of us back, and that's not good, is it?" The four other geese grew bolder as Chancellor had now divested with the worst part of their news. "Yes, Cora, we're very sorry, but that's the way it has to be. With your condition, if you were to slow us down, well, you could be the very peril not only to yourself, but the entire troop. We thought you'd want to know, that you should know, these few months ahead of time so you can decide what to do, sort things out, so to speak," said Rosie, one of the more rotund yet pretty geese of the base. "We feel really bad about this, Cora," chimed in Paul, second in command to Chancellor. "We just wanted to give you fair warning in the summer, so you can think about it. Maybe build a warm nest up here. You're so good at things like that, so adept. This would protect you from the winter." Poor Cora shook her lovely head slowly. "They're going to leave me here to die in the winter, just so they look good in the formation to the other flocks," she thought to herself sadly, taking it all in personally, and saying nothing in return or in her defense. 2 months later, Louis cautiously approached the small lake again, hopping sideways toward the bank where Cora was sunning her tired body and wings. He wanted to study her, watch how she took to the water, maybe even learn a secret trick or two he could practice in his private times. Cora stood at the water's edge in an elegant pose, shook her wings slightly, and gracefully slid her body onto the water's surface. It all seemed so easy, effortless, and hey, he was a bird, too, wasn't he? It should be a simple thing. She floated out toward the middle of the lake, oblivious to the spy that kept studying her every move. Louis caught a very quiet caw, quiet enough not to draw attention to himself. He stepped up to the bank and dipped his thin feet and legs into the water. In this first moment of experimentation, he thought he was quite possibly on the right track when all that was really happening was his tiptoes were keeping him from sinking into 1.5 inches of water. The shallow waterline kept him safe, so far. He took a breath, his boldness growing with every quarter inch of water. But as soon as his feet lost a large stone for footing, a lot of splashing and cawing began. Loud cawing. Cora jerked her long neck backwards to see what all the commotion was about. She couldn't make out who it was, only that it was a bird, but the sound of the cries let her know the species, and she knew that the feathered creature was in some sort of trouble. Taking off like a slow-moving aquatic airplane, she zipped from the surface of the lake until she reached the convulsing Louis. His entire body was drenched and he was partially submerged, so she immediately reached her bill underneath the water's surface, grabbed, pulled, and dragged poor Louis gasping for him up until he could once again gain his footing and stumble back to shore. "What on earth came over you?" asked Cora in wonder. "How did you fall into the water like that?" Louis, mortified, slowly regained his breath. If he was going to swim, he was going to do it without another bird seeing him make the attempt, knowing his chances of failure were high. Now he was discovered before he barely got started. It's none of your business," he choked out rudely to his rescuer. Louis tucked his wet wings into his tummy and shook until a spray of water was expelled. His head looked like a black mop of ruffled feathers as he sneezed, sending a sprayed mist of water through his beak holes. "You're fine, fine," crooned Cora soothingly, and with no hint of contempt. "Just be careful now." And off she sailed with the push of her webbed foot. Regardless of his awkward situation, Louis continued to study her method, the obvious grace with which she maneuvered her body through the wavelets, and every little detail he could memorize should have told him swimming was not meant for crows. "Madam," he called toward the goose, but she decided to ignore him and picked up her speed to a steady swim. About a fortnight later, Cora was busy chewing on some grain in a nearby field of wild wheat when the heart-stopping sound of gunshots were heard from the other side of the lake. Immediately thereafter, crow calls sounded out in urgency, and then just as quickly, they turned into calls of despair. After about 30 seconds, this was followed by fierce warning calls from other local crows and ravens. The hoarse calls from these birds sent chills up her thin spine, and she lowered her black-stockinged head deeper into the weeds to hide herself even more. When an hour had passed, and it seemed that their hunt must be over, she ventured enough out of the tall wheat grasses to peer across the lake, hoping to see the hunters had finished with their foolishness and were gone. But another gunshot informed her that this was not the case. Flashbacks to an uglier time raced across her mind as the bullet winged its way across the lake and splashed only feet from her. She had the smarts to quickly fly back, deeper still into the wheat. She kept her head so low, nearby ants began using her bill as a bridge. She stayed a few feet within the wild plants, still as a statue. While she waited like this, Cora started to hear the sad and plaintive cry of a wounded bird that echoed from across the lake. It was a painful cawing that could only come from a crow. She thought about how she had tried to help the strange, rude crow out of the water, and how she had felt an odd sort of pity for the crow's obvious hurt pride. She thought about how one sometimes has chance encounters, and then, out of the blue, one of those encounters becomes relevant, sometimes even highly significant. Could the wounded crow be the one she helped a few weeks ago? She resolved to try and find out. Once there was no sign of the hunters. Chapter 3 Cora saves Louis. Those who are enjoying something, or suffering something together, are companions. C.S. Lewis. That hideous strength, the greatest thrill of the hunt is not in killing, but in letting live. James Oliver Curwood. The Grizzly King. She waited, and waited. Some human laughter, some commotion as if the men were roughhousing, and then what she waited for, absolute silence, absolute stillness. She once again ventured out from the wild wheat. No gunshots this time, not even the distant sound of machines. Slowly, Cora dipped her body into the water and, throwing caution to the wind, swam toward the area where she thought she heard the calls. The other side of the lake was more heavily wooded with bigger trees and a larger variety of undergrowth. She walked slowly into the forest until she concluded she must have been either too late, or that perhaps the poor bird was dead only moments after the shots. She let out a long and loud hoo-wonk, and proceeded to sit still on some greenish-orange leaves. She got up to head back to the lake, when she heard a crow caw weakly. "Madam," came the soft caw. It was the crow she had helped out of the water. What other bird, much less crow, ever addressed her with the old-fashioned yet refreshingly polite "Madam"? "Hello," she honked back. "Hello, is that you, crow? Where are you?" "It's me. Are you hurt?" "It's me, the goose who helped, sir." "Who?" "In the water some days ago." She didn't know what else to say. She wanted him to be able to trust her was all. "I'm way over here," he said weakly, "under this big tree root." Cora twisted her neck until she spotted the large, protruding root of an oak tree, probably uncovered by some flood, years ago. She walked toward it until she could hear the dark bird's soft but labored breathing. "Hello there, crow," she was whispering now. She was afraid of what she saw. "Oh, crow," she said louder. He was turned completely over on his back with his eyes only half open. They looked dull, almost as if they were blind. "You were shot, poor crow," she said, now sitting next to him. "Yes," Louis sputtered out, hoarsely. He managed to lift one wounded wing, and the goose could clearly see the shambles the buckshot had made of it. She then saw the blood. It gave an extra sheen to his already glossy black feathers. It looked as if the pellets from the buckshot had hurt the crow's body as well. She doubted he would live very long. "I was shot from a roost, and then again in mid-flight," he continued. "They saw where I landed and never came to get me. I don't understand humans. They kill for some kind of sport or game, and leave. I was literally thrashing in the bushes over there, trying to fly again, and all I heard was their grisly laughter. No footsteps, no dogs, and no meal was I to become. Just some kind of sport. The humans are poor at knowing exactly what they want sometimes. It's just a thrill to them, I think. Laughter at the expense of weaker beings. They're the sorry, marvelous creatures who make the metal machines that run and sail and fly, so smart and yet sometimes so pitifully empty on their inside. When they laugh, there's no joy in it, is there? Cora said. She put her beak to Louis' ear. Are you the crow who likes the water? She ventured, wondering if it was indeed the same bird. Louis was in too much pain to care anymore what this rescuer thought of him, so he answered honestly, I guess I do like water. How did you know I like water? Cora told him she was the one who helped him from drowning 2 weeks before. She hurried back to the lake and scooped up a mouthful of water into her beak and brought it to him. Here, you need this right now. Drink, she said softly and opened her mouth wide, spilling out its contents. Water, he said barely audible, but in smaller doses, as he lifted his head to drink. Well, that's not a bad sign, Cora thought to herself. At least he has a sense of humor. Cora spent the night with Louis. During this time, formal introductions were finally made. Louis lay at her side as she laid a large, downy wing over his shivering body. Louis, Cora told him, you're going to be okay. I was shot by the hunters 2 years ago, and I'm still here. Really? Asked Louis. How badly were you hit? It was terrible. In a way, much worse than you. Look. She lifted her left wing and spread her feathers wide. Toward the back, near her side, was a gaping breach. Wow, after seeing you fly, I never would have guessed you were wounded. Strangely enough, through his pain, he started once again thinking of swimming. If she could fly with a wound like that, maybe he could swim someday, too. He nuzzled closer to her, falling asleep uneasily. Cora didn't mind this trustful coziness at all. The next morning, Cora gently poked at Louis. All night he had experienced nightmares, ranging from laughing human faces to a band of old friendly ravens that would not speak corvid to him any longer. Cora had sensed his restlessness. Hey, Louis, she spoke louder than in the night. Hey Louis, get up now. We can't stay here. Those hunters may come back. Louis opened his eyes and jerked his body upward. He was able to stand, but when he tried to spread his wings, he winced. Ooh, that's not good, he said with clenched beak. Cora nudged him yet again with her bill. We've got to move away from this area, no matter how much it hurts. Humans are the most predictable of animals, especially when it comes to returning to old haunts. Louis began to walk. They remained silent until they reached the lake's edge. Climb onto my back, she said. It's a trick from an old friend. As it happened, they were not aware they were being watched. That early morning, a teenager carrying his father's rifle was hoping to bag his first duck or goose from the rushes. He stared in disbelief at the goose and the crow. Slowly, Cora paddled with her cargo on her back, Louis laying his head onto her upper wings. The boy's urge to kill transformed into a surge of wonder instead. As long as he lived, he never managed to fire a bullet toward Easterman. When they reached the marsh grasses, Cora kept Louis on her back, walking through the tangle of grasses until she reached a hidden nest area deep within. This is my unknown place, my hideout, she told him as he climbed off her shoulders. Louis felt both safe and somewhat honored by her invitation to this special spot. He had a secret place himself that no one was invited to, ever. It was too private and safe to let others ruin it for him. By day's end, they grew closer by sharing many stories. Crow stories to goose, goose stories to crow. Louis animated crow conversations and tales began to grow on Cora, and Cora was already imprinting into Louis' mind as a friend, possibly a friend for life. Cora went out to gather some plants for the two of them, and by day's end, their hunger was well satisfied. Together they fell asleep again with the warm gloaming of the new autumn's first sunset. The weather was becoming chillier and chillier, and Old Man Winter was not far off, just letting himself be anticipated. To Louis, this meant no more than making sure he was back with his old roost of friends to hang out with. A roost is a large group of crows or ravens. Both raven and crows are members of the corvid family that gathered together for cold days and evenings during short 20-mile or so migrations. Sometimes you see them on tree branches or telephone poles. A few of these corvids would migrate much further, much like the geese, but Louis was never one of those crows. He liked snow. For Cora, on the other hand, who was accustomed to migrating much further to the south, it meant deciding whether or not to try flying with her family, from a distance, but at the additional risk of being totally abandoned, and possibly left to die, or it simply meant trying to tough out the winter right where she was. She did. As a young goose one year when her mother had a problem with her health, maybe she could learn to weather the Canadian winters again. What was there to really fear now? She would find a way to live through this. Actually, the more she thought about it, the more she knew she would be abandoned if she made any attempt to rejoin her family. During the past 2 migrations since her wounding, her stamina decreased, and this did not go unnoticed by the others. At times during the migratory flight of the previous year, she had slowed the flock while in the most dangerous areas where the hunters abounded. She could fly strong and fast and steady as well as any of the others. She simply had to take more rests than was necessary for the rest of the group, and the others had something missing for someone with her condition: patience, and maybe they lacked just a little bit more compassion. She would get stronger. They could not wait. Louis interrupted her anxious thoughts. Cora, I think I feel strong enough to get us some grubs and bugs. Want some? Cora rarely ate insects, and when she did, it was usually grasshoppers, but she didn't want to offend her new friend, so she simply nodded her neck politely. Well, if the grasshoppers haven't gone to sleep yet, 1 or 2 might be nice, she added, hoping the hint would sink in. Thank you, Louis. He limped away with a friendly short caw, and disappeared into the thicket, his bad wing trailing behind him like a heavy duffel bag. Be careful, she honked after him. Careful was a word he was beginning to appreciate. When he was shot, he was busy cawing at the top of his lungs in the obvious direction of the hunters, taunting these silly fellows with their bright orange jackets and little square hats of foray. A nearby telephone pole was the soapbox from which he chose to tease the men and their sticks. The power sticks the men held, as many of the birds called them, didn't faze him for even a moment, for he had never seen them fire at a crow before that day. 3 shots from 3 hunters were enough for some of the buckshot to reach his wing. His feathers burst in a spray of black mayhem, and he immediately flew, spiraling to the ground. Before landing, another shot grazed his chest. Heading towards the woods, he listened to his crow brothers and sisters as they sent out distress calls and warnings concerning his fate. So now he searched for food for himself and his new friend. He was much more cautious as he tiptoed, scrunching his shoulders like a slow-moving hunchback. On the furthest side of the east end of the marsh grasses, he chanced upon a group of Canada geese gathering upon the water in a semicircle. Limping by them, they paid him no heed, busying themselves in what seemed to be an impromptu meeting of some kind. He couldn't help his eavesdropping crow instinct and sat to listen in. She's not going, is she? Said one. Who knows? She said nothing either way, said another. Well, let's all just hope she's bright enough to stay behind this time, said the big one. With that bum wing of hers, at least one of us will fall in view of her inability to keep up. I suggest we all just keep right on flying if she falls behind this time. The needs of the many far outweigh the neediness of the one. I'm certain at least one of us will die as a result of her lead-winged flight, and if it's going to be from a bullet, it may as well be Cora. Louis had made a jerk. A period of silence, followed by the nodding of heads by all 12 geese, confirmed their 2 noted honks of resolution. Their meeting proceeded, discussing route changes and the decision of when best to depart. Forgetting the grasshoppers, Louis quickly snatched a beetle, accidentally cutting it in half, returned to their secret spot and told Cora what he had heard. He laid the half-bug in front of her. Cora insisted he finish it because he needed the energy, and then told him she wasn't too surprised by what he'd overheard. Secretly, she was hurt, however, knowing they decided not to let her know their explicit plans. Their unanimous intentions seemed to hold little concern for her welfare. She tucked her face inside her imperfect wing and closed her eyes tightly. Chapter 4. Cora is left behind. Remember, no one can make you feel inferior without your consent. Eleanor Roosevelt. The next morning, Cora gathered a feast for herself and Louis. Louis would press her as to where she found such a group of plump grasshoppers so late in the summer. Every time, Cora's answer was the same. When can't a goose find and catch a grasshopper? This wasn't a priggish goose reply. It was just Cora's matter-of-fact way, and Louis actually liked the sassy attitude for some reason, learning to stop the prodding of futile questions, but not before adding a few quips of his own. Well, I'd like to see you catch one in January, cawed Louis quietly, gobbling a fat, struggling hopper in one flip of his beak. Cora spent much of the rest of the day alternately picking shoots of grasses from the earth to tipping her head under the marsh water, pulling on water plants, Louis was catered to like a king and started to imagine he might be able to become a full-time vegetarian. Slowly but surely, his strength was indeed beginning to come back into his poor wing. Thanks to Cora's steady attention and love, a monarch butterfly sat on a rock in front of him and he let the tempting morsel sit there as the flying flower fanned her golden wings slowly. By evening, a deeper chill swept over the countryside. The two birds huddled together under the full moon as autumn kept reminding them that summer was packing her bags for another season. Winter was getting ready to take over the lease. A beautiful cream-colored powdery moth lighted on Cora's back, close to her weaker wing. Its shiny black eyes stared unblinking dots at the orb of night from his comfortable landing pad bed of feathers. Louis woke to the sound of heavy rustling within the reeds. He hissed quietly and was about to wake Cora when he realized it was only a Canada gander. Thinking the intruder would just amble on his way, Louis was surprised when he stopped and settled his chestnut dapple body down. The goose looked taken aback to see a crow nestled against the body of Cora, but he paid this oddity no mind and stayed where he sat himself. Louis broke the suspense. "Caw, mind if I ask what you're doing sitting there like a bump waiting to be tripped on?" he asked, none too friendly. "No," replied the goose. A full minute passed until Louis spoke again. "What are you doing sitting there like a bump waiting to be tripped on? I don't wish to disturb either of your sleep. I just wanted to speak with this goose when she awakes," he answered in a friendly whisper. He paused and then added, "You two, lovers." Louis laughed aloud, causing Cora to ruffle her head, blink and focus on Louis with a perturbed look on her face. Then she noticed the visitor, Thomas. "Hi, Cora. I told your friend here it could wait until morning rise. I'm sorry to wake you here like this," he said, both intrigued and even amused by the crow's presence. "Oh, it's all right," said Cora and stretched her long neck until it made a perfect straight line, causing it to look even longer than it was. She yawned, continuing, "Yeah, what's up, Thomas? It's Chancellor. He's leading us south soon. Many of us feel as soon as tomorrow." He didn't want anyone to tell you the timing because, Thomas stalled. He wanted to tell her, but didn't up until then know or consider how she might react. Would she make it difficult for him with Chancellor and the rest of the flock? Would he then be left behind as well? But he was one of Cora's friends. Maybe they were closer a few years back, before the wounding of her wing, but he still considered her a friend. What made things more difficult was the fact he once had a strong crush on her. This was before she fell in love with the one she chose to be her life mate. But since the incident, he ever so slowly spent less time with her. This had nothing to do with romance, and more to do with following the pack. He just drifted from her when others in the group did the same after the accident. Since they sensed her flying ability had been severely crippled, the others didn't know how to relate to her anymore. No more than a goose to a crow. None of this was overtly malicious. It was just the way it was. Maybe it was a form of survival instinct, or a choice or inclination, or a mix of all those things. So Thomas' sense of group, his sense of tribe, superseded his sense of loyalty to Cora herself. Yet there was still a spark of it somewhere or he wouldn't have been there now. Cora finished the sentence for him. "Because he wanted to leave me behind this year, and he wanted to make sure I didn't try to catch up," she sighed. "I already was clued in on some of this personally from the leader last week. Rosie and Paul were there. You know those friends of yours." She sighed and looked directly at Thomas. "But I am surprised to hear you say he's leading you all this early." "It's more practical," interrupted Louis. "What's that?" asked Thomas. "Your fearless leader wants things to be practical, by leaving earlier than usual, while no one has had the chance to talk to your ostracized friend here. He's securing for himself safe passage. No big scenes, no arguments, no incidents, no setbacks, no delays, just another smooth routine flight. Am I right?" "I see what you're saying," answered Thomas slowly, "but Chancellor seems to always know what to do for the good of the whole flock. I think he's very wise and caring." "Caring? Looks at your friend here. She's being left behind for a winter she's not used to dealing with. She could freeze or starve and you say he's caring." As if to emphasize Louis' point, a small wind kicked up and blew cold chills into all three of the birds. Cora shivered yet looked Louis in the eye. "That's enough, Louis. I appreciate your intervening, but Chancellor has made up his mind and Thomas is only making an effort to help." Louis huffed and turned his back on both of the Canadas. "So why did you come here, Thomas, if you aren't supposed to talk with me?" asked Cora, knowing full well the situation. "I don't know, Cora. I guess I just didn't want you to think bad of us." "Think bad of you?" "Louis, stop it," called Cora, bristling somewhat. "Thomas is an old friend. He means well by being here." Louis limped off into the grasses. After some more talk which eventually evolved into the smallest of small talk, Thomas finally went away. He was never to be seen by Cora or Louis ever again. "If only he had said he didn't want me to think bad of him, instead of them," she said aloud, though not necessarily for Louis' ears, who was within earshot. Louis caught and knocked his throat with sympathy, however, and it helped Cora feel a little better. The moon was lower, behind the trees now. In the darkness, they fell back asleep. The morning was ushered in with sound rather than light. Cora was first to awake, instinctually lifting her head to the sounds of her flock. The honking of her cousins and aunts and uncles made her rise by habit, almost forgetting the status she had been relegated to. She acted as if she was late for something important, hectically flapping her wings, then stopping herself before taking off after them. Her eyes landed on the sleeping crow beside her. Right away she remembered. Looking up, she saw 58 Canada geese in their perfect V formation, sliding across the dark pre-dawn sky. Her flock would be barely visible if it weren't for the full moon still glowing beyond the crisp horizon. Anxious and depressing thoughts shifted across her mind. What if she was being ostracized because of her friendship with the crow? Did others besides Thomas know? These thoughts and speculations started to make her feel guilty and selfish, so she decided to take a walk. She went to the lake's edge. She placed her webbed feet into the dark water and floated past the empty nests and barren shoreline. Still she could hear the faint honking of her sisters and brothers with her keen ears. She began to weep on the still water. Louis woke when the first rays of coral pink shined onto the reeds and sand. He looked around for Cora, but she was nowhere to be found. The migration, he thought. She must have followed them. After all, he feared for her safety and he feared he might never see her again. Limping, he made it to the shore to see if he could find something to eat. There he saw her in the middle of the lake. Just like the first time, he made out the silhouette of his friend, her head bowed low in despondency. It was sad for him to witness, and he sighed a heavy, low caw to himself. He considered calling out to her, but then thought better of it. He knew she needed to be alone, to sort out her own thoughts. His own little heart would feel the weight with her as he squatted, sitting still, looking after his friend. He waited. The sky's light diffused and gave way to the brilliant blue of mid-morning. Some red and golden leaves sailed softly through the contrasting backdrop of the cool-colored sky. Now Cora noticed the trees' emptiness. Though many still had beautiful leaves of every autumn color, there were the unmistakable signs of ghost trees to come. The bare branches she stared at looked like dark skeletons with bony arms and fingers pointing one direction, south. The lake she floated in felt colder than usual, and she almost imagined the winter ice forming around her, causing her to be imprisoned in that spot forever. Two more groups of geese honking managed to break her out of this hypnotic stupor. It caused her to look up, and then over to the shoreline again. There in the distance, like a little black speck, sat Louis, huddled in still silence. He was asleep and his head was tucked into his chest. She paddled slowly towards him, cursing herself for the prejudiced thoughts that had run through her mind earlier in her self-pity. She honked a sympathetic honk. Louis lifted his head, looked to the left and then to the right, finally focusing on his friend before him. He caught at her approaching frame. At one point, her honk and his commingled, resonating like a harmonious incantation. Chapter 5. Tarjan, honks of confidence. Announced by all the trumpets of the sky, arrives the snow. Ralph Waldo Emerson. The snowstorm. It was hard for her to accept, but Cora's realization that she was to be left behind, at last sank in. She resolved to make the best of a difficult and lonely situation. Seeing her odd, healing companion asleep on the shore confirmed in herself the resolution to not give up. More and more flocks of geese traveled south as the weeks progressed into late September and early October. Each time she heard the seductive honks from her distant cousins, she had to remind herself how her damaged wing would be met with similar contempt and repugnance should she make an attempt to join them. In the migration prior, there were signs that her flock was not considering her a part of the fold anymore. No, she would just have to try and ignore the calls from above and beyond. But now these late days of fall began to be filled with lively, animated and thought-provoking conversations. All of this with her crow friend Louis. Louis took the time to teach her things about winter she had never learned from geese. The wisdom and experience of the crows, the ravens and the jays were now becoming hers. Each time Louis taught her something new, her inquisitiveness grew. She sensed that the boundaries for learning were wider than she had ever imagined. Each time he would teach or show her a new thing, the trepidation she faced this new winter home with was being steadily replaced with a bold, new curiosity. It was full of questions and solvable puzzles, and full of wonder. Many miles south, Chancellor was flapping his large, sturdy wings against the wind, yet still making good time for the flock. They were about to stop at a place they all called the Elponds for an evening's rest in the upper part of Virginia. Some of the fat and lacy ones resided here. That's what Chancellor's and Cora's flock called the Canada geese that had in recent years made this region their permanent home. Even in the summer, their flocks were growing and they increased in weight and laziness on the farmers' cornfields. Some of the local humans declared unprecedented open season on all geese due to this overpopulation problem, citing as their justification the annoying goose droppings on golf courses, parks and residential areas. Even so, the geese in this region maintained a healthy population. What bothered Chancellor's geese was the large numbers of hunters they could expect in this once peaceful region, all seemingly due to the lazy ones. After a brief rest in the Elponds, the remainder of the journey south would be easy. Practically no hunters from that point on were about, and once they touched down in the Carolina Sanctuary, the wildlife preserve protected them the entire time they were there. Thomas and the rest were breathing steady and evenly, emitting honks of arrival to their old Elpond acquaintances. Chancellor plunged ahead of the others as he spotted other migratory geese at this haven of food and water along their route. He didn't want to make the same mistake his flock made 2 years ago, so he flew quite high above in several circle swoops until he was certain these geese were friendly. Finally he gave the all-clear honk and the others joined him in his descent. It was when Cora was shot, in fact, that their previous leader accidentally led them all into this same pond farmland and straight into a group of itchy hunters. Their flock leader's name then was Tarjan. He was a grander goose than Chancellor. Tarjan was a full 10.5 pounds and sported a rare wingspan of 6 feet, rare for this Canada goose subspecies. Tarjan was new to the job, replacing an old goose by the name of Willard who had died of old age within the Canadian fields that early summer. Tarjan was also Cora's mate. Usually, these birds would fly up to 60 hours of flight without a single touchdown on their way to their southern winter homes. But both Tarjan and Chancellor were rest stop leaders. Perhaps it was simply a matter of their heritage, but the ponds of northern Virginia were too inviting, especially when the calls of fellow wild geese beckoned them. And with the sun and stars as their compasses, and these ponds as familiar landmarks, a traditional routine was hard to deviate from, as it was a certain path that always led them to the preserve. When Cora first met Tarjan, he was a quiet goose who often kept to himself. Their love affair blossomed almost by accident, or some act of God. Because of his large size, Tarjan felt clumsy and conspicuously unconcealed wherever he would go. This was one reason he spent time on sides of the lake the others rarely visited. To see through the eyes of his fellow geese, he felt as if he were a small swan instead of a goose, but this disconcertion caused in Cora a curious fondness and attraction. Thomas and the other ganders had an eye for the lovely Cora, and they would often make a show of their feathers whenever she was around. This show quite simply irritated her. Calmly, she would swim away from them and continue about the entire marsh area, hoping to catch a glimpse of his bulky body against the horizon somewhere. When she finally spotted him, she lost her composure and nervously, she began to preen her own wings. She took her bill and smoothed down her shiny perfect feathers, trying to act as nonchalant as possible. Tarjan, because of his shy nature, did not wish to be noticed and usually would slip deeper into the cattails or, if he was in the water, would paddle in the opposite direction with a nervous, regretful stride. He didn't realize then that consciously, he was unaware of the reason he left her vicinity every time. It was because he was attracted to her as well. He didn't know how to let himself have the permission to let her know. If she rejected him, his already fragile ego might be hurt for a time longer than he cared to endure. He was enamored by her very presence. But, as fate would have it, and as with most difficult yet worthwhile encounters, something outside either of their control intervened. One day, as Cora was aimlessly aiming his way, a sudden downpour of rain erupted, causing no more trouble for a goose than a sprinkle to a toad. Directly after the burst of water pellets, however, a blot of lightning struck the shoreline, causing a thick upper branch from an old pine tree to come crashing in Cora's direction. The branch looked to Cora as if it were falling in slow motion compared to Tarjan's speedily impulsive flight. Within a second, he broke the impact by shooting his body between it and her crouching head. Boom! And the delayed thunder crashed around them. The sound of the thunder caused both of them to dive underwater. When they resurfaced, the proverbial ice had been broken in just those few moments. A grateful Cora showered not only her praise upon her new hero, but her hidden love as well. She caressed his bruised neck with hers, and Tarjan felt a hint of heaven in her tender touch. Once fate's certain hand has been witnessed, geese have no need for formalities. From that moment on, Tarjan knew Cora loved him, and somehow Cora knew Tarjan loved her, and they were paired for life. Nature had sanctified their marriage with the snap of a branch. Chester and Sari, an elderly couple from their flock, witnessed the entire dramatic and romantic scene, and soon all the local geese heard how Tarjan had saved Cora from certain damage or possible death. They looked upon his shy, noble frame with a newly evaluated respect, and so it was inevitable when Willer died a few short months later. The majority of the flock immediately thought of Tarjan as the most favorable candidate to replace him. Due to his strength and courage, Chancellor was a few years younger than Tarjan, and his aspirations to be flock leader were tempered with the knowledge of Tarjan's popularity. But secretly, there resided in him a bit of resentment, and so it came to be that following autumn, Tarjan was appointed in no uncertain terms. He stretched his powerful wings slowly and deliberately the morning his burgeoning flock gathered about him in the water. "Stay close by my side, Cora," he whispered. "I'll need your spirit with mine." Percent sign. She nodded quickly as if to say, "I would have it no other way," and that was pre-flight instructions for even the newest of the fold. No more than nods and stretching of wings. Within minutes, the birds were 20 feet above ground and expeditiously gaining altitude. Within an hour, Tarjan felt as if, perhaps, he truly was born to be a leader. Almost 2 days later, the band of 49 geese were still keeping up with their sturdy guide. Their honks of confidence kept with the paced rhythm of their black and walnut-colored wings. They rarely stopped, but Tarjan kept an eye for the El Pond region. Cora was not yet ready to birth eggs, or they would have possibly stayed behind, just in case. Still, he wanted to be sure he or the flock weren't taxing her energies, or any of the elder geese for that matter. His eye remained on the land below. The geese's ability to recognize landmarks from past flights was not part of any sort of genetic code or even instinct. It very simply was remembered. The remembrance was passed on from generation to generation. The same flock looked for the same landmarks. One might steer toward an old city with its towers and domes, just as Tarjan's flock sought the ponds of glittering blues. Besides the sounds of the air, the light of the polarized waves, and the constellations within the night skies, they had their ponds to help steer them toward the wildlife sanctuary of their southern nests. This was all part of their navigational makeup, as complex and beautiful as the ability to love and mate monogamously for life. The capability to see things humans can't, such as polarized light, is a part of them as much as their acoustic world that also tops ours. In mid-flight, earth tremors, wind, thunder, faraway storms, the distant edges of surf tides, all serve to navigate them, telling them which way is true. When the resonant honking would approach and fade, people all over the land would stare into the skies. Farmers rested their chins upon their rakes, wistfully tuning in on the rich brassiness of the aviary orchestra. Children ran in every direction until the great V formations were spotted by the first keen-sighted girl or boy. Wedding couples held hands, pointing with the free ones when they heard the promise of the geese return over distant hills and skylines. Old people would smile, taking in the unspoken comfort from the reliable reappearance of these peaceful, heavenly creatures. Careening downward, he found an entire field of shortweeds hosted by the largest, most contented Canadian honkers Tarjan had ever seen. They laid still in the farm fields, their relaxed poses letting him know he had come upon a perfect spot to rest. He swooped lower, while his flock imitated his aeronautics from high above. Then it hit him hard. Even though all the geese were in various poses of comfort and contentment, from heads tucked within their bodies in peaceful sleep, to that of geese reaching back to calmly preen their wings, not once did any of them move, even an inch. "Decoys," he shouted louder than Cora or the others had ever heard him shout. "They're dead decoys." It was unnecessary for him to utter another word. Immediately the flock broke apart in a myriad of directions. Cora zipped from the company to be closer to her mate as she watched his hulking body struggle to gain a safer altitude. She spotted a long, black, straight stick pulled from out of the reed mace. As she dove with abandon, "Back, Cora, Gobsk, I'm coming," screamed Tarjan angrily. Back, but it was too late. She now had caught up to him, overestimating his location and accidentally shot herself far below Tarjan's uplifting presence. Now dangerously close to the 6 hunters, Tarjan dove back down as the shots were sounded. "Crazy Canadians," one hunter laughed. "What are they doing? Trying to make it easy for us? That fat one's got my name on it." He fired, missing Tarjan by an inch. Another hunter had his side on Cora and squeezed the tight trigger with practiced ease, easier than clay pigeons. He breathed as his finger released. The bullet hit the main part of her left wing and 100 feathers flew into Tarjan's face. He bumped into Cora, causing her to tailspin out of control toward some deep brush beside the largest of the ponds. He kept pushing her falling body until she crash-landed, knowing she fared a better chance here than before the men and their firing sticks. Her landing was hard. Tarjan fell right behind her, almost as hard. It took about 2 full minutes for Tarjan to regain his senses enough to fly over to Cora. "Cora, are you all right?" he cried with a hoarse croak. He didn't want to make any more noise than this, knowing the hunters' dogs would be there in minutes. Unconscious, there was no response. Tarjan had to think fast or his love would be dragged away by the black and tan Labradors to their masters in the shadows. Nervously and quick, he managed to lift her body onto his back by using his broad head as a shovel. Over and over he shoveled until it worked in a clumsy yet effective manner, scooping under the leaves and dirt, blinding his eyes. He kept digging until he was able to scoot both their bodies to the nearby shoreline. He could hear the dogs barking and inwardly estimated their arrival to be any minute now. Pushing hard into the water, she slipped and floated off his back by accident. He let her be and turned to meet the 4 vexed canines. Their approach was without hesitation as they darted toward the large goose who crooked his neck and hissed loudly. Tarjan began a senseless and brave charge, protecting his Cora the only way he could think of. The older lead dog, who had the face of a Labrador but the snarl of a wolf, stopped in his tracks, cocking his head in curious confusion, but with not the least bit of trepidation. Tarjan just kept right on plowing toward the dogs. The black lab now crouched low, getting ready to pounce, his hindquarters tensing for a spring-loaded leap. He was about to tear this large, fearless bird into pillow fight like shreds. The 2 younger dogs were both a cream tan color. They were new to this sport of birding, just exiting puppyhood. They sat still on a small bank, like cougar cubs watching their mother hunt for them. The other lab was also a black adult and now crouched directly behind the elder, for backup. As the old dog finally made a thrusting leap toward Tarjan's determined neck, 40 pounds of fowl landed on top of his skull, causing his jaws to clamp hard into the dirt, making his tongue get bit within his own sharp teeth. The large dog yelped loudly and spun around, not even concerning himself with what was the cause of his misfortune. His pain was too great to think of anything but getting back to his masters. Equally confused, the yellow pups followed after their mentor, leaving the young black lab to stare in disbelief at the giant trumpeter swan whose 8-foot wings were now flailing into his snarling, befuddled face. Large white feathers flew everywhere. A loud HRANK was enough to settle the lab's indecision to follow suit as he, too, fled. Tarjan looked back to the water, barely aware of the miracle that just took place. His exigent concern was for Cora. He ran into the water, flinging himself toward her floating body. She looked like a drowned creature, limp, lifeless, with her head floating half under the brown translucent scum of the southern pond water. He swam to her and lifted her head. Slowly bubbles appeared and popped from her nostrils, indicating a spark of life was still there. Her eyes were tightly closed. "Cora." The trumpeter swan patted his feet across the sand, shifted into the water, and with one push of his great webbed foot, paddled toward the couple. "Put her onto my bag," he said with the drawl of a southerner, and he carried her to another part of the ponds. "I'm sorry I wasn't there any quicker," spoke the swan to Tarjan, who was stroking her neck with an open, gentle dark beak. "Any sooner? You had no reason to risk your life like that in the first place, especially for a couple of geese, and complete strangers. I owe you my life, sir, and possibly hers as well," said Tarjan with gratitude. "I'm Tarjan and this is my mate Cora. You argies? Well, I never, the swan said with a smile in his voice. To tell you the truth, at first I thought you were one of my own flock. You are rather large for a goose, you have to admit it, said the white swan, but pay it no mind. Whenever I sees anyone in trouble with the men and their dags, I come runnin', no matter who for, and I'm not surprised she's your mate. I was watchin', and I saw how she risked her laugh for you, and of course, you for her. He paused and looked deep into Tarjan's eyes again. I'm Hooker, pleased to meet you. Hooker, answered Tarjan, feeling grateful for the second time in his life for his oversized weight. They butted heads in congenial gesture. You really needn't feel to put out by my intervention, Hooker continued. It did me a world of good to see you get away from those men and their dags. Burns me to bits every time I see them laying out their wicked little tricky come-ons like they was set in one of them tables they do when they eats or something. I've seen too many of our kind fall because of them. This is the first I've ever seen them. I've heard of the manhunters, but this is the first time, Tarjan said, noting the sun falling behind them and wondering where the rest of his flock was by now and if they were all right. Wait a minute, Cora. He thought he may have seen her eyes flutter and her neck stir slightly, but wondered if it wasn't his mind playing expectant tricks in the dimming light. I saw it, too. Her eyes, said Hooker loudly now. Lift her head up. Tarjan scooped her neck onto his bill as she let out a light, fretful gasp for air. Tarjan, she whispered in pain. Is that you? Oh sweet, sweet Cora. Yes it is. Stay calm. Now, you're going to be all right. Everything is going to be all right. She blinked hard and then focused on the enormous white bird with the long neck and bright shiny black eyes. Who is that? His name is Hooker, and he's a friend. Tarjan scooted his head so that hers rested on his neck and upper wings, like a pillow. Together they fell asleep whilst Hooker kept a night vigil until 4 in the morning. At dawn, while Tarjan was out searching for food, Hooker encouraged Cora to try and exercise her wing. Come on now, that's her lady, he said in his deep, calming voice. Just stretch them feathers. Imagine yourself reachin' for that hangin' moss over thar, as if you could get it just by stretchin'. Cora stretched as far as she could, but it was no use. She was ready to give up even before she started. All her wounded wing wanted to do was stay glued to her body and rest from any pain. As she realized this, she feared she would never fly again. Chapter 6 Cora's Rehabilitation. Patience is the greatest prayer. Indian, Hindi, proverb. Get on my back, Cora, said Hooker encouragingly. He was not about to let the setback of her wounded wing stop her from reaching the moss. Just like Thayet. There ya go. He walked her directly beneath the Spanish moss until it nearly touched her beak. Now don't get any of it with your bill, only with your bait wing. What do you mean? She asked incredulously. Even with a good wing I couldn't pick any without the use of my bill. You're mistaken. Watch this. Hooker, with Cora still on his back, batted a thin string of moss that was hanging just in front of their faces. He hit it this way and that way until a tiny strand landed in front of her. Now you can pick that up, he said softly, and the rest is waiting for your boxing wing, and you know which wing that is. He made it sound like a game. With all the worries of losing their flock, and her mate being the lost leader, all she could do was sigh. This strange swan did save her life, after all. She picked out another thin strand of moss and pushed her painful wing forward. Ow, she cried, but a small piece of the epiphytic plant was now clinging to the tip of one of her primary feathers. She stared at it, nibbling at her feather until the minuscule grayish-green plant was gone. She concentrated her efforts into the muscle of her bad wing once again. All that afternoon Cora battled at the Spanish moss, succeeding to make quite a mess of moss scraps at her feet. She ate none of it, since from her first nibble, it did not appeal to her, but the game began to get the best of her and the challenge to see how much she could fell before Tarjan and Hooker's return from food hunting was getting the best of her, and though she was consciously unaware of it, her wing was now 3/4 of the way distended. Tarjan was the first to return. He caught sight of Cora stretching both wings almost as if to take flight. Do it, he shouted gleefully, dropping a beakful of the grasses. Fly just a bit more, Cora, you're almost there. Like a child's toy helicopter propellers folding up, she quickly lowered her wings. She turned to her mate. I'm making progress. No, she whispered shakily. Yes, beamed Tarjan. Yes, can you flap like that some more? I didn't flap, Tarjan, answered Cora. a little perturbed at his over-assessment of her capabilities. "That was a stretch, and a slow one at that. I'm sorry, Cora. It's just that, when I rounded the corner there, I saw you, with your wings." "And my wings," she interrupted, stretching. At that moment, Hooker appeared with a large bill full of long water plants only a swan could dive for and disengage. Sensing some tension in the air, he asked nothing more than how Cora's wing was feeling. "Feels like a small fire burning," Cora answered. "That flares into a bonfire every now and then, but look," and she stretched her battered wing as far as she could until the pain made her wince to pull it back in again. "Very good, Cora. Did my boxing technique help ya?" "Yeah, think it must have, or I wouldn't be doing this well," she answered. Tarjan did his best to muster up the same level of enthusiasm as he sat down amongst the scattered moss and twigs. "This is cause for celebrating," Tarjan said, beginning to peck at the small feast he and Hooker delivered. Hooker and Cora followed his lead and delved into the variety of delicious plants. "I'm so glad you are alive, Cora," he said. Tarjan decided to appreciate the miracle of her saved life and to put his worries of the lost flock and their disrupted migration to rest. The rest of the day was pretty much spent eating and resting. Hooker's home was a safe haven for the goose couple, and Tarjan was determined to completely forget about his responsibilities as flock leader as he turned his concentration solely upon his mate. They did, after all, have other capable leaders within the fold like Chancellor and Paul, and he was certain they all had regrouped. They no doubt had given up their search for them by this time. Even the worst of case scenarios could not be helped by their worrying about it, so he simply and completely let go and put all his attention and thoughts towards Cora. He knew the way back to the sanctuary, and as soon as Cora was ready to venture forward, he would take her there where they all would be waiting. A late arrival would be better than none at all. Her healing was slow, and for the following days, it seemed she was making little progress. The frustration was more apparent with Cora, although Tarjan began to secretly worry if they'd ever get away from the Alpons, becoming part of the permanent residents like the lazy ones. He said nothing, though, and stayed by her side both day and night, helping with the physical therapies Hooker had laid out, whenever he could. It was about the third week from the accident when a breakthrough occurred. One twilight, when the weather was beginning to warm somewhat, Cora stretched her wing until she and Tarjan heard a distinctive pop. At first the sound worried both of them deeply. Did a bone crack? But Cora decided not to let the sound alarm her into a frozen dread. Once again she stretched her wing until it was all the way out from her body. Tarjan just sat in amazement, as she kept it in that position for a few moments longer, the wing shaking with a visible tremor. Up until this moment, always the wing had only gone so far, and now with this audible drywood-like snap, it was broken somehow beyond that resistance. Broken is what Tarjan was worried had happened as he surveyed Cora closely, and once again, as if it were a routine exercise, she slowly let the downy wing fold back toward her body until it tucked itself in place. "That's all for tonight," Cora said softly and with no intimation of fear. "We'll do it again in the morning." Capital X. Upon the dawn, Cora strolled to where the shoreline met Hooker's nesting area and waded into the cold water. She pushed toward the center of the small lake. Next to rise was Hooker. He stretched his long neck, looked about, and soon spied his little patient in the water. She was being encircled by several brown and green-headed mallards whose raspy quacks of curiosity were just beginning to irritate her. "Aussie air up with the quacks of dawn." Hooker honked after her loudly. The joke was so appropriate, she had to laugh, as her equally loud honk startled most of the ducks away. "I'm just enjoying the water, Hooker. Why don't you come in?" she shouted. He thought it might be nice, so he pushed himself into her direction. A mallard acquaintance of his by the name of Emmer asked him who the goose was. "Who's the quiet one, Hooky? The mysterious Canada? Who's the new goose? Who is it? Do you know, Hooky? Who?" he asked in hyper quacks, while sidling up to the giant swan. "Her name is Cora, and she ain't quiet. Just new," Hooker answered. The ducks, at least some of them, could get a bit gossip consumed, highly critical and just plain snoopy, and Hooker felt like nipping this duck's nosiness in the bud. "Well, she's pretty, very pretty," Emmer noted, attempting to save face. For a goose, Emmer paddled on his way, and soon Hooker found himself at Cora's side. He nudged her bad wing gently as if to say, "Show me again." She obliged, and with a little difficulty, was able to lurch it into the same position she had it in the night prior. somewhat stiff and frozen, but open. Say, not bad, Cora, he said, genuinely impressed. Not bad at all. We'll have you up in the air quicker than you can shake a snake rattle. Cora bowed her head, remaining silent. What's the matter, Cora? She knew her wings' improvement was something to be pleased about, but somehow she knew it would still be impossible for her to fly again. She still said nothing. She didn't need to vocalize these thoughts. Hooker read them too well. It may just take more time than you thought, Cora, but you'll make it. You'll fly again. Feathers grow back, muscles heal. Nature has a strange way of not giving up, even when we do. She looked up at his kind, confident eyes, framed by the strong black beak and white plumage. His drawling words did lift her spirits. This big friend was sent from above, she thought. It was enough, his words of encouragement, to at the very least, continue her exercises. The two of them headed back to shore where Tarjan was waiting for them. How are you feeling, sweet bird? He asked as she gracefully stepped out of the water, but for her slight limp. Just fine, Tarjan. I had some plants and now I'm going to work my wings some more. Tarjan was hoping to see her work her wings into some kind of hard, continuous flap so all three of them could gauge her flying abilities. But all Cora did for the rest of the day was softly bat at the dripping mosses. Is she trying hard enough, you think? Tarjan asked Hooker out of earshot from Cora. To be truthful, I'm not sure, answered the big bird honestly. I'm not sure she believes strong enough. Believes? Believes what? Believes she can fly again. Tarjan studied Cora's soft whapping of the mosses inside. Of course she can, he whispered with a hiss and flew away. Hooker shook his head slowly and walked over to Cora. Girl, let her bat in both wings at once now. 5. By late evening, Tarjan had still not returned and Cora was noticeably agitated. Hooker was beginning to show signs of concern also. Does he often do this? Fly off without saying where he's off to? No, Cora answered shakily. Never. It's totally out of his nature. She worried for a panicky while that he had indeed left her for good. Took off to find the flock and leave her to fend for herself in the safe ponds. Maybe even had flown away to seek a new mate amongst the sanctuary. But still, somehow, deep down, she couldn't visualize him doing such things. Tarjan was not like any of those things. Hooker, do you suppose he's gone Sue? All of a sudden, a flurry of green and blue, gray, brown and white feathers surrounded them. Looking up, they saw 3 mallards, 2 males and 1 female, approaching them in wild haste. Seconds after, Tarjan came skidding onto the nearby pond, swam out of the water, and also walked hurriedly to the group. Cora, Hooker, meet Shellam, Stephen and Jenner, Tarjan said jocundly as if he was their proud parent. Tarjan, I was worried. I mean, where did you, sir, how do you do? Said Cora uncertainly. I already know them. Hooker huffed. He wasn't in the mood for duck chatter at the moment, being much less conversational than ducks. Swans rarely stopped to take the time to discuss things with them. Ducks were known to talk their little heads off, and this often tried the patience of the larger, quieter swans. Cora, said Tarjan, each of these birds have something in common with each other. That's true enough. Cora, they can all say the same thing 100 different ways and take an entire afternoon to say it, said Hooker, his eyes half-lidded. That we do, said Shellam, one of the green-headed males, and apparently not in the least bit affected by the great swan's sarcasm. Your goose friend here just flew over our neck of the ponds causing quite a stir. He kept shouting out if any of us had ever been shot by the humans, primarily in our wings. Stephen chimed in. Well, the 3 of us couldn't help but take heed of Mr. Tarjan's request. Jay, look at this, said Shellam, raising both his wings to the sky to show off his bullet-ravaged arms. And look at this, the female Jenner said while lifting up her right wing. You can't see it too well, but I had a hefty hole right there behind my foundational feathers. Most grew back and I can fly as good as I ever did. Maybe not as far as I used to, but who needs to when you got a good home like this one? And look at this, added Stephen, who bumped aside the other 2 with his shiny and chubby little body. Like Shellam, his 2 wings were full of disheveled feathers but with one notable hole. His right wing sported a gaping perforation the size of a 50-cent piece. Cora stared. Go on and stare, Stephen said confidently, and forget migration for me, but I'll tell ya something. I can fly. can fly, flew here, from over there, just now, and that's enough for me." He pointed to the not-too-distant shoreline. Tarjan was hoping the ducks wouldn't mention their difficulties with long migratory flights so much, but their wings did look, in some ways at least, much worse off than Cora's. He hoped this semi-desperate venture was not a mistake. The effect on Cora did not go unnoticed. At any rate, she continued to gaze at their wings and, collecting herself, thanked them for their trouble and for sharing their stories. Then Tarjan asked them how long it took for them to heal. "Oh, weeks, Mr. Tarjan. Maybe 3 or 4, Stephen answered. "But mine was the worst." "Wanna see again?" "No, that's okay. Maybe 2 weeks for me," said Jenner. "3 weeks tops," said Shalom. "Let me tell you about my cousin Tedber, Cora," Shalom continued. "Oh no, not Fate, please," said Zucker, rolling his eyes, sighing deeply. "They want to know how long it took your wings to heal, not how long it's taken for your brains to heal. He was shot dead by a manhunter," Shalom continued, ignoring the indisposed Swan. "But his wings, they were perfect." Everyone except Hooker stared at him, some bills agape, as he continued. "Yep, goes to show ya. Oh, and another friend of mine had his whole head blowed off, but he kept right on flying from, well, the end of that very pond there too, the other end over there, fell lickety-splat in the water, but boy was he flying." "Well guys," interrupted Tarjan, sensing an uneasy anxiety fill the air, "we best get about our business here, if you don't mind." Yeah?" interjected Hooker, more overtly impatient than Tarjan. "We do appreciate your most encouraging stories, but this young goose needs a rest." Jenner waddled over to Cora and placed her bat wing upon hers, causing a hole in Jenner's wing to make itself visible again, unintentionally. "Don't worry, honey, you're going to be all right. I know exactly what sort of doubts you're feeling right now, but they will pass." Cora, despite Hooker and Tarjan's overprotective attitudes, was touched and thanked the trio as she then watched them gracefully take off toward their own ponds. Stephen dipped in mid-flight, however, almost crashing into the water. He quickly regained his composure, and caught up with the others. "I was worried, Tarjan," Cora said at last, "that you had left me and gone south." Tarjan's voice dipped 2 octaves. "You know I would never do that. I couldn't ever do that. I've just been getting sick to my heart watching your spirit sink so, like you might even be giving up." Cora lowered her head and nuzzled her mate. "I'll try harder," she said, with her head deep in the crook of his thick chest and left wing. "I'll fly soon, you'll see." Hooker's head was under his own large wing, like a foot snug in a slipper. He was already fast asleep, in a barely detectable snore. The next morning greeted the 2 geese and Swan with beautiful Indian summer breezes. There was a near-perfect mixture of warm sun and cool northerly winds. As usual, Cora, the early riser, nudged Tarjan awake and asked him to join her on the water. They swam together, slowly dipping their necks beneath the waterline, and ate the plentiful plants. "I was thinking this morning, Tarjan," Cora at last spoke as they paddled their way back towards Hooker's nest. "I'm going to try and fly starting today. And each time I do, I want you to mark my progress. Can you do that?" "Fine, Cora, but I don't want you straining yourself. You could do more harm than good by rushing things." She began flapping her wings furiously, the left one flapping once for every 2 or 3 her right one fluttered. "It's a start, Cora, it's good." Hooker was stretching his extensive neck, yawning, when they stepped out of the water to meet with him. He was watching them and witnessed her first attempt to flap both her wings. "Come on, the water was holding you down," he said to her, smacking his beak. "What, the water? Try flappin' like that agin, but here, on your land." "Hooker," Tarjan protested, "her bad wing is too slow yet. She can't actually fly, not yet. Anyways, indulge me, goosies, indulge me. If she doesn't go anywheres, it'll still be raw good practice and exercise." Cora thought why not and began trying to actually take to flight, with a fierce determination, doubled by either the iron-filled wind or the encouragement of the eccentric ducks and her new mentors Hooker. She didn't know, but she did feel vitalized somehow, and so she started to run like she never had before, flapping as hard as she could, using her strongest limbs, her feet, as the key to her gait. The right side of her body actually felt like it was lifting off the ground, but with a slower wing holding her back, She felt as though she might cause her entire body to gyrate out of control, and possibly straight into one of the trunks of the approaching pine trees. Subconsciously, she put more mental and physical effort into the needy left side of her body, and the effect, for the moment, was nothing short of miraculous. She lifted from the ground, awkwardly, but off the ground nonetheless. Her thoughts ran into the memory image of Stephen's comical exit from just the day prior. Her momentary ecstasy turned to panic, causing her mind to send her insecure body into a slam landing onto some muddy pond reeds. Immediately, Tarjan and Zucker flew to her. "Are you all right?" asked Tarjan, greatly worried. She was laughing to herself. "Of course I am. Help me get untangled from these reeds. You are on your way, Cora gal," Zucker said, pulling the grasses from her feet. "You're gonna flagen, of that you can be sure. Tam is your bosom best friend here at these Alpans." Chapter 7. Cora and Tarjan's walk south. Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Essays. Cora's eyes were fixed on the Alpons forest parameters onto the horizon, where she could see some distant hills yet further south. The fringed foreground held no concern for her as she meditated on the remote regions of the bird sanctuary and of the task ahead that was in her and Tarjan's future. She wanted so desperately to fly again, but her worries grew with the accident of the prior day. After Zucker and Tarjan disentangled her feet from the damp grasses, they decided to slow down a little and concentrate on more practical wing exercises. This didn't feel like enough for her. She waited another day until she told Tarjan so. It was just before dawn when only a few misty clouds hid a small portion of the grand celestial skies. Cora couldn't sleep as she gazed at her favorite October constellation, Orion, just south of due east and above the horizon. Although man had always seen this asterism as the hunter Orion with his identifiable and bright three-star belt, the remaining large suns being that of his shoulders and knees, Cora always simply saw the belt portion as her Orion, but the belt was the neck of a goose pointing south, the other stars merely dotted in random aesthetic accents. The next stars of three, as straight as the moon surrounding a telescope Jupiter, were so recognizable she chose to use them as one of her night guides, should she ever break away from the group by accident. This early morning she stared unblinking at the distant sky goose. About a half hour later, she could feel Tarjan begin to stir from his slumber as his body shifted its weight, unconsciously searching for the warmth of Cora's. At last, his eyes ever so slowly fluttered open like some old lines getting unstuck. "Awake again, Cora," he muttered, barely awake himself. "Yes." He nuzzled his soft black neck against her poor wing and closed his eyes again. "You need to sleep more, my love. The best kind of healing happens in the sleep lands," he said. "Yes, I know," she said, barely audible, but then more loudly. "Tarjan, see the next stars? Look how bright they are." Tarjan opened up his eyes again. "Yes, I see them. I've been thinking about how close we are to the safer grounds where the others are. Even if I can't fly yet, we could probably walk there by night as long as we keep our eyes on the neck. The human hunters don't kill at night, and the weather has been so clear and bright lately." Tarjan was already getting used to the idea they would leave the Alpons once she was ready to fly, and only then. To Tarjan, the thought of walking the rest of the way sounded absurd, let alone dangerous. "No, Cora," he said firmly yet kindly, "it's too risky. We have other enemies besides the humans, and many of them are night watchers and night hunters. Now, we made a good progress the other day, and we have Zucker who will help protect us from the barking man worshippers until you're ready to steer your body correctly again. This is no time for impatience." Cora looked away from Tarjan and back again to the next stars. They were already scarcely visible now as Earth's sun began to coax the land to cast their shadows once more. One by one, the stars drifted away amidst the shell-pink dawn, as if from a port where destinations elsewhere awaited their arrivals. And in minutes, only the Earth's sun could be seen and even felt. Swampy colors came to life, and even Zucker's tired countenance could not resist the bright and gentle alarm clock of another daybreak. "Mornin'," he said as his large feet slapped the sand in their direction. "How did we'll sleep last night?" "I slept like a winter bear," Tarjan said, stretching his neck, closing his eyes as the sun met his skyward gaze. "But I'm not sure about Cora." "Oh, I slept all right," she said, half lying for, indeed, she was up almost half the night thinking deeply about moving out of this hunter's domain by any means or fashion she could think of. She got up and stretched, taking care to take more time with her left wing. Hooker was aware of her mixed feelings about the place, and so he spoke slowly in his soothing deep voice. "Glad to hear it, Cora," he whispered, his bill close to her ear. "And if it's any consolation to ya, the scare you got from dem hunters is indeed something to be concerned about. But let me tell ya something, Angel, I've been around the hairless, featherless brutes most my life, and to this day, not one has gotten the better of me. Stick within these moss-covered nests, and you'll be safe." The rest of the morning went along uneventfully. Cora and Tarjan spent most of it grazing on nearby grass shoots whilst Hooker took off to other areas of the ponds. Although trumpeter swans rarely, if ever, migrate, Hooker, like many of the ducks and geese at the ale ponds, was once nomadic like Cora and Tarjan, though his migratory flight was usually aimed much further northwest toward the state of Montana and western parts of Canada. A propelling fierce storm kept him flying until he landed far away to this region. One eventful autumn, somehow, he thought, nature was telling him that even a long-distance flight like his was wrong for swans. That is until he met Usla, on the approaching spring. Before this winter interlude was over, he met another trumpeter swan who had won his heart, and together, they were mated. Unbeknownst to Hooker, Usla was raised from a cygnet by local humans. They had clipped her wings so she would be forced to stay in the area when tempted to answer nature's calling to fly with the others each spring. Usla told him of her condition just before they officially mated, so his ability to leave her was there. But by then, she had grown on him so deeply, wild coyotes couldn't keep him from her. He could not imagine life without her. He simply never migrated back to Canada from that day on. Trumpeter swans are an endangered species, and thus, the laws were strictly enforced against the shooting of these largest of the waterfowl. Even still, a careless or unethical hunter might kill one, using the excuse of mistaking it for a large snow goose, in an attempt to increase their numbers. Some people made efforts to breed clipped trumpeters like Usla, but Usla had a mind of her own and always seemed to drift apart from the other hick swans, as she liked to call them, never giving the people a chance to witness her magical pairing with Hooker. And Hooker saw to it that they would be very difficult to find, even in the agricultural ale ponds. Hooker flew into her life one April afternoon, and the rest was swan history. It took a wild swan like Hooker to gain the affections and adoration she needed to procreate, devoting the rest of her life to him. The feeling was so intense between them, the decision to stay became easy for Hooker. One summer evening, however, their love affair was cut short. Usla was nestling with their 4 swan babies, and Hooker was but a few short feet away, sleeping. He rested on the perimeter of their nesting ground in case any predator should appear. Quietly and stealthily, 2 round, unblinking brown marble beady eyes arose from the nearby depths of the ponds, and before Usla could manage to shout for Hooker, she was attacked by one of the biggest alligators in the entire Carolinas. The gator fought the large swan while her 4 young ones scattered in every direction. Hooker woke from the commotion and charged the gigantic reptile, but he was too late. Her lifeless body went into the pool, and the last thing he remembered was the slash of the alligator's broad tail against the shore as they disappeared together into the dark water. He swam after them, diving his long neck under like a person stabbing something with a knife. Water snorted through his nostrils as he caught his breath, eventually seeing and hearing nothing but the water lapping against the shore. It took him an hour to find his babies. He comforted them as best he could through the next few days, taking over as protector and teacher. The babies grew to be adults within 1 year, so Hooker's trips away from Tarjan and Cora were often to visit with them and their spouses. Hooker never migrated back to Montana or Canada from the ale ponds, even after his mate's death. Returning to his nest, Cora and Tarjan waited for Hooker for more advice and his now respected sagacious training. They sat and talked comfortably in the tall dying grasses and dry weeds. A slight drizzle of rain began to pour, the effect so minimal it hardly made a stir with the 2 Canadians. "Weather's warmer further south," said Cora, looking up at the thick overcast sky. "Wings safer further north." Tarjan kidded her back, pausing. "Yes, Cora, it's warmer down there, but not by much. The air is pretty thick with winter in my memory at the safe place, too. We're just as safe here as in that preserve." A maple leaf of yellow and brown flew past both their beaks, almost as if it had wings flapping. "Not as safe, Tarjan. Too many men here. We should get going soon. My wing may take all winter to heal, and those hunters love to kill our kind." "Do you see many Canadas around here? They're all thinned out. I want us to start walking today, after Hooker gets back from wherever he is." Cora said this with the conviction of someone who had given the matter a great deal of thought, and someone who totally trusted her intuition. In the distance, they could both hear a few gunshots echo off the hills far away. They probably came from some duck hunters getting a few last shots into the air before the impending thunderstorms, which were already echoing their own rumbles. In the direction of the rifle sounds, the geese could see the nerve-like white flashes of lightning zigzag their way closer in size and frequency. "If we left, Cora, we would only move at night," Tarjan said, wishing, too, to get as far as possible from the gunpowder, bullets and man laughter. "Only at night," Cora concurred. And about 15 minutes later, Hooker returned with another trumpeter in tow. She was smaller than Hooker but quite large. "Nevertheless, Cora, Tarjan, this is Sheena." The beautiful swan lowered her head politely and blinked her eyes in a friendly, non-threatening manner. "How do you do?" Cora said, thinking this must be Hooker's mate. "You are a lucky bird to have such a sweet and strong mate. Sheena is my daughter, Cora." Hooker laughed. "But you're half rat. She is lucky to have me around. My father just told me what happened to you all," she said with a slightly less southern accent than her dad's. "It must have been simply awful." "It was," Tarjan said, bowing his head and shoulders with politeness. "But thanks to your father," Cora continued for Tarjan, "we're both still among the living. He saved our lives." "Your dad did, Dad," Sheena honked chidingly. "You did. Wall, what I did," Hooker joked humbly, "was scare some easily spooked man-worshippers. Their kind are easily spooked." Hooker's mind flitted to his mate Usla and wondered if he could have saved her in a similar fashion had he only been awake in time. He would never know the answer to that burning inner doubt. His daughter kept the chatter alive. "My father says you've been making excellent progress, Cora, with your wing, I mean." "Oh yes, I have your father to thank for all of that as well." "Yes," Tarjan interjected. "He's a stirrer of miracles, Hooker is. Come on now, you're getting carried away with all this talk. Don't be like some true spit-in man-worshippers. Now, no one to be worshipped but the power. That's the truth," said Hooker, ruffling his feathers. "Now what do ya say we show Cora and Tarjan the tea pond? Sheena, the area is secluded, and romantic, and the water plants are theaic, for even this time of year." The four of them swam and walked together from pond to pond until they reached a very small lake they called the tea pond. There they rested, ate and took turns preening feathers while at least one of them stood guard for any sign of the hunters, their watchful ears and eyes alert due to the distant discharges. The tea pond was indeed shaped like our own small letter T. The L ponds were similarly shaped ponds, many having an L or L shape. The names for these ponds, of course, had a different name in their own shape vocabulary, but for purposes of translation ease, are named thus for the human reader. It was a beautiful place. The pond itself was almost the size of a small lake and it was the largest of the open waters in the basin. Waterfowl of every kind resided there. There were ducks of every shape and hue including mallards, wood ducks, red-crested and rosy-billed poachards. There were spur-winged geese, mute and trumpeter swans, and a small group of Canada geese. There they met up and chatted with Stephen and Shellam, their animated conversations making them feel welcome in the unfamiliar grounds. Cora almost was beginning to wish they could stay here until an empty shotgun shell along the beach reminded her too quickly for her reason to move on. Tarjan saw it too, as Cora deftly kicked it in his direction while they calmly spoke with the ducks. Hooker left briefly and by the end of the day, returned with his other beautiful offspring, Zoc, Sether and Lenny. Usla must have been a splendid swan, Cora thought to herself as Hooker's daughter Sheena told her some of their family history. Evening in the tea pond was irritating to Cora but amusing to her partner. This only served to irritate her all the more. "Why are you giggling about this? I can't sleep with all that racket." "I'm sorry, Cora," Tarjan answered, stifling his giggles. "I just didn't realize that they never shut up." In theater-like surround sound, the tea pond ducks kept chattering all night long as if gossiping about the day's events or worrying about the morrow's. Every time a gust of wind with rain would sweep upon them, the ducks would renew their squawking and quacking with human-like laughter upon the waters, all the while swimming and bobbing, making unusual comments that seemed rarely necessary. "Don't they ever sleep?" Cora said aloud. "Oh yeah," Hooker said when they wore themselves out. and only till then. We could swim back to Maher Place, but I wouldn't advise it. Too many gators. Hard to see 'em at night." Cora honked more of a groan than a honk and placed her head beneath her healthy tight wing, managing to fall asleep despite the hemmed-in cacophony of the raspy ducks surrounding them. Tarzan, with one last amused but soft chuckle, so as not to irritate Cora any further, drifted and soon met his mate in the dreamlands. 8. The following day, Cora asked Tarzan to help her let Hooker know of their plans to leave on foot to the sanctuary further south. Hooker tried to convince them to stay, that it would be safer where they were, even with the manhunters about. To make a journey by foot like that would be asking for trouble, but both Tarzan and Hooker could tell Cora's mind was made up. She also wanted Tarzan to get back to leading their flock, so Hooker let it go. "Let me warn you about an odd human farm you may run into on the way," Hooker said. "If you're walking all the way down dar, you just might run into it, 'cause it's pretty big." He told them about a large cattle farm that was owned by a gray-haired man all the local wildlife called Old Red Eye. He was named this for his temperament more than anything else. Often, the man was in the habit of drinking too much alcohol. He was additionally known for going on shooting sprees with his shotgun, when so intoxicated, often shooting at nearly anything that moved. On one occasion, he made the foolish mistake of shooting at his own mail delivery man, thinking him to be a cattle thief. This incident alone led to a legal battle with the government, and he even had to serve jail time because of it. To the birds, whether game or otherwise, he was bad news since most other occasions he took his part shots at them. This, of course, he never got into human trouble for. Hooker proceeded to tell them where the safest feeding grounds and cornfields were, and after some further topographic instruction, was unable to guide them or tell them what lay beyond that, for he never flew as far as the sanctuary. Cora and Tarzan thanked him warmly and bid their farewells to Sheena, Zoc, Septhar, Lenny and the lively ducks as well. By nightfall, they were well fed and rested, and they began their resumed journey south, this time, by foot. Tarzan faintly remembered some of the cornfields by air that Hooker mentioned in his travel tips, though more difficult by ground. He thought he would be able to gauge their progress by their ability to find at least some of these fields. For Cora, she prayed for clear enough nights so she could focus on her next stars. The light rains from the previous days had lifted somewhat, and the patchy clouds opened wide enough now and then so she could spot her 3 stars. One occasional glimpse from them was all she needed, and she could steer them on their way south, and both of them kept their ears open for the possibility of more fellow Canadas roosting along their way. One advantage of the showers was the ample supply of water, which especially helped Cora keep her strength up. For 2 nights, they were able to forge onward, with no events that impeded them. The primordial stars guided them like the astrologers of ancient travel. Whenever Cora needed to rest, they would hide under an old log or dense thicket, one of them always keeping a watchful eye for predators. During the daylight, they mostly kept within such protection until they felt it was safe enough to venture out again. On their 3rd night, Cora surprised both of them by flapping and jogging up the half-moonlit path of leaves and fallen tree branches. She lifted into the air for a brief moment, and just as quickly, descended to the ground. Yet, her recovery was less clumsy and injurious this time. Tarzan stared at her with unblinking eyes. That was very smooth," he exclaimed with questionless excitement. Do you think you could do that again?" Cora said nothing in return. She simply turned, looked straight ahead with her gooseneck stars as targets, and patted her feet from a jog to a run to another lift off. Again, she flew several yards before her weak wing forced her to earth, but once more, her landing was fluid and without mishap. "Cora," Tarzan honked, his voice bouncing off the distant hills in the stead of nighttime. "Cora," he honked again. He caught up to her where she was still standing, apparently quite pleased with herself and preening her wounded wing with self-affection. "I was kidding myself. You and Hooker, I really didn't think I would fly again. Nothing can stop me, not now." She stretched her gray plumage with a renewed confidence, the dull pain in her poor wing hardly noticeable compared to the surge of hope that shot through every fiber of her being. She managed a few more brief jumps before giving the arm another rest, and they walked until dawn through the North Carolina woods. "The next stars won't fail us, Tarzan. Look at the sky." Tarzan looked up. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning, and even with a half-brilliant half-moon beaming on their pathway, The stars were shining on their world magnificently. The light show seemed to match the elation both of the geese felt now with Cora's new sense of courage, coordination and strength. Two shooting stars zipped into the Earth's atmosphere in tandem, just within their peripheral sight. "Ooh, did you see?" they said together and laughed. Dawn came peacefully, so it was time for them to find some growth of some sort for cover. Under a large maple tree, the geese found a gaping opening near the ground. It must have been the nest of a furry critter that had long ago abandoned the area for some reason. Packed into the corners were the vestiges of the former dwellers' fur, some empty nut shells, and a flattened circular area that must have been the animal's sleeping spot. The two geese scooted their tired bodies into this corner, wrapped their necks in a lover's braid, and slept asleep in deep contentment. By mid-afternoon, some kind of argument was overheard from the upper branches of the large oak tree. From what could be comprehended, it sounded like the fight between a blue jay and an oriole. A scuffle ensued as was evidenced by the variety of blue, yellow, orange and black feathers that fell from the branches onto the ground. The jay gave a final irascible squawk and flew off. "Damn jays," Tarjan whispered. "It's not enough they have to raid others' nests in the spring. They have to cause trouble in the winter months as well." "What's that, Tarjan?" Cora asked, waking. "Oh, just a jay," he sighed. "Sounded like a brawl with an oriole." "Oh," she acknowledged, still waking. "I don't know why they do it. Make it hard for the songbirds. Crows are the same way. Sure glad they leave us alone." "Yeah? Well, if they didn't, I wouldn't let them get away so easily," said Tarjan, lifting his body to walk outside of the great tree trunk. He looked up to the bright, baby blue sky. It reminded him of a robin's egg and he smiled inwardly, wondering if the two of them would ever raise their own babies. "Cora," he said, lowering his head, so she could see his face. "Cora, are you feeling rested?" She sat still, her body comfortable in the old fur and dried leaves. "Yes, I guess so. I was sleeping quite well." "Why?" Tarjan looked out, surveying the woods. Not far away was a meadow he could barely make out. The sun was not far from setting in the west now. He started imagining his Cora using that meadow as a perfect spot for wing flapping, for making progress with her flight ability. With the sun as their spotlight and guide, they would still be able to head due south, and the absence of poor night vision would keep her from accidentally running into trees and boulders. "Cora, it feels safe here," he said, ducking his head and crawling back into the old tree. "If you're up to it. I see a great stretch of land with no trees. We could fly a long ways and make better time, and only at the pace you need." Cora raised her face slowly. "I thought we agreed to do it this way, Tarjan. I mean, I feel safe with you, and you're the leader to the flock, but something somewhere inside me tells me to keep to this way, this slower way. The skies are clear. The next stars will take us home. Night is safer. We just need to be patient. That's all." Tarjan looked at his mate and considered her words. Indeed, they seemed to cover much ground by just walking their way south, but he also knew they had many miles to go. The kind of patience Cora was asking for was a kind he never really knew. He never allowed himself to taste this kind of patience, much less savor it. The two geese sat for a while until Tarjan broke the silence. "Cora, I know I said otherwise before, but just try it. For just an afternoon. It will be sundown again before you know it. There's an open meadow not far from here and we could get a nice jump start on the evening if we used it for a practice field. All your landings could be so much easier with the ability to see in the light with no tree limbs in the way." Cora moved toward the opening in their tree and stepped out into the bright late autumn sun. Immediately, she could see the meadow Tarjan was talking about south of the woods with the sun on its way from the east. Her wings unfolded smoothly, better than they ever had since her wounding, and spread her feathers until they opened as far as they could expand. She really felt good. Without looking back toward her mate, she began to move ahead in a steady fast walk. She accelerated into a run and flapped her wings until she was flying a short distance. She walked a little ways on, and soon was out of the thicket and into the expanse of the golden meadow. Some green was still hanging on from summer and she started to eat. "That's my girl," Tarjan thought to himself and sent his body into the air. In a moment, they were together again. "Sure you want to do this?" he asked. "Yes, look." She pointed her beak toward the horizon. There, in the distance, was the faint view of a late goose flock heading to their sanctuary. "No doubt, maybe we're not the last ones, after all," she said with a glimmer of calm hope. They dipped their beaks to eat some more grass and then decided to make the most of their joint decision. Watch this, Cora said and proceeded to run. Cora pushed her feet from the ground, taking to the air, but for a moment, something went wrong with her weak wing and she came crashing down into the snake grass. In an instant, Tarjan flew to her. What happened? I don't know, she said, getting back up again. Maybe I tried too hard. Sweet skies, it's as if I'm a gosling all over again. She shook her body down, preened a bit, and fixed her eye on the horizon once again. She hallucinated, thinking she could still see the faint V formation of late geese, now long gone. She walked faster, ran, flapped and took to the air, this time with better success. She flew quite a ways and she tried to stay up even longer, but a quick, electric-like pain shot through her left wing. It was so painful it brought her crashing once again to the ground. Since she was higher up this time, this was not a light touchdown. She laid still, until once again, Tarjan was by her side. Cora, are you okay? He honked loudly. No, I'm not, she said in her pain, and in anger, both at herself and yes, Tarjan, but she wasn't quite sure how to vocalize it. Look, this isn't going to work. I cannot fly. It may be many suns until I can have full use of my wing again. Tarjan shook his head slowly and then quickly. No, you can fly, Cora. Tarjan was worried if she didn't try now, she might never try again. You flew last night beautifully. You're just trying too hard. Like you said, if we do this in shorter distances, maybe. Can you get up? Come on, that's my baby. Come on, we'll walk until you feel like trying again. I don't feel like trying again, Tarjan, she shouted. He shrunk back. Tarjan bowed his head as Cora ruffled her hurting feathers and preened her poor wing roughly. Tarjan waited, remaining silent. He knew the loud honking they were emitting was not good, especially in this light, but he decided not to rush or shush her. Instead, he walked a few feet ahead of her, and looking back to see if she was watching, proceeded to fly up into the air just a couple of feet. Keeping his wings open, he glided gently back to the ground again. Cora feared her Tarjan was losing his mind from all their stress as she began walking toward him. As soon as she reached him, Tarjan would jump up again into the air, only to glide a few more feet away. Again, she walked over to him, and he did the same thing. Tarjan, she said, somewhat chuckling now, wondering why he was acting so silly. What in green grasses are you doing? Nothing. And he leaped yet again, gliding down but 4 yards away, barely flapping a wing. Not a thing, just try it with me, Cora, he said at last, his intent more clear. Up, and up he went, and down, up, and sail down. But you're not getting very far that way, Cora objected. Farther than you are, Cora, and look, I'm not even flying, just gliding. Just try it, sweetheart. Flap once or twice, jump, and just glide. Flap, jump, glide. Cora, amazed at his tenacity, just shook her head, but the sun was still bright and she didn't like being vulnerable like this, not any more than Tarjan did. But my wing hurts, she pouted, walking up to him, pleadingly. I think I strained it real bad. Tarjan really wanted to push her, whether it was impatience, tough love or just the leader instinct in him, no one ever knew. He just implored her not to give up. Please, sweetheart, just try it once, and he even leaped another time high into the now setting sun, flapping his wings 3 more times when a shot rang into their midst. Tarjan was hit and hit hard. Suddenly, his world turned black and his strong neck was barely hanging on a mangled ribbon of flesh and bone. Tarjan, Cora ran to him and upon seeing him close, knew right away that he was gone. His limp body was still amongst the dry grasses as the blood escaped quickly from his throat, soaking the sponge like earth. She heard a man's distant booted footsteps and could do nothing but dip her head low, kiss his brow with her beak and run in the opposite direction. She kept running until she could no more. Her little heart was beating like a Geiger counter. She had nowhere to hide. Absolute stillness was her only means of camouflage. The man finally reached Tarjan's lifeless body. In one hand, the tall, lanky, elderly man held his rifle, and in the other, a cheap flask of whiskey. He muttered some kind of language to himself only his inebriated mind knew. He was obviously pleased with himself. He took a long swig from the flatly curved bottle. He held his head back, seemingly gloating over the kill. Emptying the bottle from his suction-cupped lips, and with a loud ah, he threw the flask aside and bent his creaking knees to pick up his prize. Tarzan's shattered neck was too fragile to hold, so the old man grabbed one of his wings and half-dragged carried him, his other arm dragging the butt of his rifle behind him. Cora was not detected in the least, probably much on the account of the man's drunken state. The old man, though a lonely untreated alcoholic, was unfortunately his best shot when he was drunk. His aim was steadied with the drug in his veins, though most times, his judgment wasn't. Yet Tarzan met a sad end due to one of these times. Cora was in a state of shock. She watched the one love of her life slip from view as something vile took him away. Mid-evening, she sat still for around 3 hours after sunset, before the bright gooseneck stars beckoned her on in an almost vagabond-like call. Staying where she was in the open wasn't going to help her, yet she did feel like dying right then, right there. She wished she could will it. She even entertained the fantasy of following the old man just so he could turn and shoot her as well, so she could join Tarzan wherever he was now. But she continued south instead, in a numb and hurting way. The moon was sinking low as her heart sank in sync with it. She walked for another hour when she practically bumped right into a thickly barbed wired fence. She had no intention of trying to continue by entering this forbidden zone, so she followed the fencing eastward until it ended and she was able to once again amble along southward. As she rounded the outermost corner of this fencing, a large bluish skull with horns gleamed from the ground due to the dim moonlight. It was a ghastly glowing cow skull. Its death stare appeared to be looking at the fence that held him captive. Then it hit her as she remembered Zucker's warning about dull red eyes of the cow pastures. The meadow must have been some brief wild territory that partially enclosed the pasture land. She and Tarzan had no way of knowing that they had not yet arrived to this dangerous place. They walked so far, they thought they must have passed it by then, but apparently, this was not the case. Secretly now, Cora cursed Zucker, wishing to the power he had been more explicit with his description of the surrounding territories. %. All night and the following day, she walked. Her grief over the loss of Tarzan was so strong. Nevertheless, she just kept going, regardless of the terrain or surrounding wildlife. At one point, a juvenile red fox began chasing Cora in the late afternoon. Cora hardly acknowledged her. The fox was too immature to know what to do with the unusually brave goose who kept right on plodding along her way. She would jump directly in front of Cora, lay flat on the ground, and Cora, her eyes fixed on the horizon, would walk right past the perplexed fox. The foxes had rotated 90 degrees and stayed cocked for some time. Zucker's wife gets killed by a gator. I get killed by a baby fox, Cora thought to herself sullenly as she moved on. By the time the mother fox found her baby, Cora was long gone. The fox tried to explain the details of the odd experience, but it all sounded like the tall tale of a child's rich imagination to the amused mom. "Oh yeah," was all the mother said to her daughter, and she ushered her and the rest of the pups back to their den before it got too dark. A week passed and Cora was exhausted. She would only stop for brief respites to rest when she couldn't move another inch. Often this would be at night, but one hoot from an owl or howl from a distant dog would be enough to wake her, and the memory of Tarzan's death would flood her mind like a river. Sleep would nearly always be impossible to recapture, so she would push her body up and begin walking again. One early a.m., she didn't know quite how, but the familiarity of the turf told her she was nearing the winter home at last. There was the outlying church with its steeple whose afternoon bells announced the approach of the nature preserve. Her flock always thought these bells were made to welcome their return. Then there was the marshy Carolina waters that spread in every direction. The trees began to drip heavier with moss, and herons gloriously flew overhead as if to greet Cora like the bells from the church. She walked, walked and swam the rest of the way, almost sad she had made it now. Without Tarzan by her side, life didn't seem worth living. She knew she would be surrounded by her old kin and friends very soon, and she would have to explain to all of them the string of events that resulted in her solo migratory walk. And that's what she did. Upon finding the flock, she discovered that all of them had made it safely after the gunshots were fired at Tarzan and herself. Chancellor was soon appointed leader, and he picked Paul to be second in command. Even though the idea of a second-in-command position was a completely foreign idea to the geese. During the cold, cool and warm winter days that followed, Cora's wing managed to heal. With Chester Ansari's loving support, she was able to get the sweet encouragement and rest she needed as they helped her day in and day out, physically, by helping her find food and shelter, and psychologically, by simply becoming her best friends. After the greatest loss of her life, she needed this most of all to survive now. Chapter 8. Cora discovers self-reliance. Don't be harsh on them, Fletcher Seagull. In casting you out, the other gulls have only hurt themselves, and one day they will know this, and one day they will see what you see. Forgive them, and help them to understand. Richard Bach. Jonathan Livingston Seagull. When she found her flock again, it was Thomas who told her about Chancellor's new position as leader, without even knowing whether Tarjan was dead or alive. That's the goose way, Cora. These things rarely wait, Thomas answered, trying to break the news as gentle as possible. We all figured we wouldn't see either of you again after all those cracking fire sticks. Well, you all figured wrong. Tarjan would be here today if... She almost began weeping, but regained her composure. Where is Chancellor? Remember that really big stump we gathered around last winter when Paul had his mishap with the ivory bill? Cora almost laughed at the memory, despite her mood. At that time, Paul had fancied the foolish attempt of pilfering the grubs and insects that an ivory-billed woodpecker had disengaged from a large rotting tree stump. Paul, seeing several insect grubs below and about the preoccupied woodpecker's domain, nonchalantly began picking up stray bugs which, in fact, did not go unnoticed by the large bird's alert eyes. Stay away from those, he warned. Stupidly, Paul ignored this ruddy black-white bird of 21 inches in length. He feigned a kind of deafened ignorance, continuing to pick at the fallen delicacies before him. Hey, you deaf or something? The red-tufted bird shouted, swooping into Paul's vision. He began to pick at Paul's head until Paul ran away honking loudly in pain. About an hour later, many of the Canadas came over to the abandoned stump and nursed Paul's wounds as he, even then, continued to look for a missed grub his large adversary may have missed. He's over there, Thomas continued. He likes to call together a lot of meetings for some reason. Cora walked in the direction of the old cottonwood stump, wishing to get filled in on all the details from her new leader as to what happened that fateful day the hunters delayed their migration. When she climbed over a small hillock and came into the clearing where the stump stood, Chancellor was busy pontificating to most of the flock able to be gathered. Make sure we keep an eye on every woodpecker, woodcock, jaybird and crow in the area. Once these clever guys are outnumbered, we'll flock around and gather the grubs and hoppers they've dug out, and then we will quietly leave. Cora sat and listened, astonished. Never had the primarily vegetarian geese have to rely on the work of other birds to find ample food, especially in the peaceful sanctuary. Chancellor continued for about another 10 minutes until all of the Canadians went their way with unsure steps, most with confusion in their heads. Cora climbed the small incline and walked haltingly up to Chancellor. So I hear you're our new leader, she said plainly. Cora, it's you. You're alive. I thought you were gone, killed even. He tried to appear overjoyed through his disappointed surprise, and she could sense the subtle apprehension in his voice. Well, obviously I am not, Chancellor, she said coolly. She wanted him to bring up Tarjan's status to see if he would volunteer an immediate step down in command, if her mate were indeed still alive. She never knew Chancellor that well, but she always felt uncomfortable around him ever since she was mated to Tarjan. She had always felt a kind of strange jealousy from his looks, but now, she just wanted to test his ethics, and she thought there never would be a better time. Where is Tarjan? For weather's sake, Chancellor asked with a slight vocal tremor. Where do you think he is? Cora stalled. Well, I'm glad you're both alive. We all saw what happened and figured those hunters got to you before we could lift a feather. He stopped in mid-sentence, looking Cora squarely in the eye. You'll have to tell him the bad news. You know, bad news. Well, somewhat bad, depending on how you look at it. Perhaps he may be relieved. You see, I'm in command now. I've taken his place. It really wasn't my idea altogether, and there's nothing at all that can be done about it now. Cora, don't look at me that way. He laughed. It's been weeks and every last one of us thought he was, that both of you, were, dead. You know the younger geese have me imprinted as leader already. Cora couldn't believe how soon this family of team members had given up hope on Tarjan. With all the bravery and strength he proved to her since she met him, she could not accept Chancellor's simplistic reasoning. Imprinting? Chancellor, we're not speaking about guzzlings here. Cora studied the stiffened, determined stance and resolve of her new flock leader, whether she liked it or not. The others had seen fit to this and there was nothing she could do about it, especially with Tarjan gone. "Oh Molt, Chancellor," she said petulantly, "I was just testing your devotion, and you disappointed me. Tarjan is dead. If he weren't, you'd have to battle this out with him, not me." Chancellor visibly loosened his tight wings a bit. He is," he said, once again not able to tonally hide his objective. "Yes," she said looking away, "he died a few weeks ago." Chancellor now feigned concern, the actor-politician in full swing. "Oh Cora, child, I'm sorry, so sorry." She looked to him now as he continued, but the lad was inexperienced, too innocent for his own good. What he did that day, landing the entire flock into a field of wooden death geese, was quite foolish. You'll see something, Cora, that my leadership will never allow for such error. It will, this new beginning, be good for us all. You'll see this proven in time, Cora." He put his wing on hers, in a more than friendly manner. "Get your feathers off of me," she shouted, jumping back from his touch. She couldn't believe her ears. "Are you telling me, then, that if you were leading us that day you would have known those things weren't alive?" Her voice cracked with an anger she rarely felt. "I could tell, Cora," he answered calmly, almost seemingly rehearsed. "Cora, I was even going to fly ahead and warn him, but he broke away so fast." "Oh, yes, that's what your story is now, Chancellor. I don't remember you even being nearby. What's more, Tarjan broke away because he wanted to check out the area before any of us might be in danger. He risked his life to make sure it was safe, and he did save the flock by doing what he did." "Chancellor, your hindsight isn't vision, it's manipulation. You're just lying. There is no way you could tell those things weren't real living Canadas." "I certainly couldn't, and I was closer." Just then, Paul crept into the small defoliated area by the stump. "Is there a problem here?" he asked, trying to impress, as usual, his new accommodating commander-in-chief. "No, Paul, none at all. It's Cora here. She's back. Isn't that wonderful? But unfortunately, Tarjan didn't make it. The manhunters got him at the ale ponds." The hunters did not get him," she stammered. "Tarjan was killed trying to save my life from. I was shot by the hunters, not Tarjan." "See." Cora lifted her left wing and spread the feathers as wide as they would allow. The open gash showed the two alpha geese how badly wounded she was as sunlight shot a dramatic beam through it. An uncomfortable silence broke. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Chancellor clucked like a mother hen, studying her carefully. "That's a nasty wound, Cora child. We'll see to it that you're well taken care of. Now calm down and tell me something. No one here is your enemy, Cora. Have you got that? We all need each other at times like this. If the hunters didn't get him, how did he die?" Cora, her head bowed, looked up at Chancellor. He was now standing on top of a thick root of the stump so he could look down at her, psychologically trying to give her an air of instant superiority. She gathered her wits quickly and realized that no matter how she explained the events of the past weeks, Chancellor would twist this information and somehow make it sound as if it was Tarjan's weakness that ended his own life. She remained silent. "Did you kill him?" Paul said stupidly. Cora shot a glare at Paul with disgust. Then Chancellor spoke. I won't say what I'm thinking right this moment. It isn't the right time," he said condescendingly with no compassion. He looked to Paul. "Paul, why don't you take Cora over to some of the others? It's getting dark, and even though we don't have to worry about fire sticks here, we do have other dangers in these swampy woods. Cora, we can talk about this another time." But never was there another time. She knew Chancellor didn't care or want to hear her excuses for Tarjan any more than she wished to waste her breath on this finagling goose, who in these short minutes, showed more of his true character than she could have ever hoped for in an inquisition. She walked with the quiet Paul. "You're kind of dumb, aren't you, Paul?" He said nothing and soon they were amidst the others. Why, as the universe expands with no potential end in sight, there very well may be some larger cosmic establishment waiting for those who die. Cora could only keep Tarjan on the earthly plane while he was alive, however, and now only in her memories. Only her own passing would be able to bring the possibility of their reunion. She always held that hope, that faith, so she did the best she could that winter and got on with her life, such as it was. As she expected, the healing took some time. With Sari and Chester's help, finding food was no problem, but most of the physical therapy for her wing was accomplished alone. With the memory of Hooker's tutoring and even Tarjan's earnest attempts with his gliding schemes, she was able to conduct her own method of slow recovery. Each early morning she would begin exercises from batting at branches to running and gliding. It was as if her two male companions were still with her in spirit, spurring her on in her own imagination. With the entire winter season to work with, the pressure was less hindering as in the Alpines with its echoing gunfire and noisy neighbors. Insect hunting, even in the mild south, was much more difficult for the geese due to some bugs' hibernations of sorts, or because of their outright dying off as with the crickets and grasshoppers, and some of the smaller fish generally moved into deeper water as winter cooled the land. But there was plenty of plant life for the Canadian guests as they hiked from place to place, heads lowered to the life-sustaining earth. Cora was doing just that while the constant chatter of a nearby multivocally blessed whippoorwill added to the atmosphere of a peaceful day. The rat-tat-a-tat sound of a downy woodpecker jackhammering into some defenseless white pine sounded even higher above the two birds on the ground. The vibrant sounds of the whippoorwill combined with the oddly resonant percussion of the downy served to soothe Cora's ears in a peaceful, though melancholy way. Even the animals appreciate mystery. The whippoorwills migrated like the geese and this South Carolina winter ground was their chosen haven as well. Sadly, the whippoorwills are not as common as they were but a quarter century ago. Their unusual, magical 20 to 15-minute calls more and more a rarity and indeed, a rare treat for any lucky human ears. On occasion, these birds will call 300 or 400 times without once taking a break. Because of many of the cut-over, grazed or disturbed woodlands in North America, this species of bird is in fewer and fewer locales throughout Canada, the continental United States and Central America, because overpopulation of the human species has made it a threat. Some human beings count it an omen of very good fortune to hear its rare, very rare, beautiful and preternatural mournful cry, no matter the time or place or season. Cora's whippoorwill was wrapped up in his own concerns and neither bird had the inclination to speak to each other on a personal level, but she still enjoyed the friendly peaceful sounds. Pecking away, Cora continued to feed day after day, renewing her strength. She spent more and more time away from her own flock. This was all done on her own volition. To some of the flock, this caused some talk and a few even said she was light in the head because of the accident and her loss of Tarjan. But Chester and Sari, who spent more time with her than anyone, knew otherwise, and neither of them pushed her to be any more sociable than she felt compelled. By winter's end, Cora was once more able to fly long distances. Her fear of ending up like the aeronautically limited Alpine ducks was put to rest by mid-February. When early March arrived, she announced to her leader her ability to fly north with the rest of the company. Oh my, Cora, am I glad to hear that," Chancellor said between gulps of early clover. "I was afraid you might want to stay here and easily become one of the residents of these friendly, comfortable year-round guests. You know, they do have it easy, don't they? Never a risk from the manhunters. Always staying where it's warm, never battling cold. You're sure now you're ready to go back this season?" He was trying to see if she might go for the bait of his subtle suggestions, never for a minute wishing to appear as if he was foisting them upon her. "Oh yes, Chancellor, I'm homesick already, and I think I may be laying eggs this season." Chancellor stopped chewing. He knew Tarjan's genes combined with Cora's would produce a hearty stock of goslings. The crossing thought of a young Tarjan a year or two down the road threatened his competitive and slightly paranoid mind. "Oh," he said looking away, snapping at an inedible twig, "then by all means," clearing his throat, "by all means we need to get you home now, don't we? I won't let any of us down, Chancellor. I can keep up, you'll see, Cora. No one will let us down, and you're right, we'll see," he said peculiarly, resuming his meal. 1. Cora thought back to when Tarjan was appointed leader. Willard, their old chief, was on good terms with everyone except for Chancellor it seemed. This memory seemed unimportant up until now. Faint recollections of him avoiding the few meetings Willard called crept back into her consciousness now. Had Chancellor always resented Tarjan's leadership? She thought it odd that this sort of goose was now in command, having this new influence on her beloved family. The last week of March, everyone was called together to the old stump, including the suspicious Cora. Chancellor gave a brief speech before their spring flight home commenced. As you know, our sister Cora has made a remarkable recovery with her shattered wing these last couple of months. She actually will be flying north with us, as is her will. We should also note that Sari and Chester will no longer be traveling on our northern trips. This is because they held us back on last year's flight, but we will all look forward to seeing them next fall when another season calls us back here. Cora looked over at Sari and Chester. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. After Chancellor's announcements and pronouncements, she quickly ran over to them. What the hell is he talking about? You two can fly north with us. Whoever heard of a goose, at any age? Who couldn't? It's Chancellor's suggestion, Cora, Chester answered sadly. He thinks we're too old to keep up with everyone. We've gotten used to the idea. He's been talking with us for some weeks now. It's his way of coaching, I suppose. We don't mind. Cora, really? We'll handle the hot summers, but you keep up fine. Both of you do. Sari sighed. That's what we thought, Cora. But Chancellor's made up his mind and he is our new leader, whether we like it or not. Now, listen, sweetheart. No crying now. We'll see you next fall. Of that you can be certain. You don't need us anymore now. That wing of yours is as good as new, and I don't know a stronger bird. Cora, believe in yourself. Cora, keep believing. Cora began to storm off into the direction of Chancellor where she saw him yet talking from the top of the tree stump to Razi, Paul, Thomas and a few other males. Cora, Chester called after her. Cora, I wouldn't. He can hold you back as well. All he needs is a motive. Cora stopped in her tracks. She stared at the post-winter mud at her feet. From that day onward, she made a vow to herself. She would never again speak to her new leader unless spoken to, The time of departure was the following early a.m., just before the dawn. The entire flock, minus Chester and Sari of course, lined up near the main marsh waters where Chancellor and Paul headed the mostly floating geese. They took to the air, leaving their winter home for another year. Sari and Chester came out to the marsh's edge to say goodbye to their dear family and friends. Cora craned her neck in their direction and bid a silent farewell to them until they were finally out of sight. She once again felt all alone while her wings began to beat to the rhythm of her brothers and sisters. Soon she caught up with the necessary honking, letting the goose in front of her know her location. What kept her going that long flight was the knowledge of her and Tarjan's babies waiting to reach their homeland. Sometime during the mid-part of their flight and over the great familiar waters of Michigan, Chancellor honked back to Paul. Who's the laggard? Paul looked back. It's Cora. But she's keeping up. She's the last goose. But she's keeping up. Cora used to be right up there with Tarjan before the accident. Paul, yeah, that's right. Go back there and tell her to catch up 10 more positions. Let Tutiko take her position. But Chancellor, you know Cora's about to have babies. Paul, one thing you're going to have to learn early on as my right wing, is never to question me. Now do it. Submissively, Paul dropped his wings, dipping until he zipped right beside Cora. Her breathing was labored but he made no comment about it. Cora, hi, how are you doing? Fine, Paul, she gasped. Almost home. Yeah, not long now. Probably a son, I'm guessing. Yeah, Cora, it's Chancellor. He asked me to ask you a favor. Paul tried to make it sound like Chancellor's demand was more of a request. To lessen her potential animosity, the sugar-coating continued. He wants you to be an example, an inspiration to the younger geese, by taking the position just in front of Tutiko. He feels after all you've been through, they would be encouraged on their first flight home by seeing you further ahead. Paul's attempt at diplomacy wasn't going to work, though. Her mind raced. Tell him, no, you both know my condition. I can't pace myself with some young upstart bumping into me every time he or she feels I'm keeping the V from staying glued. Cora, just try. No. Her answer was a shout. All the geese, including Chancellor, looked back. Paul flew back to his leader and tried to get him to change his mind. Chancellor sighed and sighed a second time, only glancing back in Cora's direction once. If we weren't almost home, he said through a gritted beak, I would go back there myself and nip her into position. The insolent little bitch. He noticed the look of shock in Paul's eyes. As he glanced further back, another female goose gave him an equally wary expression. She's going to be watched, Paul. She's going to be closely watched over the next migrations as long as I am leader of this company. You see to it that if she ever I mean ever, fails to follow my instincts again, you report it immediately. Is that understood? Paul flapped his wings steady while his mind became a cobbler. Understood, Chancellor. The steady honks of the geese were quieter now, though just as steady. Back at the end of the V, Cora's breathing continued painfully as her eyes narrowed, trying desperately not to allow her anger and hatred intensify. EE4. Upon arrival at the old bays and lakes of their native land, things quite quickly went back to normal, and within the wider, wild open spaces, Cora felt relieved, able once again to escape Chancellor's shadow. She felt if she could put some physical distance between herself and Chancellor, she would be able to be herself and let the awful, hot feelings of anger disappear. Where love and respect once resided in her heart, distrust and resentment now lingered. Sorely, she was becoming a different bird, but a wiser one, nonetheless. During the pre-nesting time of the first thaws of spring, the most favored of feeding spots filled with geese from all over the region, a restlessness amongst them grew and the courting behaviors of the flocks became noticeable to all. The noisiest of unmated geese clamored about, seeking partners to end their problems of loneliness. One such gander by the name of Workander approached Cora, who was working at staying as far away as possible from these gatherings. Oh, but Cora, he said after her gentle but clear rebuff, all the good geese are taken and you need a mate. I'm not a bad fellow, really, once you get to know me. Some nervous olive green dropping dripped as he spoke. Cora answered Workander in soothing phrases. She said he would find the right one when the time was right, and so on, until he finally gave up his pursuit. It wasn't but 2 hours later, toward sunset, when Workander indeed found a thin, frail, somewhat dirty but pretty goose by the name of Lolly, who took to him immediately. Love is fickle, thought Cora. Cora started thinking about the nest she would be needing to build now as her plump tummy urged her to that pursuit. Some of the non-breeders, most of which were simply goslings of the previous year's hatch, wandered about, whereas most of the mated pairs now scouted out the grounds for potential nesting sites. It was still mid-March and quite chilly, so the sooner they found suitable areas to raise goslings, the better it would be for their protection and warmth. Cora knew she would have to be especially careful in protecting her brood by finding a good isolated spot, a spot protected from possible land or air predators. Since Tarjan would not be there to help, a single mom, Cora was destined to be. She sought out a nesting place near ample food sources. Finally, she found what she was looking for, and it came, like most perfect things, in the matrix of a surprise. Flying about trying to find a meadow or grain field for simple feeding purposes, she rounded an unfamiliar hillside, discovering a little wet mud flat that bordered a shallow bay being fed by a small, though vibrant, crystal-clear spring. It was somewhat undiscovered by the other geese. No other goose couple claimed it as theirs, primarily for the reason of its distance from the rest of the flock. But Cora took one look at the locality and claimed it as her own. She made certain the little bay was close enough for a water escape route should any land predators approach at the time her babies were old enough to swim. A nearby grassy knoll assured her a constant source of food for her and her children. One early April morning, while she was picking at some tasty early cloverleaf herbs in her new private knoll, a shift in the climate brought some high winds. Shortly thereafter, a high howling wind current mixed with some early spring sleet. Cora returned to her knoll near the lower bank and water spring and crouched low on the nest she had started. The isolation she felt here did not bring her sadness, even in this storm. On the contrary, she felt safe in this faraway spot, far from the other animals and so far, seemingly, from man as well. She prayed for one of two things as she scrunched her downy feathers together, the drop in temperatures causing her bad wing to hurt once again. 1. That the storm would end soon, or 2. That if it were to be a long snow, that her eggs would not be laid until the return of the volatile warm spring breezes. But the power did not heed either request as the snow continued for the next 4 days. Her egg laying began on the second day of the storm. Surrounded by the ever-increasing snows, she remained huddled over the 6 eggs, getting up only a few times to feed on whatever spring shoots she could shovel from the fresh powdered snow. Only on 2 occasions did she fly away until she returned quickly out of concern for her exposed eggs. She was determined to keep her eggs warm at much self-sacrifice no matter how hungry she got. Her task would have, of course, been easier if Tarjan had been there to gather food or take over nest duty while she gathered food. Her new husband was an invisible, unreachable spirit now. The power was guiding her every hesitant yet determined move. A thin sheet of ice began to form around the edges of her tiny, private pond. On the 5th day of the storm, she could feel the spring sun once again return with its commitment to warmth and growth. It was the latter part of mid-April and her diligence began to show signs of a payoff with her first hatching. Chapter 9 Cora's Babies. A goose does not have a mobile face, so there is little by way of facial expression. Lawrence, the year of the grey-lag goose, from long experience, knows a goose's body language and can read it. Lawrence describes goose postures, gestures, and sounds as victorious, uncertain, tense, glad, sad, alert, relaxed, or threatening. The point is that a goose or other animal may be a quivering mass of emotion, its feelings may be written all over its face, and it may only take practice to read that writing. We are restricted only by ignorance, lack of interest, desire for exploitation, like wanting to eat them, or by anthropocentric prejudices that preclude us, as if by a divine fiat, from recognizing commonality where it might exist. How can we be gods if animals are like us? Jeffrey Mouse, A.F. Masson and Susan McCarthy. When elephants weep, the emotional lips of animals. Spring is in the air, the breeze is gentle with the smell of birthing, the earth radiates freshness, the birds sing with more abandon than they have for months. Barbara Dean. Wellspring. Her yellow matted head poked its way through the hard, thin shell encasing. Cora shuffled away only an inch to give her new daughter room to breathe. Cora sat nervously waiting for more of her eggs to begin breaking and join their early sister. She waited until her fidgety excitement turned to worry. What if the freezing temperatures were too much for them during her brief absences to feed? But while feeling the stirs of her second hatching egg, these worries began to wane. 1 hour after the first, another female gosling made her way through the temporary housing of her shell and began an earnest peeping, seeking her mother's comfort. By noontime, all 6 eggs were scattered in pieces within the down-lined nest and 6 healthy, chirping goslings rested beneath the protection of their mother's wings. All waterfowl are born with their eyes fully open and Cora's babies immediately looked about their new world of light. The first, Cora named Sorry after her dear friend left behind in the Carolinas. The second she named Too Slow, partially because it took her so long to hatch. The third was a male who she immediately named Tarjan. The fourth, another female, she named Trinit. The fifth, a male, she named Chester. And the sixth, a female, she named Jessica. Jessica was the smallest of the 6, but she more than made up for her lack of weight with her energy and vivaciousness. Cora hovered over the new brood all that afternoon and all that same evening. On their second day, Cora led the little ones by foot to another area quite a ways from the nesting spot, but still quite close enough to her private pond. Along the way, the 2-day goslings pulled and pecked at everything they came into contact with. A constant verbal communication sounded from each one of the little geese with subtle 3-syllable whistle warbles, walking to another area to keep their presence ever a mystery to voyeuristic predators. The mother and her brood once again settled into a new locality that was theirs to eat, rest and swim in. Most birds bring food to their young while still in the nest at this stage of life, but waterfowl parents merely led the little chicks, usually only within hours of hatching, to water where they immediately are able to swim, even diving to find their own food, until they are about a week old. Upon the land during this time, the young often resort to hiding within vegetation when danger is present. After that, as the camouflaged olive green and yellow plumage is lost, the young birds seek open water more instinctually as a means of protection and escape cover. One late afternoon, 2 weeks after the entrance into their mother's world, a juvenile badger made his way into their little paradise and Cora immediately sensed his presence. One of her babies, young Chester, was dangerously too close to the badger's path and there was nothing Cora could do to stop him from being discovered. As soon as the squatty, black-masked badger came across the little bird, young Chester played dead. He threw himself down, closed his eyes, sprawled his wings and feet out, and hoped for the best. It worked. The adversary came through the tall cattails, sniffed at the seemingly lifeless body, looked up then down, snorted again and waddled on his way, disappearing into the thicket. "Will you, Mama?" he cheeped loudly after a minute had passed. "Will you, get over here, Chester?" Cora said and scooted his trembling body under her wings. "You did the right thing, baby, but you is right. Will you, soon?" Chester fell asleep as if nothing life-threatening had even happened. For Cora, it took a little longer. One evening, at about 1 a.m., Cora stepped out of the nest to stretch her body and work out her left wing a little bit. Before she returned to the nest, she noted that each one of her children were staring intently at different portions of the celestial skies. Each of her babies were imprinting on their fresh, uncluttered minds a favorite constellation shape. They would learn their goose names later, from our bright Leo the lion to the tiny square constellation Corvus the crow. They gazed and memorized the shapes without making a sound, turning their heads a quarter turn when they heard their mother return. She crept back to the nest and whispered to them all, "Want to hear a story?" They all peeped yes quietly but enthusiastically, nodding their little fuzzy heads in successiveness. Cora stepped into the nest while they all flitted out of the way, scooting quickly back to be next to her warm body. "Well, I'm going to tell you the story about my favorite group of stars and how they got to be there. Once, long ago, before humans arrived and before geese and ducks migrated, a young goose by the name of Ursulus roamed the northern snowlands where we live now in the summers. Back then, the summers were short here, so it was very difficult to find plants to eat for most of the year. Geese back then were mostly colored a deep brown color, almost black, and Ursulus blended in with the night skies when she flew about, searching for food. She usually chose to fly at night for she learned that other animals hardly ever noticed her dark body which blended in with the land and sky during these hours. One night, while she was busy picking at some dry wheat which poked through some freshly fallen snow, she looked up at the vast array of stars the heavens flaunted before her impressed eyes. No moon decided to show itself that night, so she could see all of the stars, even the white and blurry star clouds. Well, Ursulus stopped her feeding and decided to search the skies for some kind of pattern, some kind of reason for everything she saw and experienced. Ursulus didn't really know why she did this, only that if she could find a pattern, a message, or possibly a movement in the stars, that maybe there would be some kind of clue that was held for life there. Life was already so difficult since she was alone in the world and she was a goose who was not a member of any sort of flock. She gazed and she gazed, but nothing in the skies looked like anything close to what she was hoping for. They all looked like the most random of scatterings, like the scatterings of seeds at the foot of an acorn tree. Even the star clouds looked like driftless and aimless shapes whose only design was to confuse and intimidate animals' minds. She continued to gaze, for by now she was already in a trance from soaking in these beautiful designless objects, no design, yet beautiful, in a way, like herself. As she continued to stare, a voice spoke to her in the goose tongue, but she could not tell from where it actually came from. It said, "Ursulus, why are you staring so very long at the stars? They are but my shavings. You must get back to the business at hand and keep eating or you will die in what I gave you in the tutorial." Cold Ursulus was shocked, for no one, much less the one, had spoken to her in her entire life, save but for her early parents, when she was a gosling, like you're here. Her parents were the only ones who spoke to her. She answered the voice as best she could and said, "I do not care who you are. I do not care at all. I am tired, cold and alone. I have no flock to help me stay warm or help me find the food you speak of. So, even though this may sound disrespectful and foolish, I was searching the heavens, your shavings though they may be, for help, some kind of help, no matter how subtle or mystical the help may be. But Alice, I see nothing but the beauty of a besprinkled universe." The voice did not hesitate in the least with its reply. "Ursulus, all of my creatures look to my shavings for different reasons. The polar bears look up when they see stars fall and die, but they so quickly go back about their business in the snow and drifts. The snowy owl will follow the moon and sun to gauge his sleep, but that is all. The furless and complicated human will look and stare at my night rainbows, but only come up with poetry that does not impress me. But nowhere have I seen an animal look so long, so intently at my beautiful night world." Ursulus stayed quiet. If her thoughts had worked as a prayer and she was getting an answer of some kind, she did not wish to interrupt its source, and so the voice continued, "Ursulus, I am going to cause certain of my stars to shine brighter than the others so you will be able to see straight borders, configurations and silhouetted symbols you will be able to recognize from now on. Other animals will benefit from these shapes, especially the man-monkey, but you, Ursulus, will benefit most of all." And even as the power spoke, Some of the brightest stars the power was playing with began to shift in the heavens and formed a perfectly straight line. For your faith and hope in my very creation, which I admit is a dangerous and harsh one, I am shifting these shavings to form a simple goose's neck that will be the easiest of all the new shapes to find. When you find these stars, starting tonight, I want you to follow them until your wings can no longer beat. When you reach the land your tired wings will leave you, Hercules. You will find a group of dark geese much like yourself. I have already spoken to them in dreams. They will be expecting you at this point. The power became slightly visible and was in the shape-shifting form of a large wing. The tip of the wing reached toward the awestruck goose and wiped tiny, sparkling star shavings around Hercules' cheeks. Then the power spoke again. The others have been told to seek a female goose that looks like them, but for the white mark that I have placed upon your head, they will listen to you, Hercules, and when they begin to show signs of discomfort from the weather that you will notice getting too warm, you will lead them back here, by once again following the flying gooseneck stars. Back here, you will find the summer shall be longer and there will be even more food for your flights there again. You are blessed for your worship, Hercules, and many more will benefit from your reverence with that. The power disappeared and Hercules never heard its voice again, but she did as she was told and followed the straight bright stars and became the first North Goose to organize and lead a flock to our homelands. With the end of her tale, Cora's babies looked once more into the beautiful Canadian night sky, and as if to add to the story's comforting and inspirational message, the power allowed a delicate unseasonal display of the aurora borealis, the geese called the night rainbow, to be witnessed by all 7 before they fell to sleep. Only days later, the first feathers of the chicks with their green and yellow patterns began to molt away for good. Soon the gray goslings were spending much less time hiding on land and much more time in the waters. All winter, the sun had been moving steadily northward. The days were getting longer as the sun appeared higher in the sky. For the next 3 months, the sun continued its northward trail. Thus, the air was finally getting warmer every day. More and more soil came uncovered as the snow line receded to the north in leaps and bounds. Cora's babies ate a lot and they grew fast as vegetation became more and more plentiful. The black Canadian soil absorbed more solar radiation than whatever white snow was left, and the heat penetrated to the dormant plant life. These plants were stirring under their feet and they sprouted forth in their time. At the same time, insect eggs were hatching just in time for the young geese avid appetites. Winter was no more. It was the first week in May now and all the geese couples who were raising goslings were at the peak of their hatches. It wouldn't be but for a short time more and all of the geese nesting periods would be over. Another close call from a predator happened on a July morning when Cora and her troop gathered at the water's edge, never sensing or sighting for a moment the broad-winged hawk from behind and above as she came swooping at them. Cora, instead of staying close to her children, moved a short distance away into some reeds and left her children to fend for themselves. The youngsters immediately dispersed and dove into the water as they were conditioned to. The hawk missed Jessica by an inch as she dove into a deep pocket of the pond. By the time the hawk recovered another striking altitude, the other 5 managed to swim to various deeper corners of the pond. Whenever the hawk dove, the young geese would escape the winged predator by diving under deep. After 2 or 3 more attempts, the hawk shrieked in defeat, abandoning her efforts. Cora swam out to gather her brood, congratulating each one of them by name. By their 9th to 10th week, the goslings closely approached the appearance of adults. Most of the goslings developed their flight feathers, and by the last week in July, they began trying them out. Again, stragglers from other broods took longer and some of these weren't ready to learn until mid-August. Normally, Canada geese require approximately 100 days to nest and rear their young to the flying stage. As Cora's goslings were now well into the month of August, their flying lessons became more and more of a daily event. Their wings, first, were tested on short flights over water. Tarjan, honey, watch how I do this. Cora was instructing Tarjan Jr., who seemed to be the most skittish of the 6. Cora flew up into the air, flawlessly beat her wings together, and let herself glide down onto the surface of the water. Her webbed feet fanned to slow her descent for the water ski-like landing. She paddled back to the timid little Tarjan and sweetly encouraged him to try to imitate her. It's pretty much like swimming, honey. Once you discover your new feathers can make you float in the air, just as your body lets you float in the water, you realize all it takes is repeated attempts. The young Tarjan made a few unsuccessful tries, each time unable to get the necessary liftoff required for a favorable flight, and each time the patient mother was there to encourage him not to give up. "But, Mom," he said insecurely, "I can't do it. Maybe I inherited your bad wing." "Mama," Cora shrugged, "sweetheart, you don't inherit wounded wings, not ones that were crippled from an accident. If anything, you should have superior wings for flying. Both your father and I were the best flyers before I was shot. And, Tarjan, I do fly pretty good, even now, for a bird that's been shot. Come on now, Tarjan, no more excuses, just more patience and practice, and more splashes," said the child looking down at his reflection in the water. By sunset, Tarjan did manage to get the hang of things, and by the end of the month, he was outshining all of his siblings. Time went on and the flights got longer, with every practice session improving on the last. Soon, the rearing groups ventured to other feeding areas. Mingling took place with other geese. As their confidence was built up, and the strength in their wings grew, Cora's little flock began to explore the entire countryside. They flew all over the place and, usually it seemed, just for the fun of it. Cora's brood sought the fun in life more than any of the other broods, though the others found the excitement contagious. This was a wonderful time not only for the young geese, but for Cora, too. As she watched from afar, her babies were now becoming efficient at long-term flights. She smiled inwardly, witnessing the small flights of other young geese as well. In almost every direction, goose flight was dancing in the skies in celebration of life itself. Cora even noted a few single geese, off to themselves and separated from their flocks for some reason, practicing flying on their own. Too Slow and her sister Sari were late to the nest during this period one evening, out having some fun with their new powers of flight. Cora was waiting, somewhat worried, calling and honking after them from time to time. When they at last returned, she gave them a small lecture on straying too far from the flock. "Oh, Mom, relax," said the young Sari, settling her almost full-sized body down next to her. "We were just out flying, mostly talking to some guzzling ganders from Emperor's flock." "You weren't near the waters, were you?" Cora asked, concerned, knowing that within a year, they all would be finding mates, sealing their relationships by copulating upon the waters. "No, Mom," Too Slow said with a sigh, "but if we were, it is almost fall, we're almost full-grown. Mama, you can wait another season for that. You'll be mated for life before you know it. You two are going to look back at these carefree days with fondness, mark my words. Besides, you don't wait for the first gander you meet to fall in love with. Look at me. Oh, if you'd only known your father. I think we know him better than you realize." "Mom," answered Sari. Trinette was now awake from the conversation about ganders, joining in on the girl talk. "We know, Mother, we all will wait for the right ones." And then young Chester added to the night talk, "with an enemy and Tarjan will chase the right ones, if they even let you catch them." Sari rebounded. Cora added to her daughter's chiding. "Yes, little one," she said, "I didn't accept the first gander that shook his feathers my way. You best show these young ladies the respect they deserve, or you and Tarjan will end up like the stragglers." "Yes, Mama," answered Chester, somewhat taken down a peg. "Stragglers, SSS stragglers," Too Slow sang, jumping up and down, teasing her younger brother. Cora chuckled softly. "All right now, time for nest everyone?" The next morning, Cora took her handsome brood to a nearby field where they feasted on grain, seeds and insects. The young geese snapped at mosquitoes, catching them between gulps of wild grain. They were all fattening themselves up, preparing for their first migratory flight to the south. Cora asked them if they had picked their favorite constellations, and when she got to Tarjan, she was overwhelmed when he picked the obscure gooseneck stars, for they were not so prevalent in the skies yet. The neck stars held a new significance to her now as she thought back to how her mate was shot in the neck, with her son Tarjan picking it as his favorite constellation. Even though he mainly knew of it only from a folk tale, she could only sigh. "That's my favorite, too, sweet one." She and her brood had no idea this same constellation was called the Hunter by the humans. They were back at their comfortable nest when most of her children began preening themselves. It always seemed that when one started to preen, they all followed suit, like predictable robots. Preening movements, straightening and cleaning the feathers, are not learned, but instinctive. By using their bills to open the preen gland at the base of the tail, the geese smear the oil and move their bills all over their feathers, which causes them to become waterproof for swimming. Soon they were all in the water again, eating plants and soaking up the August sun. A raven caught in the distance and Cora looked its way. It was flying in a straight circular spiral until it fell into the rushes somewhere. She figured it was too late in the year for some mother's eggs to be ravished, so paid it little mind and resumed her aquatic meal with her children. The geese all over the region were once again preparing for another migration as the days flew quickly by. Cora knew her babies would be fine and her own wounded wing was showing no signs of weakness the entire summer. The muscles were strong enough to brave another long flight and she actually looked forward to introducing her children to the sanctuary and to meeting Chester and Sari. It was now the first week in September. Cora was taking a late afternoon sun soak, when her second to the eldest, Too Slow, came flying up to her excitedly. Her webbed feet spread wide to slow her landing. The landing was a bit less smooth than usual, but then she had some thrilling news to tell her mother. Mom, are you sleeping? Wake up, I'm awake. What is it? Too Slow, it's Trip. Mom, remember him? Cora vaguely remembered the name from some offspring of someone Too Slow had introduced her to once. As her memory came around, she recalled he was a kind of skinny runt of the litter type from Bobble and Tristan's brood. Cora never got along with Bobble and Tristan that well, so she remembered simply tolerating the cordial but brief introductions. Yes, I remember. Well, Mom, now don't overreact. But, well, Too Slow paused. I'm in love with him. In love, Cora repeated slower than Too Slow. In love. She let it sink in before continuing. Sweetheart, what did I tell you and your sister just a few suns ago? Love should be something that you wait for, at least after one season. Mother, I'm almost one season old next April. Besides, Mom, I know he's the one. I just do. Mom, we want your blessing. Have you? Not yet. Mom, we avoid the water when we're together. We want to wait until after the migration. Well, good. I mean, no sense rushing into this, baby. Waiting will give you the chance to really get to know each other. Cora realized nature had started early with her Too Slow and that maybe she had christened her the wrong name at birth. She vowed to try to get to know Trip and his parents better, and soon Too Slow flew off to feed and rest with him again. Cora let out a deep breath and knew the magical time with her one brood of babies would not last for very long. Some of the young flocks, once they achieved full powers of flight, took off by this time to unknown spots and even on short test migrations. Some of these newly laid lanes and winter homes were shorter distances, between 100 miles from their summer homes to a little further on like the James Bay. Test migrations though they were, for some they ended up being as far south as they would venture, at least for their first year or two, but Cora's children all chose to join her on the flight to the Carolinas, even Too Slow and her new boyfriend. Cora saw to it that Bobble and Tristan were within calling distance in the V formation and these once unsociable birds forced themselves to be more friendly and interact. By this time, Chancellor had gotten used to Cora's reclusive, non-gregarious ways and he felt just as comfortable avoiding her company as much as she did his. On the morning of takeoff, however, he was expected to speak with everyone and he purposefully left Cora for the last. It was a subtle passive-aggressive thing and as leader, he wanted her to feel least significant to him. Consequently, some of the flock sensed the snub and treated her similarly. Cora saw through it all and politely answered his few questions and responded to his few remarks. Yes, Chancellor, my wing has never felt better. Since the accident. You mean? Yes, Chancellor, since the accident. Good, Cora, because it would be a shame if we had to leave you behind in mid-flight. We plan to fly as fast as we can, around 65 mph, this season, as I sense we will need to make good time to avoid some early storms. But since your wing has never felt stronger, I'm sure you can handle it. I trust your instincts, Chancellor, she responded, not missing a beat. If you sense a storm, even this early, a storm we will see. It is intuitive, Cora, Chancellor answered, sensing a possible note of sarcasm from her. No sense in taking chances. No sense at all, Chancellor. He stared at her closely after this last remark. She spoke again. Fast as we can fly it shall be. Cora knew deep down this speed was about as fast as she could be expected to fly for short distances. but she remembered Chester Ansari's admonishments. Don't give him a motive. Good. Chancellor concluded their little chat. Because I'd hate to see your beautiful goslings witness you fall behind somewhere in mid-trip. She nodded simply, and he resumed his position in the middle of the lake. Staring straight ahead, Chancellor flapped his wings, began to run on the water and lifted off as everyone behind him followed. The flock circled their home once, engaging south by the sun, headed for another winter summoning. Cora's children were close by and even Trip, Bobble and Tristan were within speaking distance. She was actually beginning to like her daughter's chosen mate, and it did her heart good to watch the two of them in front. Trip, though a grunt goose, was the epitome of manners and grace, and the more Cora got to know him, the more Cora saw what a handsome gander he truly was. Everyone soon became aware of Chancellor's chosen speed and the fact that it was not letting up. 7 hours passed and he did not slow. Even into the evening, the flock kept up with the fevered pace of their leader. Cora, never one to feel ashamed to take a position she felt comfortable with, dropped back until 2 young adults were the only ones behind her. She kept up her honking and flapping and stayed within the slipstream of the goose's wind in front of her. By the second morning, however, Cora showed signs of fatigue and took the far end position. Tarjan, noting his mother's honks were getting quieter by the hour, took it upon himself to fly straight to the tip of the V and requested that the leader slow down somewhat. Chancellor was not about to change his plans, however, remembering the wary looks of his flock on their last migration north when he was so insensitive to Cora's condition. He was smart enough to use the tack of concerned yet unyielding and tough supervision. I understand your concerns, Tarjan boy, but I'm telling you I have a sixth sense when it comes to weather patterns. Do you see those cumulonimbus clouds to the west? I only see cirrus densus clouds that way, said Tarjan, who along with his siblings, had become an expert weather sensor. You must not have your full eyesight yet, Chancellor remarked coolly and casually adding, and Tarjan, you're out of formation. Tarjan looked at Chancellor with disbelief, glanced over to Paul who kept his eyes focused on the horizon, then finally fell back soundlessly. He looked back at his mother who was now about 30 feet away from the end of their line. The young Tarjan flew to her and asked if she was all right. Oh no, I told you about Chancellor, Tarjan. He has it in for me simply because he knows I don't respect the way he leads us, she panted. One can still follow a leader one holds little homage for. I don't see why he can't, except not everyone is going to worship the air he flies in. Your father certainly hit his dubfuls, but that didn't keep him from being a fair leader. Mom, said Tarjan, we're both going to be noticed back here. Are you sure you can't get closer to the V? Cora, through a headache and hurting lungs, sized up her situation quickly and turned her head to her strong boy. Tarjan, go ahead and tell your brother and sisters that I will be touching down for a rest of my very own. Tell them not to worry. Many geese have migrated alone with superb success stories. Don't worry about me for a minute. I just need to rest and maybe get some grass to eat. I will meet up with you at the sanctuary within one setting sun after you get there. Now go, Scoot. But, Ma, Scoot, I need to rest. And with that, she promptly dipped her wings and was gone. Tarjan looked down, and then forward, and quickly caught up to the flock and explained to his siblings what their mother's wishes were. A small debate transpired, causing confusion to the steadier honking of the others, and then, with a unanimous decision by all of Cora's children, they abandoned the flock and joined their mother below, where they dove in the direction she was heading. Even Trip and his parents followed the loyal offspring, and before Chancellor even realized what had happened, 10 members of the V were missing. Somewhere in an Illinois cornfield, a small group of deep-breathing geese were eating and enjoying the start of a leisurely afternoon. Cora ended up leading her troop to the Carolinas at a more reasonable pace. No storms ever commenced. They arrived 2 days after Chancellor did. He derided and condemned Cora publicly. From those days on, and when the winter was over, she was not allowed to migrate north with the flock. But against Chancellor's orders at late spring, Cora migrated north again as solo as her walk without Tarjan, his gleaming neck guiding her every dark wing flap. She rejoined her children and spent the entire summer avoiding Chancellor, even though he heard word she was back. He meant not one thing to her now, and Chancellor knew this. She would never follow him again. Chapter 10. A hard winter. If men had wings and bore black feathers, few of them would be clever enough to be crows. Reverend Henry Ward Beecher, mid-1800s. Another day, just believe. Another day, just breathe. I'm used to it by now. Tele-pop music, breathe. When the day that lies ahead of me seems impossible to face and someone else instead of me always seems to know the way, then I look at you and the world's alright with me. Just one look at you and I know it's gonna be a lovely day. Bill Withers, lovely day. The confrontation with Chancellor and the other alpha males that midsummer made it clear to Cora that Chancellor was able to get the entire flock against her remaining in the group. At least, enough of a majority to where she would no longer be able to mingle with the flock comfortably. The ostracism she experienced before the flight south in late autumn felt mighty. Ultimately, she decided the winter with a crow was more welcome to her heart than all the cold-feathered friends of her former family. Only her children expressed their grief, but by now they had goslings of their own and Cora understood completely why they went south as tradition dictated. And so she remained. She flew over to her little patient and, trying to forget about her predicament, asked him about his own problem. "How is it feeling?" "I can't rightly say," answered the crow. "Feels like I can barely feel anything, and it doesn't cooperate with my mind." Cora said nothing, but motioned with her beak toward her secret place again. There, wordlessly, the two birds snuggled against each other and slept off the remainder of the day. It was as if both of them wished to just sleep away reality's harsh pressures. The faint honks of the geese triangles faded with each moment of shifting sleep waves until they heard them no more. Late that night, a half-moonlit sky lent enough light so Cora could observe her new companion. He was sleeping soundly, his small breast expanding and contracting in tiny audible puffs. His eyes looked like they were squeezed too tight, probably due to the pain within his wing. She certainly knew that feeling well, as her eyes focused to the skies again. Yet another distant geese flock flew silhouetted across the crisp and fuzzy-edged moon. These were too far away to hear their calls, and they were so tiny they looked like a sprinkle of small dots slowly gliding across the night sky. The silent yet visible witness gave her an eerie tremor. She knew they were calling, but she could not hear them. Could it be this subtle manifestation was a metaphor of some kind? By morning, Cora was asleep again and Louis was the first to wake at daybreak. In the near distance, he could hear some of his own brothers and sisters calling from one of their early winter roosts. They were just breaking up, as most of these roosts were nocturnal. Louis jerked his head back toward Cora, and seeing her in a deep sleep yet, stretched his wings and began walking toward the lake. He dipped his beak in the cold water, lifted his head to the sky, and swallowed. After taking a few more sips, he walked to the edge of the outer bay. A beautiful blue jay called from a nearby shrub and sailed toward the crow. "Louis, is that you? Where have you been?" It was Tracker, an old acquaintance. "Oh, hi there, Tracker. I've been around. I guess you haven't seen me much lately 'cause I've been put out of commission." Them reprehensible water bird hunters aimed their poker sticks at me. Louis shook his wings, spreading them but a little. "They made squirrel meat out of my wing. Can't fly worth a tittle." Tracker jusped with genuine concern, though shallow in its attention span. "Wow, Louis, I'm sorry to hear that." He snapped at a mayfly. "I always thought the hunters only wanted the bigger birds, the swimmers. Never heard of them taking aim at us corvids." "Well, same here. One reason I was so stupidly close to them. Tracker, I'll never know for sure why they did it. I certainly don't have much meat on my bones." And under his breath we added, "Might have something to do with my swimming." "Perhaps." Tracker looked at Louis, cocking his head. "Swimming, never mind, but just be careful when you go food hunting, Tracker, especially food left by humans. I know some of them are gift bearers and seed givers, but some of them are too unpredictable. They can be just as wild as wolverines, and as ruthless, apparently," answered Tracker, who then told Louis he had to be on his way. He had recently discovered a carcass of a small mammal and the mentioning of a wolverine reminded him of it. He always kept such information to himself, though quite sociable. Tracker was selfish when it came to revealing his sources for food. Louis kept a bead on him as he flew off, sensing the quick exit was to get to some fresh food source before the coyotes, ravens, crows or other jays, no doubt, discovered its location. Louis would later tell Cora the direction Tracker flew, with the hope she would find a hearty meal, good for a day or two at least. Louis would have to also warn Cora that if Tracker and his mate Therakin were still at the source, she could expect to be attacked by the two of them. Though cordial in chit-chat, the jays would forget all formalities and become anyone's worst enemy when it came to their claims. The corvid family, which includes the black crows, ravens, and also the brightly colored jays, magpies and nutcrackers, are at the very top in avian evolution. They are among the most recent and successful of modern birds. Louis was an American crow. Crows, along with the ravens, have gained the highest amount of intelligence, more so than any other birds on the planet. Though the evidence is inconclusive, they may be as smart as or even smarter than monkeys, and they may share the cognitive capacities of many of the primates. Their brain-to-body ratio equals that of dolphins and nearly matches our own. For overall brain size, they are at the top amongst all other birds. So it was without any wonder Louis was able to figure out ways that he and his new friend could make it through this winter together. One thing crows are known to do is adapt their behavior to situations that change. They have the ability to alter their ways and think ways through difficult situations. This primary key is why the ravens and the crows survive conditions other birds and animals cannot long endure. Cora awoke at first sad, but her spirits were quickly uplifted when she saw her friend limping his way back through the dead reeds. "Cora," he spoke, "tell me what your biggest concern is right now." Louis saw she was now fully awake. "My biggest concern, yes, biggest, foremost, number one, yes, biggest one. Well," she paused, "to see to it that you fly again." "Louis, I would say that is my biggest concern." No, cawed Louise. "That's my problem. What's your biggest concern?" "For your own sake." Cora stared at the crow. She was always amazed any time this little raspy-voiced bird said anything that reminded her of a goose's way or of her own sensitive feelings that were capable of being selfless. Weren't crows and ravens those beings that stole eggs from other bird species? Sure, geese were known to do similar awful things amongst their own kind, but not as frequently, not as talked about. Weren't they the ones that grouped in bickering, raucous crowds while they fed on rotting carcasses? Crows were just never one of Cora's favorite neighbors. That is until fate somehow coerced her into becoming acquainted with one little rogue by the name of Louis. "Well, Louis," she answered, not sure where to begin, for it was difficult for her to separate her own problems and worries of the cold against the loneliness. Finally, she opted for the more practical of the two trains of thought. "I suppose I'm concerned with my decision to stay this far north for the winter. I'm really not used to the weather getting as cold as I know it will, and I am worried about food and shelter. My little nest won't be enough, I fear." Louis jerked his head away, squirted some feces onto the cold, bare ground and looked back to his friend. "There's food everywhere, Cora, and food will keep your body warm. The warmth will keep your mind alert, and your alertness will show you different ways to survive even the coldest of winters. You'll see. You hungry?" Cora followed the talkative and inspiring bird through the grasses until they reached the edge of the reeds. Louis figured the distance for him to walk all the way into the exact location Tracker headed was impractical to pursue, but if Tracker could fly there, so could his goose friend. "See that hill over there? The smallest one between the bigger ones?" "Yes, I see it," answered Cora. "Fly over there and see if you see any food sources, no matter the kind. No matter the kind. It might be a bunch of corn from an overturned man machine, or maybe a dead animal, a skunk, a squirrel, perhaps even a big deer or moose. Then, come back to me. Tell me what you discover, whatever that discovery is, because there will be something there." Noticeably, Cora winced. Food sources? She thought Louis must be a little out of his corvid mind to assume she would even consider a culinary prospect such as a dead skunk or moose. "Louis, I'll do it." She paused, "For you," and before Louis had a chance to keep the conversation from repeating itself, she was off. But Louis smiled inwardly. He had never felt more purposive than in that moment, having a large bird follow his instructions, hesitatingly though it was. He watched her gracefully sail toward the small distant bluff. He wanted to help Cora more than his hurt limb, and her own healed wings would be the way to do it. While he waited for her mission to commence, the first flakes of winter fell on his head and at his feet, too. Cora landed near some almost empty trees. A brown leaf here and there still stubbornly clung to a few unyielding bare branches. One leaf gave up its earthly connection before her face, daintily dancing its way downward in an unpredictable tumbling motion. Cora gazed at it, wondering where it would land. The randomness of the fall with its never-repeating pattern led her to think how her life was like that, especially now, a series of mostly unpredictable events, some like the chaotic twistings of a falling leaf in autumn, Still, how uninteresting the dance would be if the path was straight down, as calculable as an aimed arrow being loosed. She walked over the hills that were now getting their first lacy trims of snow, until she could walk no further. The end of her trek brought her to the edge of a small cliff. She looked over the ridge, downward, to see if she could see anything she could report to Louis that might prove helpful. Below her were many trees, another woodland of mostly bare November limbs. It took her a moment before she locked her inspection onto a distant brown object that lay still amongst the dead, powdered leaves. Above this object, a blue jay couple sat perched on a branch as if they were waiting for something to happen. She could tell the object was that of some large dead mammal, probably a small deer, and she wondered why the jay sat still, just staring at it. Then, a lone raven swooped down and began to tear into the hard flesh of the frozen meat. But almost as quickly, the two jays began squawking their JJs, crying loudly at the large raven. They even flew down and started to peck at him, frantically flapping their wings until the blackbird flew away in a hasty retreat. He quirked a loud call and disappeared into the forest. It was almost as if the jays were more interested in keeping a large food source selfishly, entirely, for themselves, without even benefiting from the consumption of it. They seemed more focused on keeping other scavengers away from it than feasting on the large find. How odd it would be, Cora thought, if these two kept such a large source of meat to themselves, yet starved to death in the interim, because of their inability to share. The delicate snow was now beginning to paint the deer carcass a thin, opaque sheet of white. Well, she thought, she found what Louis was no doubt after, and so turning away, stretched her wings, heading back for him. Louis was picking at some sparse wild grain when the familiar sound of Cora's fluttering wings made him look up. "Any luck?" he asked her. "Yes, I know you crows eat from dead mammals, and there is a medium-sized deer laying still at the bottom of the bluff over there. 2 blue jays are keeping anyone else away from it. However, they don't seem to be eating from it, though. Strange." Louis chuckled a small caw and explained to Cora the blue jay's ways. "That's Tracker and his mate Therakin, Cora. Their intention is to eat from the carcass, but they're so possessive. It usually takes some of us crows or ravens to start the job before they realize how stupid they are by trying to hog it for themselves. Watch this." Louis cocked his little head back and let out 4 very loud, short caws. His head feathers momentarily spiked out like a punker's hairdo when he did this. The vocalization was metallic and timbre, sounding almost like barks. Then he continued by letting out a small trill-trill song like that of a starling. Cora thought it sounded so pretty, especially coming from a crow, but soon she realized he was sending out an invitation of sorts, to some mysterious eavesdropping ears saying, "Come here, come here." The enchanting trills gave the invite an almost dinner bell-like quality. Louis sat down, his slightly greenish-black sheen plumage smoothing down tight against his head again, and waited. Some minutes passed and he repeated the same loud, unusual calls. Then, only a minute later, in the far distance, Cora heard the hollow echo of croaking ravens. She knew they were responding to Louis by his reaction. He sat up, and began his calls once more. Caw, 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 trill. On the horizon, from within the distant woods, Cora could make out about 7 or 8 large ravens making their way straight towards them. "Are they nice?" Cora asked in a nervous whisper. Louis laughed. "Of course they're nice, Cora. Think I'd call them over here if they were a bunch of bullies." Cora swiveled her head once again toward the approaching ravens. She was amazed at their speed and how quickly they made it from some distance to landing a few feet away in just a few breaths. The ravens had similar characteristics to that of Louis but were 3 times his size. Their hunchback-like struts brought them straight to Louis' feet. "Louis," croaked the largest one, in a deep baritone. "Louis, good to see you. Haven't seen you in these parts in quite some while." Cora stared at the resplendently confident bird, allowing Louis to make the introductions. Right away, the large raven bravely stepped up to Cora. "Well, I've been a little out of commission, Nob, and my friend here is helping me get back on my feet again," said Louis, "or I should say, back with my wings again. You catch a pre-winter cold or something, old boy?" asked Nob, addressing the crow, yet standing directly in front of and eyeballing Cora, sizing her up, somewhat rudely with his bobbing head. "No, nothing quite that simple, unfortunately," answered Louis, who, sensing Cora's uneasiness with the curious raven, stepped between the two so he could engage in a more direct conversation with his old friend Nob. I was shot by some hunters, he continued. I can't fly, but Cora here saved my life. Nob, intrigued and slightly amused by the coupling of this unique pair, gently pushed his wing against Louis, causing Louis to step aside so Nob could once again get a clear view of the tall Canada goose. Well, miss, all of Louis' friends here extend to you our grateful hearts. You just happened to save a rare crow here, a crow we ravens consider a little brother, a roost mate and equal to us all. This was Cora's first introduction to any ravens, and even crows for that matter, since Louis' entrance into her life. All her life, she was conditioned to deem the Corvida family as rude, obnoxious and morally unredeemable creatures. Oh yes, the power made them, but the earth and man corrupted them, is what most of her kind had always fancied. Ravens were often seen following the two-legged hunters and seemed to have an almost amiable relationship with them. The ravens did indeed follow almost any hunter, whether polar bear, wolf, fox or man, almost like vultures, in hopes of getting the scraps from a kill. But the geese only looked at the externals, and what they saw was friends to man, not to be trusted. This raven's slightly brash but pleasant and respectful manners were not what she would have expected to encounter under any circumstance. Well, Louis is, she faltered, and then for some reason, her mind floated to Chancellor, Paul, Rosie, and the others, the geese that had let her down in such a big way in her time of great pain and loss. She held her head higher and finished, my friend, my good friend, and a better friend you'll never find, Madame Cora, a better friend you'll never find. And Nob, turning behind him, croaked a strange guttural call. Up stepped a raven that looked much like Nob, but smaller in size. This is my wife, Shankler. Shankler, this is Cora, the goose who saved our friend Louis' life. Shankler looked at Cora as uncertainly as Cora did upon meeting Nob. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, Shankler said softly, but with an accepting tone. Let me introduce you to the others. Cora was introduced to the remaining 6 ravens. An amiable crowd they all made, and she felt at ease with them within minutes. As when she first met Louis, she was surprised and impressed with their politeness, manners and genteel speech patterns. Louis, tell me something, asked Nob as Cora continued chatting with the group. Why would the men shoot at you? No offense to your beautiful savior here, but crows and ravens, all corvids for that matter, don't really have the meat humans seem to desire. Not a brain dripping of an idea, Nob. All I can surmise is I was in one of my teasing moods. You know how I am when I get the right amount of corn and army worms into my system. Anyway, I was just in a jovial mood and I looked at these hunters and they looked, well, funny to me. The weirdest things make me laugh, Nob. So I got really close to them, perched on one of those human-made tree branches with the black wires on, and just started to lose it. I was cracking up, and I couldn't stop. The orange shiny skins they put on looked so funny. Haven't you ever laughed when it wasn't right? Kinda like that time Walker during the night roost started laughing right after Shenandoah got snatched away to certain death by one of the horned owls. Middle of the night, everyone was in such a serious and quiet mood, and that's what kept him laughing. The unlikeliness of laughter at such a sad time, and then thinking about that. Well, anyway, it was one of those kind of laughs. After all, I knew those sticks have killed water birds and all. Yes, chuckled Nob. I do know the kind. Shankler hates when I let it happen, too. Hell, I hate it. Louis, it's like you can't stop. So what happened? You ticked them off and they took shots at you. I guess that's what happened. He didn't want to tell Nob about his swimming theory. It would have been too much for the traditional bird to take in. Louis opened his shattered wing for Nob to see. Ouch, said Nob. That's a nasty wound. Nob stepped closer. Think you'll ever fly again, friend? Don't know. Cora says I will and she says definitely. She's been such an encouragement to me, Nob. Such a wonder to me. Nob looked over toward the goose who was still calmly honking to the croaking, queaking and quirking ravens. You say she saved you, Louis? How? Why? Louis spent the next short while telling the tale of how Cora came into his woods that fateful day, and how she had been left out from her flock's migration that winter due to her own weakened wing. Again, Louis left out the way they initially met, with his failed attempts to swim. Quite a bird, Nob said at last with a nod. Louis then proceeded to tell Nob about the fresh deer carcass, it being the real reason he called for Nob and his clan. Nob immediately disrupted the ravens who were busy asking Cora all sorts of questions. He briefly apologized to Cora for the curt interruption. Food, everyone. Louis has found food. Well, Cora and I did. Just over the second bluff in that direction. Louis nodded. Tracker and Therakin are the only ones there. Haha, laughed Shankler. They shouldn't be any trouble, once they see they're outnumbered. Funny thing is, Louis added, those two are usually little trouble even when you're solo. Most birds don't know that. Their squawk is worse than their nip. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's eat, called Nob happily. In a moment, all the ravens were airborne as Shankler waited for Cora and Louis. Almost forgetting Louis' condition, she heard Nob croak from the air. Come on, honey, they'll catch up. It's a deer. We'll save plenty. Yes, go on, Shankler, added Louis. We'll be there in but a bit. With a friendly quirk sound, Shankler flapped her 4-foot-length wings and caught up with her mate. Come on, Cora, you'll love deer. It tastes like one big brown furry caterpillar. Cora watched Louis, who began hopping happily in the direction of the ravens. Her look was that of calm acceptance. Her mind, however, was muddled. What am I doing with this Howard? She thought. Louis kept hopping at a rapid pace, covering ground at about the rate of an adult human briskly walking. Cora had to flap her wings every so often just to keep up with him. When he reached the bluff's edge, Louis looked down and saw all 8 of the ravens tearing away at the outer flesh of the small deer. They each gave the other plenty of elbow room, and each raven shared the meatiest sections of the deer, exchanging positions and taking turn. Cora caught up to Louis, looked down, and wondered at the sight. Where are the jays? She asked. No doubt just a little ways away. They'll be back. There'll be plenty for them, too. The ravens share. Now Cora noticed some of the ravens taking off with chunks of flesh in their bristle-lined beaks. Where are they going? Come on, I'll show you. Louis knew this area pretty well from the past and led the way down the cliff by a small, winding, natural pathway. When they at last reached the stiff carcass, Cora winced. Hungry though she was, she could not even imagine eating from the body of such an animal. To her, it would have felt like cannibalism to humans. Louis hopped and walked over to the rear flank of the deer and began to tear at a gash that had already been started. Come on, Cora, he shouted. Tastes just like chicken, Louis. She stared blankly. I don't eat chicken. Nob and Shankler stopped their busy pecking and digging to look at the goose. Nob looked over to his friend Louis, who he could tell had a great fondness for this alien bird in their midst. Cora, he began. Louis wouldn't ask you to eat something that was bad for you. Cora looked at the small amount of blood dripping from Nob's black beak and simply nodded in response. The afternoon drifted into dusk. Cora remained huddled in a kind of feather ball several feet away from the busy ravens and crow. One by one, some of the ravens left the deer carcass with bits of meat in their mouths, only to return minutes later sans the meat. Louis, Cora noted, did the same by foot. At last, the feast was over, for the day at least, and the deer's ribcage was exposed with enough meat for the jays and coyotes. I sure wish you would at least try a piece. Louis spoke as he walked slowly back to Cora through the now 1-inch deep snow. I will get some wild corn in the morning, over near the other side of the woods. I know where there's a lot. You can join me. You'll love that place, she said calmly. Together, they walked all the way back to her nesting area while the sun closed the curtain to another day. November was acting like November, and a chill came over the snowy blue-white nightland. Meanwhile, Cora's old flock was busy settling into the routines of another wintering season in the South Carolina marshes and salt wetlands. Chester and Sorry asked Thomas where Cora was, and he had to bear the bad news as a catbird sang happily and ironically in the distance. Chancellor's mind was occupied with more important plans and had little sympathy or time for Chester's questions. Chester returned to Sorry and they both settled into a small feast of yellow-green grass. He said she could barely fly, but somehow, I feel he's stretching the truth, he said to her. I wouldn't trust him, Chester, Sorry answered, suddenly losing her appetite. She can fly as well as you and I can migrate. We both know it. In the distance, they could hear Chancellor honking for another meeting. Gee, you were going to tell me where you go every so often with the ravens over by the deer body, Cora said when the two began to do their now customary huddling that evening when they returned to her nest. Go? Oh, Those little trips into the forest? I was caching away portions of the deer meat into different places in the trees and ground root caves. Only I know where I put mine. Same with the others. Only they know where they put theirs. It's going to be a long winter, and food won't always be so easy to find. On such days, I'll count my way back to the same trees and stones and roots, and hopefully, my little lunches will still be there. The cold of the snow will keep the meat fresh for a long time. Count? Cora asked, having never heard the word, much less the concept. Yes, count. 1, 2, 3, you know. Third tree from the left of the bent pine, that sort of thing. 1, 2, 3. It began to dawn on Louis that his tall friend either never learned how to count, or all geese in general were unaccustomed to such intellectual pursuits. Cora, see that bare lilac bush, over there? He pointed with his good wing. Yes. How many big branches are on the closest edge of it? Those big, obvious ones. How many? Several. A bunch, Cora answered, quite pleased with herself. 5, Louis said crisply. 5? What's a 5? Come on, let's walk over there. Cora, I'm going to teach you something. The two birds walked over to the barren bush under the moonlit sky as Louis pointed to the lower parts of the branches that nearly touched the earth. Cora, let's pretend this bunch of branches, these several are trees, real trees, the big ones over by the dead deer. Okay, Cora said sweetly, let's do that. Stay with me, he continued. Now these trees are a little bit a ways from the body, and I'm going to hop way over to the last tree and hide a piece of meat inside it. It'll have to be a tiny piece. It's a tree, a big oak, with lots of knots and holes. Use your imagination. Louis caught impatiently. Nearby from the underground, a latent hibernating toad woke up momentarily, croaked her last croak for the late fall, and went quickly back to sleep. Louis, you're waking up the toads, you're so loud. Cora chuckled jokingly. Aw, the toads can put up with a little noise in the winter. We have to put up with theirs all summer. Now where was I? It's a tree, Cora said, somewhat amused and keeping right up with the crow's momentous lecture. Okay, now watch. Louis hopped to the first branch. 1, he hopped to the next. 2, he hopped to the next. 3, he hopped to the next. 4, and he hopped to the last low branch. 5, now I see this tree has a dandy little hole to stuff my prize into, he said as he pretended to be putting something into the 5th branch. Remembering these words, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When I come back to the dry bones of the decaying deer much later in the winter when food is harder to come by, I will not see just several trees near where my food is hidden. I will know exactly where it is by counting. He hopped back to the first branch. 1, hop. 2, hop. 3, hop. 4, hop. And 5, meat, eat. He pretended to be eating by smacking his beak open and closed. Cora still didn't quite catch on, and she had difficulty suppressing a small laugh, thinking all of Louis hopping made him appear more like the hibernating toad than a crow. She was about to tell him so, but she could tell, too, that whatever he was trying to teach her was no joke nor trick. She rightly sensed this sort of thing was some key to the crow's and raven's survival skills, so she nodded that polite nod of hers and merely said she would like to go over it again sometime. She flashed back to the patience of her teachers Hooker and Tarjan when they taught her how to exercise her wounded wing. Louis, I know you're doing this for my own good. I apologize for laughing and thank you. Louis looked at Cora as one would a sweet but slow-learning child and laughed a soft, friendly kee-rack. Soon, they were talking about other things. 3 Chancellor was busy testing out his new experimental ganging up method on a downy woodpecker couple. By remaining in groups of 5 or 6, they were able to successfully fight off any defensive tactics the woodpeckers utilized in justifiable efforts to protect their own food source discoveries. But the more the woodpeckers got flustered with the geese' adamant offensive attacks, the more grubs and insects would fall from the high branches to the ground where Chancellor's flock frantically jabbed the earth and partook of the clumsy spills. Paul was beginning to feel uncomfortable with the entire program, feeling guilty that the idea originated from his own selfish, aberrant behavior on a fluky, desperate winter's day from the not-too-distant past. Every time he tried to voice these feelings to Chancellor, however, Chancellor launched into a series of complimentary accolades that massaged Paul's fragile ego. It always was enough to shut the insecure bird up. as Chancellor continued to recruit more of the young, impressionable geese into more and more aggressive practices. One late morning, 4 of the flock were callously eating the remains of a small blue jay's cache of meat, hidden away in a very small tree branch. Not they happened to note when the little jay placed it there. Chancellor was one of them and turned his head when he heard another goose approaching. It was Paul. Paul, good fellow, you've arrived just in time to try a rare treat, the little cache of the young blue jay. They have excellent taste in squirrel meat and insect larvae. Rozzy kept his eye on the little fellow, and the rest is our history, or shall be history, as we've left the last scraps for you, old comrade, Chancellor said, munching in an exaggerated manner. Paul looked at the other geese and became a bit ill at ease until he spoke at last. Chancellor, we can't, well, he faltered, we can't eat other birds' caches of meat. We're geese. We just don't need to stoop that low, sir, and besides, that little jay is just that, little, young. He's just learning his survival skills like we all do. We don't know how long it took him to find that meat. We have no idea if he's totally depending on just that little cache to hold him over until he finds something else. He's expecting that to be there waiting for him maybe weeks from now. Chancellor blinked his bright dark eyes incomprehensibly. Paul, old boy, mustn't go soft on me now, are you? He began. Don't tell me you even care about some little bird that doesn't even have the courtesy to respect other songbirds' nests and eggs in the springtime? Payback is all this is, Paul my lad. Payback. Come on, now, try this stuff. It really is quite good. Paul looked at his commander-in-chief and then walked away with his head bent low. It probably helped, thinking that the thought of eating squirrel meat revolted him, but he also wanted to send a nonverbal message to his leader. He had changed his mind. Stealing was not right, and he was surprised at himself, that the words that did come out were the words he wanted to say. A little frightened by challenging his leader like this, his better self-image was a more important feeling to him now. As Paul walked toward the wetter areas and edible plants, Andrew, one of the other geese with Chancellor, left his leader's side and followed Paul's example. Chancellor was incensed, and to his own fragile ego, Chancellor now felt Paul's little speech bordered on insurrection. Chancellor found Paul later that day swimming in a small brown pond by himself. He stepped into the shallow water and paddled over to him. Paul, why didn't you stay with the rest of us? Please don't tell me you really feel sorry for that little egg stealer. Besides that, I'm sure he has relatives who have other caches as well. Chancellor, Paul answered while paddling in a slow steady circle. Do I have to be second in command anymore? I really don't think I'm up to being the kind of bird it takes to be a leader, at least not the kind you want me to be. Chancellor looked at Paul closely. What do you mean? Of course you are, and who better to judge such a thing than another leader? Unlike Paul, he minced no words for a change. Chancellor, sir, do you remember when Cora first flew north with us, after her accident? Of course, Chancellor answered calmly. Do you remember, or should I say, do you know what you called her during the flight back when she was last in the V? I seem to recall becoming impatient with her inability to keep up with the flock. All I was thinking was how she and Tarjun almost got our whole flock killed the migration before. He paused, studying Paul's eyes. I may have spoken more harshly than necessary. You have to remember, I was new to the job. Paul, surely you can understand a momentary lapse in proper etiquette in such a time. And she was lagging behind a bit. Paul dipped his head and lifted it again so that he was looking over Chancellor's eyes. I think she should have flown with us this winter. Paul, you were with us when we discussed this openly with Cora herself this summer. You seemed to understand then what needed to be said, what needed to be done. You, Paul, were one of our most tactful of emissaries. It was true. Paul did help deliver the hurtful message to Cora, and the memory pained him. He lowered his eyes so they now met his leader's. I only said what I know you wanted to hear, not what I wanted to hear, not what Cora needed to hear. To this day, I've regretted not speaking out about it. Chancellor soaked in what Paul was saying, wordlessly taking all of it in. Then he spoke softly yet strangely pleasant. Paul, follow me, son, was all he said, and he turned. Paul watched as Chancellor spread his large wings and flew over the weeping willows and Spanish moss-laden trees. He followed. Where are we going? You'll see, there's a private part of the sanctuary I want you to know about, as a leader, you see, but, oh well, humor him. Paul thought. Whatever he wanted to show him could stall his inevitable resignation. They flew what seemed to Paul to be human miles, and when Paul was certain they had left the entire sanctuary, and said so, Chancellor, wordlessly, simply kept on flying. Finally, they came to a treeless, barren area with a few human houses and several man-made flying machines, most of which were private airplanes docked near a long gray strip of asphalt. At last, after circling the airport 3 times, Chancellor touched down near one of the metallic planes. Know what this is, Paul? Asked Chancellor, walking closer to its body. Yes, a man's bird copier, precisely, a copy from man of what we take for granted. Pretty stiff and silly-looking things, Paul mumbled, wondering why they were at this foreboding place. It's a machine man has built so he can imitate flight like us birds initiate every day, Chancellor continued. A clever fellow the human can be sometimes, when he isn't busy shooting our kind. They seem to have an answer for everything. The shiny boxes that speed along the endless gray ribbons, the howling boxes of heavy clanking smokers, and these bird copiers. Have you ever been this close to one before, Paul? No, Paul answered in a slight nervous and confused note. I, like most of our kind, try to avoid most anything that even hints of human meddling or invention. After all, that's how Cora, when we leave from this place, Chancellor interrupted. You may possibly wish you were not only near one of these man-made vehicles, but inside one. Paul, how many times have I asked you to not ever question my authority? Paul stepped back. It was just at such times he knew his gut feelings about Chancellor were true, that Chancellor's lust for power and leadership went awry somewhere, that it went beyond the normal confines of decent and proper authority. All he could feel now was his desire to get away from this bird and be back to the preserve with the rest of the flock. Chancellor was gazing at the horizon where, unbeknownst to Paul, he saw the tiny speck of a man leave one of the control towers. The figure made his way toward a smaller, cage-like structure. Paul, leave. Paul looked at Chancellor questionably. I said leave. Now, Chancellor said again forcibly, never keeping his eyes off the horizon. Leave the flock? Or just leave here? Paul, you really are dense. Leave here. Leave me alone. You may return to the flock. Paul, with his beak open a quarter-inch in frustrated befuddlement, looked again at Chancellor. His feelings now were that of an uneasy disrespect coupled with a kind of aghast premonition. Nevertheless, he was glad he was given permission to leave this place. Whatever, he said simply as he shrugged his shoulders and spread his wings. See you back at the sanctuary. I doubt it, said Chancellor under his breath, his eyes never leaving the activity in the distance. Paul ran a few yards on the gray tarred ground and took off over the airstrip as if he were an airplane, made a 180-degree turn, and headed back to the woods. But before he could tell what even hit him, a large, mighty predatory peregrine falcon smashed into him from underneath and behind, sending his shocked body into a slight tailspin. Before Paul even had a chance to regain his wing beats, the falcon buffeted into him again, this time clipping into the goose's face, nearly gouging one of his eyes. Damn you, Chancellor, he honked as his ineffectual attempts to snap back at the lightning-fast assailant stopped cold in mid-air. Just as Paul was sure he could not stay airborne, he was hit a third time in the peregrine, this time, blinded Paul's right eye. The pain was too much and Paul came crashing down towards the runway where 3 men in silver and gray overall uniforms awaited. When Paul hit the ground, he could only lie there in pain and fear as one of the men approached him, carrying a small pistol. Poor little bastard, he's a Canada, the man uttered in human tongue and pulled the trigger. Meanwhile the strong falcon came flying down toward the men and lighted on the other open-gloved hand of the man with the gun. Usually these geese see Darwin here in long enough time to get scared and hightail it out of here back to the bird sanctuary where they belong. But it's the price one of 'em pays, now and then, to keep the bold ones from getting sucked into one of our propellers or jets. We probably just saved a couple of lives here, fellas. I saw this one fly from behind Maggie's house over there. Probably didn't get high enough, soon enough to spot him, another man said. He probably smelled Maggie's homemade cornbread. The third man chuckled, stroking his chin. The man with the pistol put it back into his chest holster and secured the leather blindfold back onto Darwin's head, cooing to him on the walk back to his aviary. Darwin let out a satisfied screech. Chancellor waited until he saw the falcon placed back into his cage, turned, and finally headed back to the sanctuary. Far below, he could hear the woman calling in the others for supper. Meanwhile, the heavier snows arrived late, but they more than made up for their tardiness with flurries that dropped 2 feet of snow in one night onto the cold northern Canadian wilderness of the Ongava Bay. Cora awoke to a land of smooth white with subtle shades of blue and violets. Soon Louis joined her conscious state and they were on their way to the cornfield, now walking through the untouched, freshly fallen snow. Not far now, Cora shivered as she walked with her friend toward the small field on the west end of the woods. As they walked, Cora brought up a subject that had been troubling her ever since she got to know the crow. Fearing it might be a sensitive issue, she couched her words in a polite, though slightly awkward sensibility. Louis, when a crow makes certain decisions, the polite tact wasn't coming out right, so she plowed ahead just like her feet were doing in the deep snow. Louis, there's something I've been meaning to ask you about the crows and ravens and even the jays' ways. Ways? Us corvids? What? He cawed, wondering if she wanted to know more about caching, or perhaps even counting. Well, in the springtime, oh, Cora, she thought to herself, just ask him straight out. Louis, have you ever stolen eggs from geese or songbirds in the spring for, well, consumption? Louis' reaction was mild, as if she asked him if he had ever eaten crickets. Of course, most corvids do. I've eaten robin's eggs, too, and the redbirds. We ate a good deal in the spring. Cora, he noted her worrisome posture and tried to consider the topic from her vantage point. Cora, even your own kind take eggs from your own because of jealousies or territorial disputes. But what you may not realize we do, is usually choose eggs that are tiny and easy to grasp with our little beaks. As it turns out, those are usually the eggs most likely never to hatch. Your geese neighbors are left with the most promising offspring to rear. Didn't you ever have any eggs that never hatched? No, she answered blankly as she only had one clutch, all of which had hatched fine. Well, he continued, were any stolen from you? She again shook her head. No, Cora, we knew you'd have those babies, so we left your nest alone, and it's something we only do when we need to. It's never caused your flocks to suffer, I assure you. This conversation did help Cora at least feel a bit more at ease with the crow's explanation of how and why they picked the meals they did. It never occurred to her that many of the eggs stolen were most likely ones that would never hatch. It helped her undemonize the dark birds quite a bit, in fact, and it was also the first time she wished Tarjan was there so he could meet Louis. As she spoke more and more freely with her new friend, she so wished to be able to respect his kind, by asking the right questions, at the right times. She was slowly able to feel more comfortable with even Louis' raven friends. Respecting them all became less and less of a conscious chore simply by spending time with them. She was growing in ways she never imagined before making friends with the crow. When they reached the small deserted cornfield, there were still some ears left unpicked by the nomadic human hobos who occasionally hiked through these regions. What started years ago as a well-planned cornfield ended up in a wild, disorganized stretch of stalks, the seeds dropping and causing new shoots of corn to grow for several springtimes, even up until this one. It perhaps looked out of order and somewhat scattered, but to Cora the small field was an imperial treasure trove of food, and her kind of food. It was also Louis' idea of a perfect meal. The fact it was so undiscovered made it all the more special. The two trudged through the light snow in search of reachable ears. While they ate, Cora asked Louis how his wing was feeling. He shrugged his stooped shoulders, saying they felt much the same. After pretty much stuffing themselves on corn, Cora sat between the uneven rows and proceeded to give the crow some exercise lessons. It was difficult and painful, but Louis did as he was told until it was time for a much-deserved nap. They found a low branch Louis could hop onto to get out of the cold snow, and they huddled together until some shut-eye came upon them. Some miles beyond, they could hear the rasping quirks and undulating cocks of the ravens, who were no doubt discovering another food source. As Cora drifted to sleep, she tried to put out of her mind whatever type of food they were getting so excited over. The ravens, unlike most other birds, share what they find of food, especially in the cold months of winter and especially with their own kind. Upon discovering a carcass, for example, a lone raven will often leave just to tell other raven brothers and sisters about the find. Their sense of communal concern is unmatched by any other bird species. Instead of remaining silent and protective over the discovery, The ravens will joyously cry out for all to hear. It is as if they are shouting, "Food here, come and get it." When Cora and Louis awoke, Cora noted how warm his little body was next to hers. The black plumage of his frame absorbed more heat than her brown dappled one, except for her own black neck. The dark plumage was another small advantage the crows and ravens had to help them contend with the winter temperatures. Cora's down feathers, of course, more than made up for the lack of black absorptive ones these corvids possessed. "Think you can try to fly just a little?" Cora asked her friend tentatively as she elongated her neck in the now sunnier late afternoon. A no was all she got for an answer, so they walked and hopped back to her secret place in the now crystallized and snowy marshes. The days were getting shorter, and before they knew it, the early evening stars began to sparkle. "There's my favorite constellation," said Cora as she looked longingly at the great gooseneck. Louis looked at Cora and then in the direction she was gazing. "Oh, what was that?" "The Man Who Hunts group," he said, also staring now at the Orion grouping of stars. Cora looked confused at her companion. "What are you talking about?" "The 3 straight stars there in a row." "Right. Is that where you're looking?" "3. Never mind. That bunch of stars that almost form a perfect straight line and its surrounding bright stars form, at least in a human's mind, a kind of human who is holding a club in his hand with a long knife hanging from his waist holder." Louis could tell he was not making an ounce of sense to the poor goose, so he tried explaining further. "See that group of stars that are in a row?" "Yes, that is the neck of the goose stars," Cora said proudly. "It's part of our tradition. We have a mythology surrounding them." "Well, okay, to you, that's what they are, but to man they just form the waistline to a man's belt." "How boring." "Well, from the waistline, it forms an even bigger picture using more of the surrounding stars as a part of a design that completes the picture. Look, see those 4, see those stars that make a pretty good rectangle further out from your gooseneck? They're kind of tilted at an angle, but 2, or a couple, are supposedly the shoulders of a human and the other are his feet or knees. The little tiny star above the waistline is supposed to be the man's head, I think. 2 other small stars, I mean a few more stars, dangle from his belt making a long knife, and some stars above his right shoulder are some kind of killing stick. He's a bad guy, a hunter." Cora looked at Louis as if he was losing his little mind, although the concept of 2 was satisfactorily beginning to seep into her own. "Says who?" "That's the gooseneck stars. I use them constantly in my flights south. They help me get my bearings," she said almost defiantly and definitely defensively. "Says man," he answered patiently. "See, Cora, everyone sees in the heavens what they want to see. Man sees a slayer, you see a goose. Once, I think I even heard some field mice say they think of it as a mouse tail. I myself actually used to just see the shape of the red mark under the black poisonous spider's belly in that group of stars before me and Nob found the book. For purpose of translation, book will suffice." "Book? What's that?" asked Cora. "Me and Nob. This is before he got hitched to Shinkler and before I was hitched. Well, anyway, he and I were taking what you might call a short migration ourselves one year south, when we happened to rest in a man-made park, by one of those stone and wood perches the people sit down on. We saw this book. It was a man-made thing as well, with square white leaves that turned and showed tiny neat markings, scratchings and strange images. I've seen them looking at these things, as if they remember someone or they communicate with other humans through them or something. They fall into trances when they look into them. Very strange behavior. Anyway, one of these books was left behind by one of them and me and Nob flew down to take a look at it. The breeze turned the white leaves for us and image after image and the thing showed us that they had copied down the constellations inside. I'm not sure if all of these books only have star patterns in them or not, though, but as the leaves turned, they placed their own objects and representations right on top of the same constellations. What they think of as a crow, for instance, is just a stupid little square to you and me, Cora. If anything, I would have called it a double crow neck, just like you would have, I'm sure, but a crow's body, head and tail. It was funny, and kind of eerie, too. What do they think of us as? Flying squares. Nob and I wanted to save it, but the thing was too heavy even for him, so we just tore a couple of the leaves out and sort of cached them. I think he still has them somewhere, maybe even has their idea of the killer men on one of them. I can't remember, but I'll see if he can show you so you can know what I'm talking about. Okay. said Cora, "but I still see only a neck up there, and I still see a square where they see a crow," laughed Louis and added, by the way, it's a beautiful long neck, Cora, a goose's." When Chancellor returned to the flock, he contrived a simple story about Paul's disappearance. The most common or logical way for a goose to disappear from a flock in these parts was by means of a natural predator, since hunting was outlawed for man. So Chancellor decided to speak a half-truth and simply told them that Paul had been attacked and killed by a large hawk while they were about scouting for food. Using his imagination, he added details, making of himself a life-risking hero. He told them he made failed attempts to counterattack the hawk. Chancellor even pulled from his wings several primary feathers before seeing the flock, to give the impression that a struggle had occurred. Most of the flock believed him, but for a few, Andrew had his serious doubts. For one, as did a few of the others who witnessed Paul's confrontation with Chancellor, and Sorry and Chester were two more who had learned to distrust Chancellor's ways for some time already. They sensed something was askew from his first few breaths of explanation. All of Cora's children, too, knowing how their mother was treated this season by this leader, had their reservations. The apprehensive looks on some of these geese did not go unnoticed by the self-possessed Chancellor. His first inclination was to just forget these doubters, go back to being leader again, yet without a second in command this time. However, as his eyes scanned the flock, an uneasy, indescribable message seemed to surface to the foremost of his thoughts. Replace Paul with someone popular, concluding his speech with a somewhat believable, sensitive and lovingly obliged tribute to the memory of Paul. Chancellor decided to further Paul's legacy with the following words: "Brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, Paul would be remembered amiss if I did not say here and now that I believe he was trying to save my life when he was attacked. It's my belief that he is a better goose than I for such self-sacrificing service and loyalty to the flock, and I would be remiss if I didn't tell you right now how grateful I am to his openness and honesty." Paul was one who never minced words. He was a smart, very smart bird. If he felt there was something I needed to address on a more thoughtful, a more keen level, he was there to point it out to me. Many times I disagreed with his proposals and ideas, but I am happy he gave them to me. "Humility," he said, "was a leader's best asset. Such open integrity has helped me to be a better one, and it's helped me to make my most difficult decisions less chancy." Chester looked at Sorry, and a mutual feeling permeated between them. Chancellor took the next step in his plan, and as soon as the words left his beak, he knew he had the makings of an ingenious transition. As many of you are aware, there is a big gap that Brother Paul has left behind. That gap is a difficult one to be filled, but I feel I have the solution in the physical presence of a kind-hearted soul among us. He's been with us for many years, and his roots date back to when Root King was still alive. The nephew of Root King, Thomas, is who I now, before all here present, asked to take the place of Paul as second in command. Most of you know Thomas, and many of you remember his old uncle Root King, who led another Canada goose flock away from a fierce storm some seasons ago, successfully saving every single goose and gosling. Root King returned to that storm enough times to lead them all to safety and to the caverns of Pain Lake. Chancellor noticed a change of mood in the crowd. They seemed to be paying closer attention now. The memories of the famous and almost mythical Root King seemed to uplift their spirits, and he knew that just about everyone appreciated his nephew Thomas. "It is Thomas, then, who I asked before the assembly as witnesses, to become Paul's worthy replacement. Thomas, will you accept this great honor?" Thomas was almost in the rear of the flock, and he could barely make out what had just been said. But when Rosie repeated it to him in a whispered hush, he didn't know what to say. He hardly had the wherewithal to seek any options nor turn such a speech down in front of so many of his kinfolk and friends, so he nodded his head in dumb submission as Chancellor continued his speech. "My fellow Canada geese of the Ungava Bay, join me in welcoming Thomas to the forefront of the formation and to my side for counsel and company and equal leadership." All of the geese present honked quietly and politely as Chancellor walked to the back of the crowd. He put his wing on Thomas' back, and Thomas gave a polite honk with the others, as he was ushered to the old stump. SSS. It was mid-December, and the bursts of sleet that brought the land to the status of a winter wonderland now grew darker as gray overcast skies set in and the snow kept right on falling. The winds kicked up and the temperature fell. The cozy, comfortable huddles of Louis were no longer enough to keep Cora warm. Her long neck was now hunched, her own down doing its best to maintain her body heat like a fluffy sleeping bag. Louis watched her shiver as the temperature neared 15 degrees below on this very chilly pre-dawn. "Today I am taking you to a special place, Cora," he whispered in her ear as he sensed her fitful sleep ending. Wawa, she murmured, her eyes fluttering slowly open. "I said I'm taking you someplace special, someplace I know you're going to like." More dead animal carcasses?" she asked with a hoarseness that matched her dread of the cold day. No, he chortled. "It's a surprise, though, but no dead carcasses." He shook his head and softly laughed to himself. He stretched his legs and tried to exercise his wounded wing, but with little benefit. It remained more numb than painful, and he knew that was a bad sign. "Oh, I see," said Cora, and then wordlessly lifted his wing higher above his head with her own. "1, 2, she whispered softly in a lilting tempo. "Hey, very good," laughed the pleased crow. They traveled and they traveled, over hills and through a forest, until finally they reached an expanse of snow-laden slopes that captured resplendently the beauty of the northern Canadian winters. "Oh, it's so gorgeous here with the snow," Cora sighed as she walked across the ice and snow-hardened earth. "I sometimes look forward to this time of the year more than any other," Louis said softly. "It's so quiet everywhere you go, so simple sometimes, if you're lucky." To Cora, this winter wouldn't prove to be a simple life at all, but she kept her bill shut, not wishing to ruin Louis' little reverie. They continued to walk, the crow hopping right alongside the tall goose. Louis was having more difficulty staying above the ground with his thin, wiry legs poking through the weakly packed snow. Cora's webbed feet, however, acted like snowshoes and kept her legs above the cold material most of the journey. They kept hiking this way, Cora having to stop and wait for Louis occasionally, until the day wore on towards dusk. Eventually, they came to a long graduated expansion of snow and more snow, accented here and there with some sparse bare trees. Louis hopped along until he came to the edge of one of these graduated slopes. "Look," he called quietly. Below the small hill from where they stood, a tiny cabin sat. Two human children were chasing each other in the snow-laden yard while an adult mother was helping a third, smaller child with a snowman. Red and green Christmas lights trimmed the outer brim of the cabin roof. They glowed steadily, causing the surrounding snow to glisten and sparkle. Cora could make out the silhouette of a man inside the large bay window. She turned around to fly some feet away. "Come back," Louis called louder this time. The people at the cabin paid Louis' call no mind. They kept right on playing. "Those are humans," Cora hissed quietly yet intensely. "You brought us to the hunters? Are you insane?" Louis hopped over to Cora and tried to explain why they were there. "Cora, listen, calm down. These people are not hunters. Hear me? Not hunters. Not all humans shoot birds. Cora, these people in this wooden box are what we Corvids call the winter crazy people." The crows and ravens could not think of a better way to describe what in man's tongue might have been more closely translated as the Christmas humans. Due primarily to the festive celebrations, decorations and music these people always, predictably, displayed every midwinter. They love birds. In fact, they love life. Come back and spy on them with me a little while. Come on, I promise they won't shoot at us. Cora lowered her head and crouching, she again approached the ridge of the slope. Slowly, she peered over the edge until she once again witnessed the children throwing fistfuls of snow at each other. A medium-sized brown mutt of a dog also rollicked with them. She now saw, and he let out a loud bark that caused her to freeze. "Don't even worry about him. He's a little terror with his voice, but that's all. A regular wuss. Why are we here, Louis? Why, after all of this walking, did you take me to see a bunch of them?" Cora's attitude was harsher towards humans since her few experiences were only with hunters, and of course, a human hunter was the cause for her loss of Tarjan. "Sometimes, Cora, when you have to survive in the north, the least likely animals can be a help. These animals, some of them are hunters, I know, but some, believe it or not, can actually help us." He hopped down the slope just 2 hops. "See that little pointy box that's sitting on a pole, over by where the dog is?" "Yes. What is it?" "I don't know what its name is, or why they even do it, but Nob and Schenkler and I, whenever we're really hungry, almost always find seed and grain and corn in it. It's open even at night, and that's when the man worshipper is inside the nest box." Cora now looked at the playful human children. They reminded her of her own offspring when they were first learning how to fly. The joyful playfulness of youth was a commonality between the species. She then turned her gaze to the dark man's figure in the large window. He was reclining in a big chair, smoking a pipe. As her eyes drifted back to the yard, she looked more intently at the mother, who seemed to be spending the most time with the smallest child. Her own Tarzan Jr. was in need of extra flying lessons and attention. At different given times, there was always one of her brood that required more consideration than the others. Then her eyes drew back again, focusing on the twinkling green and red Christmas lights. It was, once her initial fear waned, a beautiful vision at that. "Louis, why do they have those strange sparkles on their roof? Those red and green things?" Louis laughed, one of his more robust caws. "New idea, Cora. They don't seem to serve any practical service we can think of. They leave them burning all night long, even after they seem to go to sleep. It's just one of the reasons we call them the crazy winter humans. But I'll tell you a secret. It's a kind of crazy I like. They've put them up this time of winter every season since I can remember, even before Carrie and I were." Louis stopped himself and quietly changed the subject again. "I'll tell you something else. Besides the food box on a pole, these people, believe it or not," and Louis lowered his head while still looking into Cora's eyes, "have fed pieces of meat and bread to Nob and Shankler, right out of their hands." "What? No." Cora couldn't believe it. "Yep, seen it with my own eyes, Cora. They've tried to get me to do it, but I'm not that crazy. Humans, even these nice ones, are way too unpredictable for my inclinations. I prefer to keep my distance, stay on wires or poles before I would be that brave." "But Nob, hell, know what he says? He says the winter crazies are his friends." "Friends? Can you believe that? Ravens are my kin, Cora, but every time he says stuff like that, I just get the shivers." "Hell, I'm getting the shivers already," said Cora as the sun was now fully under cover of the horizon and a fingernail clipping of a moonshine not so bright in comparison. "All right, Cora, speaking of Nob and Shankler, and since we're so far away from your special place, I'm going to take you to their roost. It's not far from here, and we can spend the night with them." "Okay," Cora said she supposed so, and off they ambled toward another mysterious edge of their world. Within a half of an hour, they reached about an acre of old dried and dead gray trees that resembled driftwood and served as perches for about 70 ravens. Louis was the only crow guest, and Cora, of course, was a first for every one of them. "Well, have you ever seen such a sight?" one female asked her mate. "The day geese roost with ravens is a sure sign of the end of something." An older raven quirked quietly to a small group of 5 youngsters, all of whom sat on the same branch together. The rest of the ravens only stared. "I can hop up to the kind of wide branch where we can sit. Just follow me." Usually Shankler and Nob roost in this same area. I don't hear them yet, though. Louis hopped from drywood branch to drywood branch. Cora flew up to where he sat, her large flapping wings causing a few discordant ogles from the crowd of strangers. Soon, Louis heard the familiar quirks and warbles from his friends. "Cora," Shankler shouted, "what a wonderful surprise. Well, thank you for making me feel welcome. I do admit I feel a little out of place and strange here, not to mention a little bit the center of attention. I hope I'm not being any kind of nuisance or threat to anyone." "Nonsense," quirked and knocked Nob loudly, and he immediately turned his attention to the roost. "Listen everyone, this is Cora. She saved our friend Louis' life, who was shot by one of the men with the fire sticks. She is our friend. Please make her feel welcome here." As quickly as he had finished this announcement, the ravens burst out in raven song. Trills, beak snaps, knocking sounds, croaking, yells and warbles and squawks of all kinds sounded round about the goose. This was their way of honoring her and welcoming her. Outside of human beings, she had never in her life heard such a variety of sounds from any other creature. It was exotic and primitive and very beautiful, she responded. Once the raven settled down, with her traditional 2-note honk, the second syllable rising high in pitch. Everyone seemed to like that, and she found herself stared at no longer. Louis told her she was not only accepted in the roost, but that she could now visit it any time she desired. Cora told Louis she wished her children could see her now. "Maybe they will sometime," answered the crow, and soon they drifted to sleep as smoothly as the drifts of snow beneath them. A snowy owl hooted from far away, its echo resonating off the higher cliffs. but it never attacked the roost the entire evening. The next dawn, the owl's haunting, deep-throated hoot was replaced by the morning calls of a pine grosbeak. Cora woke first, nearly falling from the unaccustomed perch of a branch. She flapped her sturdy wings and sensed the temperatures had dropped even further. Louis, who was now used to waking to Cora's time clock, was awakened by the fanning air her wings circulated. He looked up at his friend and could tell she didn't appreciate the coldness one bit. "Come on, we'll go back to the bay. Maybe some water plants will do you some good." On their journey back, Cora told Louis more about her past and the loss of Tarjan. When she finished, she looked down toward her hopping comrade and asked, "Who is Carrie?" Since she had just bared her soul about Tarjan, it was easier for Louis to tell her about the mate he also lost. Crows also mostly mate for life, Cora, and my Carrie was my one and only. She was my proof of a god. He sighed. It was during a blizzard a few years ago. Little food and my Carrie froze to death in the midst of the storm. I was trying to keep her warm and away from the high winds inside the thick hole of a big tree. I told her I'd be right back as I was going to get some cached deer meat for her, but when I returned, those beautiful eyes, they weren't shining anymore. Cora stopped walking. She paused and then let out a mournful, slow and sad sound for the both of them. They shared a common grief neither were aware of when they first met. Then she told Louis to hop onto her back for the rest of the way home through the thick, unforgiving snow. Chapter 11. Louis saves Cora. In their seeking, wisdom and madness are one and the same. On the path of love, friend and stranger are one and the same. Once you taste the wine of union, what will be your faith? You'll tell everyone that the cave and the idol temple are one and the same. Jalaluddin Rumi. By man's calendar, winter was official, but by the animals it had been winter for several weeks already. The skies now fell in the form of mild snow and soon shifted to mild snowstorm after mild snowstorm. Consequently, the snow was becoming quite deep. Every single inch of the land was now white. Cora's river stream was mostly covered with ice and the lakes and part of the bay were turning solid as well. When thirst overtook their foremost needs, Louis taught Cora that eating snow in place of seeking water sources was a good way to keep from dehydrating. They also spent more time at the old Raven Roost, not far from the Christmas humans, and on one day, regardless of his newfound precautions with people, Louis managed to talk Cora into flying to the yard when he noted how little of the cached meat she would try. He was determined his beautiful friend was going to eat. She was going to eat as if she were in the semi-tropical south this winter. The human's bird feeder was just one of many small ways he would see to that. It was night and Cora settled her heavy body on top of the small compartment that held the seeds, pecking away until she was filled. Louis stayed on the ground, picking up all the corn and flower seeds that fell and scattered there. Before they even became conscious of it, the light of dawn began to slide into their world, and almost as quickly as the sun arrived, one of the children burst out of the back screen door, letting out the scruffy brown dog with him. "Louis, run, it's the dog," Cora honked loudly, flapping her wings as she instinctively flew to the nearby hillside slope. Louis immediately began hopping from the post, frantically trying to get out of the yard. The snow was too thick now, however, and each time he hopped, he was forced to scramble out of some snow until he could manage another bolted hop. The dog was on him in seconds. He scooped Louis in his mouth, but neither made an attempt to bite down or kill the frightened crow. The dog kept Louis' body in his mouth and trotted proudly over to the child, who must not have been over 8 years of age. "Malbo, bad dog, put that poor little bird down," screamed the young boy, and yanking on the dog's collar, caused Louis to be spit upon the snow right next to the back porch of the cabin. Louis remained still as he knew any attempt to run off would be futile. The boy picked the crow up, brought him onto the small wooden patio, and laid him on his lap. "Poor little crow," he whispered and stroked Louis' tiny scalp with one of his thumbs. The dog, Malbo, with his ears laid back and his eyebrows tensed, walked up to the boy and sniffed at the crow, wagging his tail and butt. He made no further attempts to snap the bird into his mouth. Meanwhile, Cora was horrified as she witnessed her friend with the human child, unable to escape whatever plans they had in store for him. She looked afar in the direction of Nob and Schenkler's roost and decided the only thing she could do was go and get help. By flight, it might not take so long, she thought. She was right. She had some difficulty finding it by air, but she did remember the roost was only 3 hills away. Her counting abilities were coming in handy already as she kept her sights on the corresponding hills. Comet Wu, An, Thursday E. She breathed a sigh of relief when she once again could hear the hollow, gong-like calls of the ravens. At least some of them were still there. Not all of them were gone for their daily activities and wanderings. Is Knob and Schenkler here? She honked loudly, lighting on a nearby branch. No, said an elderly raven, the one who looked after many of the juveniles. He was a full 34 years old and blind in one eye. He spent most of his widower days with the younger ones, helping them get clues to the survival of the land. They left a little while ago. Say, you're the crow's friend, aren't you? Yes, yes, she gasped, trying to think what to do next. Time was short. Just as she bent her wings to head back to the cabin, the old raven spoke again in his slow, crackly voice. Is there trouble afoot? You seem mighty upset about something. Cora jerked her head back toward the old raven. Then she looked back in the direction of the cabin. She looked in a few more directions, finally settling her eyes once again on the large, hunching blackbird with the sparse head feathers and one dull eye. He's in trouble. The crow. The winter crazies got him. The crazy humans with the lights. She honked desperately. Winter crazies. Lights. Pa. Oh yeah, I know them. What on earth would they want with a crow? Pretty nice people as people go over there, he said, cocking his head in a quirky fashion. I don't know. All I know is the dog there got him and now one of the human cubs has him in his paws. I have to go back. And as she turned to fly, the old raven quirked along in loud succession of revenues. I'll go with you, he said. I've known those people since before they even had human chicks. Let me try and help. And together, the two took off toward the lower bluffs. Thomas was happy to be receiving so much attention from the rest of the flock, and Chancellor decided to let him have more time to himself than he had previously allowed Paul. Maybe if I just keep him away from those of us who don't mind the new way, he thought, I can keep the flock peacefully compliant. We're so proud of you, Thomas, said Susanable, who with Jed, were a young goose couple who have just mated that spring. To be next in line as a flock leader must be quite a thrill. Next in line, Thomas answered. It never occurred to him that was part of what it meant to be Chancellor's right wing. Sure, didn't you know? Paul was constantly bragging how he was going to be a good and fair leader, should the demise of Chancellor ever become news, answered Jed while his mate preened her tummy. I figured you knew that. No, Chancellor never told me that part of the deal. I guess I'm more important than I thought, he laughed, feigning a humble attitude. Secretly the new information made him feel an inch taller. Well, honey, just don't let it go to your head, Susanable threw in. Towards the end of Paul's life, he was beginning to turn into a regular little autocrat, not unlike Chancellor. That whole food stealing scheme, it started with him, you know. With ominous timing, Chancellor made his entrance, landing right next to Thomas, just as Susanable was finishing. Thomas, it's grand to see you mingling. Something Paul, well, let's just say bird skills weren't his forte. Listen, Thomas, there's an elderly couple you're going to have a chat with. The female of the two is quite rotund, to put it mildly, and since you know them, I want you to be the one who asks them to stay in the sanctuary with Chester and Sorry this spring. They're especially she's too big a risk for the flock. You know how it goes. You're there to agree with us about Cora, and we all know Chester and Sorry are living examples of a good and carefree life here. Jed and Susanable glanced at each other uneasily. Jed, Susanable, could Thomas and I be alone, you suppose? Business matters, said Chancellor while looking at Thomas. Well, let's see, I'm sure, Chancellor, why not? Answered the somewhat insurgent Susanable. Jed gave his mate a don't make waves look and the couple walked off toward the marshes. Now alone with Thomas, Chancellor spoke again. You really have a way with the younger geese, Thomas. That makes me happy. Who knows, maybe one of them will take a fancy to you come next mating season. The leader picked up a leaf in his beak and twisted it with his tongue, spinning it like an affected pinwheel. And now, about this message, do it soon. I prefer you do it by sundown tomorrow. That will give them enough time to acclimate to the situation, psychologically, come migration. You know, like we did with Cora. Chancellor was testing Thomas' gratitude for his new position and his loyalty to Chancellor's leadership, as he knew he was once friends with the former flock member. He never stopped studying Thomas' eyes closely as he spoke. With some hesitation, Thomas asked, "Who is this old couple you wish me to give this news to?" "Chancellor, Shelfather and Maribird." "What? No, you're kidding. Really? You see, can't ask me to do that." "Chancellor, we're closely related." Yes, Thomas, all the more it's a good reason the news should come from you. By your delivery of the order, it will feel right to them, as a family affair. You see, we are all family, the flock, you know, we're all in the same tribe. Do you think it was a piece of corn for me to deliver this command to Chester and Sorry? You should see the looks I still get from those two to this day. They don't realize I make these decisions for the good of the whole, and for their own good, Thomas, and at a personal inconvenience, I might add. Please, just do it tonight. If it's easier, they will get used to the idea in time, just as Chester and Sorry did, I guarantee it, and I promise you your future duties won't be as difficult." And with no other word, he walked away. Chancellor wasn't about to let Thomas' popularity outshine anything he deemed appropriate for the new attitude and his personal need for control. With this act he required, things would be as they were and even better. Now the flock could look at Thomas with the same amount of skepticism as toward himself. Some of the pressure would be alleviated with the easy-to-manipulate Thomas. Kind souls, thought Chancellor, usually were easy to exploit. Naive and kind souls usually, almost always, were. Thomas walked in the direction of the swamp he knew was one of Shelfather and Maribird's favorite spots, and sure enough, his old plump aunt and skinny uncle were there, swimming slowly in the coral-pink sunset of the waning day. "Thomas," Shelfather called, "good to see you." Anne, the elderly raven, lighted upon the edge of the low hill that angled gradually toward the human's large unfenced backyard. Cora was already there waiting, and as before, the boy was still holding Louis in his hands and talking to him. There was a cardboard box next to them and the reclining dog. The raven started making clicking sounds with his beak. As he kept snapping his bill like this, he interjected barely audible murmuring noises as well, which caused Louis to turn his head. Cora stood amazed on the slope watching what the old, shaky raven did next. He paced the short length of the slope's edge, let out a quick, high-pitched squeak and flew straight toward the boy and dog. But instead of attacking, as Cora only expected, he simply perched on top of one of the patio posts and stared at the child, making an occasional cluck or knock sound. The dog was just out of reach of the old raven and Maubo knew the bird would quickly take off if he made a dash for him. The next thing that transpired further shocked poor Cora. The boy got up after gently placing the crow inside the cardboard box and led his dog by the collar back into the house. When he returned, the boy's father was with him and the two humans began speaking to the old raven. "Latvia, old boy," the man said in a friendly way, "where in the world have you been keeping yourself?" Latvia acknowledged the man's greeting with an almost dog-like grunt growl followed by a reciprocal friendly quirk. He then looked down at Louis, who was already up on his feet, poking his head over the edge of the box. He was eyeballing the large yard before him. Louis was still too frightened to try and slip himself out of the box and begin walking away, but with his raven friend right there, who he now saw had an obvious rapport with the cabin humans, he now began to feel a little more relaxed. The dog's new location helped his nerves a bit as well. "So, Latvia," the man who was standing in his pajamas, slippers, and down jacket continued, "Oliver here tells me this little crow was wounded by our dog and can't fly. If he's a friend of yours, I'm sorry, old fella, do you have any suggestions? Want us to try and nurse him back to flying again?" Old Latvia immediately hopped down onto the oak floorboards of the patio and jumped into the box with Louis. The raven let out a very soft trill and then a quick quirk-queak and then turned his attention back to the two humans. He opened his beak again, but this time actually vocalized in human tongue the words "come on." This was the first time Louis heard a raven speak human, although he had heard rumors even his crow relatives were known to imitate the words of man. So, he did a double take while old Latvia pushed on the side of the cardboard until it tipped over, spilling them both upon the patio again. The man and his son merely stood by as the raven hopped off the wooden sundeck and into the snowy yard. "Come on, Louis," he said in Ravenese. "Now they won't try and keep you. Follow me," and off he hopped with the smaller crow in tow. The man laughed, scratching his head while his son asked, "Do you think Latvia is gonna take care of him?" "I think," said the father, Our Latvian knows that bird. He'll be all right, Oliver, better off than with us trying to meddle in nature's affairs. Come on now, your mother's been very patient keeping our breakfast warm." And inside they went where their dog was waiting with tail wagging. "Cora," said Louis upon reaching the bluff, "what's the matter? You look like you just saw a spirit or something. What a matter? You didn't like my playtime with the winter crazies." "Louis, I was worried sick to death," she honked in all seriousness. "Cora, you've saved me twice now. How can a crippled bird ever repay or thank you?" Louis now said as serious as Cora was. Her voice went 2 octaves higher. What just happened down there?" She was still flabbergasted at the boldness of the old raven. "Well, gal, I've tamed a few of these humans, you see," said Murdoch, Latvia's true raven name. "They just needed to know that I could take care of our crow friend better than they could." They really weren't bent on hurting Louis, but who can guess how long they would have kept him? Maybe forever, in some cage for all we know. He snapped his beak again, and that big dog is always a bit frightening, eh? Louis responded by stretching both wings and cawing a joyful car. Then Louis asked Murdoch a question. "Was that human words I heard you throw their way?" "Merle, yeah?" "Louis, yeah? When you spend as much time being fed by these winter humans as I do, you pick up a phrase or two. When they were being tamed by me and Nob and Shankler, they used to say come on to us and the other ravens quite a bit. Not sure what it means, just something friendly, I guess. Anyways, they'd always say that when they were the friendliest and had the most food, so I learned their own words of submission just to let them know I wasn't going to hurt them, and in today's instance, hurt their crow. I think they thought they had dibs on you today. Louis, your goose friend here really did save your neck. Haha, I think they realize you have too many friends to keep you in a cage." Cora looked dumbfounded yet happy. Learning to count was only the beginning of her newfound adventures. She had heard a raven speak humanese, and she watched him coax Louis right out of their pink-fleshed hands. What might the rest of the winter bring? Together, the three hopped, walked, and skated their way through the snow and ice, for Louis' benefit, until they reached the night roost again. It was still only midday. They decided to find a food source together to pass the time, for their little adventure had burned up quite a few calories. Murdoch took them to a nearby road where he flew up and down the stretch in search of roadkill. Louis obliged Cora with the details when she asked what he was doing. "Roadkill," she groaned, imagining accurately the implication. "It's going to be a long winter," Louis muttered to himself. Soon Murdoch was yelling up a storm and Cora and Louis followed the beckoning calls. While they hurried on their way toward the old raven's voice, Cora reflected on how interesting it was to witness the various ways both her friend Louis and the ravens tried out new and various methods just to find food. Her corvid friends shared a rich awareness and detail about their widespread world. They made more complex decisions than she was used to, apart from migrating. When they reached Murdoch, he had already begun to tear into a half-eaten ribcage from that of a domesticated sheep. Whichever predators or scavengers first killed or discovered this sheep, wolves or coyotes no doubt, they left the good meat from getting buried in the snow. The birds benefited by finding these meals on their unceremoniously abandoned bodies. Murdoch was obviously enjoying his find as he loved the suet, digging in with abandon, his half-balding head stabbing and shaking the strips free until they found their way down his hungry gizzard. Louis followed suit. Cora stood by patiently. "Cora, try it," Louis encouraged, almost whining. "Just a little." "No," she answered with no reservation. "Cora, it really does not taste that bad. Even better than the deer," Louis continued, stripping off a thin piece for her to try. He wasn't ready to let her get off that easy. "What was the talk about tasting like chicken?" she queried. "Yes, like a grasshopper, even, only fewer stickly legs. It's good for you, will warm you up." Yet again, Cora shook her head in her inimitable, long-necked "No, Cora, you eat insects sometimes in the summer." "No, I've seen you." "Yes, but they're only insects." Louis wasn't going to let the conversation end there. He knew she would have to learn to be more flexible, like a crow, if she hoped to survive this far north, this far into winter. "Only insects," he mumbled. "Cora, have you ever studied a moth or a grasshopper before you ate it?" "Studied? Yes." "Pondered what a wonderful little entity the little bugger is. The little bugger you're about to swallow, a moth." Cora couldn't help but giggle. "It's only a moth." She felt no need to continue the debate. It was only a bug, Cora. Moths have big, bright eyes they use to follow the moon with, much like you geese use your senses in your migrations south. Growing from the tops of their tiny little skulls, they sprout God's white ferns, just like the ferns in the forest. Their wings fly as fast as a bird's, and I've heard that some of them even migrate further south than you do each winter. They migrate? She asked in wonder. Out of curiosity, I followed some. Others have met up with them even further south than where you tell me your sanctuary is, over water 10 times the size of our bay even. So I've heard from some songbirds. Cora, moths come from worms, wrap themselves into little shells and change in the early summer into the flying insects you eat. Kinda makes you pause before swallowing, he said, stripping still more tiny pieces from the dead sheep. Just like pausing before this old gal. Now eat, or you'll die. Shelfather and Maribert held no grudges against their nephew Thomas for the news they well knew he held no responsibility for. They were acquaintances of Chester and Surrey and, like them, were counted within the flock who could not help but keep a wary eye on their leader. Still, it didn't help Thomas to have to carry out such a difficult task. This aunt and this uncle meant the world to him. Maribert was indeed a large overweight bird, and Thomas noted as he got older. Many of the geese made cruel remarks about her condition behind her back. He noted that she, along with Shelfather because he was her mate, was nearly as ostracized as his old friend Cora had been, and the only reason was her size. Both his aunt and uncle were capable of keeping up with the migratory routines, however, and Thomas knew this, and now, all of a sudden, it began to dawn on him that the leader he once revered so may have been wrong about a lot of things, including the banishment of Cora. The weeks following, he spent more and more time with his uncle and aunt and the older geese. He meditated much of the time and kept to himself. He had secret conversations with his relatives and more trusted friends like Susanable and Jed, and all of them encouraged him with his private plan. He also had private conversations with their power. He wasn't certain, but he thought he felt a presence encourage him in a more mystical yet self-same way. In the middle of the month of January, in the dead of night, on a moonless black backdrop, Thomas paddled through the resting geese who were on the waters. He spread his wings. "Where are you going?" a voice called from the cypress and duckweed blanket. "Oh, nowhere, Chancellor. Is that you?" The large goose stepped into the water and brought himself to Thomas' side. "I love to stay awake at this hour," Chancellor said in a false pretense of soothing friendliness. "It gives me a chance to count my blessings, to thank the power for my blessings, and to check on our flock while they rest." Thomas silently cursed his luck and timing. Did this monopolizing bird ever sleep? "Thomas, up north your old friend Cora is no doubt finding it difficult to survive this time of year. It would be foolish to fly all the way up there in midwinter. Wait with the rest of us. I'm sure she's still alive." Just then, a pair of brown pelicans flew right past the geese in what seemed to be some kind of hurry. "Oddest behavior is occurring this evening with much of the waterfowl, Thomas. They say when the moon is full, madness is stirred," Chancellor said ominously, "and they say when the moon is hiding, that hasty decisions led the foolish like blind moths into the man-lights. HMMPH. Now where do you suppose those pelicans are off to?" Thomas could barely make out the pelicans when they flew by. He blinked in the almost pitch blackness of the night, hardly able to see Chancellor's silhouetted form next to him. "I don't know," was all he could say, but then added in an almost inaudible whisper, "But I doubt they are blind." "Keep to the plan," Chancellor half warned. After a strange quietness descended between them. "Cora will be there in the spring, I promise you. She's a survivor, and the tales she will undoubtedly tell us all. You on the other hand, Thomas, do not have the makings of a survivor. Keep to the plan. Good night now." Chancellor paddled back to the brush, and again, Thomas was alone. He fell asleep on the water. He waited another 2 nights before he stretched his wings in the same determined direction. "We'll see who is a survivor," he thought to himself. On this night, Thomas made certain Chancellor was not nearby, and he lifted off towards the north, beating his wings many times before he took his first rest. "Where is he?" asked Chancellor about a full day after his unrevealed departure. "Where is Thomas?" Chancellor was frantic. He sensed his missing and somehow knew the bird he had entrusted with such high rank had abandoned his warnings. "I want a scouting group organized," he called as he recruited a sizable number of 10 strong geese to search for the missing nephew of Root King. But after a week of scouring the Southlands, No one was able to locate him ever again, and Chancellor never again chose a second-in-command as a result of this second embarrassing, mutinied jilt. Capital X. In the far north, Cora was reluctantly learning how to stomach small scraps of meat, but Louis usually had to cut up the pieces for her. Her bill was just not designed for the task of slicing through such tough and frozen hides, but Louis was more than happy to help her by flaying the meat into tiny edible strips. With the meat in such bite-sized pieces, she was able to swallow them with little difficulty. She was still able to find some corn and enough water plants to sustain her vegetarian needs and cravings, but she had to admit, the occasional time she allowed Louis to be the chef helped importantly by keeping her body temperature comfortable on even the coldest of days. One afternoon, in early February, Cora wandered off in the direction where the Raven Roost was. Her newly acquired numbering abilities were improving and she enjoyed counting the trees over and over again. She was able to reach 6 with little difficulty now, and this ability actually helped her quickly locate some hidden pellets of corn she stored beneath the small cone of snow she and Louis built together. They were exactly 6 trees away from a small cave she was able to find with ease. As she walked past the small dark cavern, a low growling noise came from within its recesses. Quietly, she continued on so as not to further disturb whatever occupant, she figured, she must have awakened. Had she known she had stirred the rare and elusive Wolverine, Cora would have abandoned her attempts to find her cached corn, and have taken to a hasty flight. Probably a sleepy bear, she told herself upon finding the third tree from her snow cone. The unusually unique Wolverine is on the threatened species list and in many parts of North America, is an extremely rare carnivore to witness, even by researchers. Few are even seen in zoological parks since any sort of capture is an unlikely event. The Wolverine does not store or cache food and always travels alone. No record is known of any Wolverine who hunts in the company of other Wolverines. She does not hibernate like the bear, and so she spends the harsh northern winters roaming about through heavy wastes in a plodding, methodized and determined pursuit of food. All the other animals of the north give her a wide berth. They both fear and respect the ferocious Wolverine, though, generally, they eat small prey. They've been known to attack and even kill animals far larger than themselves, notably, the beaver, caribou and even the mighty moose. Her average size is just under 4 feet and weighs between 20 to 25 pounds, and when engaged in actual combat, no matter what the odds, she will fight to the bitter end, never retreating from a foe no matter the size or strength. Even when dying in battle, while the last breath of life is in her, she will remain a raging fury. She is credited with following trappers and killing and loosing animals found in their traps. Ernest Thomas Seton writes the following description, comparing this mysterious legend with his tiny cousin, the weasel. Picture the weasel, a little demon of destruction, that small atom of insensate courage, that symbol of slaughter, sleeplessness and tireless incredible activity. Picture that scrap of demoniac fury, multiply that some 50 times, and you have the likeness of a Wolverine. And so it was that just such an unlikely, tireless, hibernating carnivore was keeping a blurry-eyed and secret surveillance of every living thing that crept past his temporary abode. Just as Cora chanced by, the growl he emitted was more out of indecisiveness than anything else. As the predator could not quite make out the manner of beast Cora presented, he peered intently at her form, some 40 feet away from his impromptu den. As Cora turned, she saw him and immediately froze in her tracks. Then the Wolverine did something quite unusual. As he stepped out into the sunlight, he exhibited a habit no other animal on Earth share, save for man. He stood upright and shaded his eyes with a forepaw just like a human does when viewing a distant object, so as to shield the sun from the eyes. This Wolverine was powerfully strong, had a keen sense of smell, and had the tireless patience of a Bengal tiger stalking his prey. But he had one single handicap: poor eyesight. Stopped in your tracks, stranger, he called after the statue-still goose in a language she could understand well enough to get the intent. Move a bit so I can see who my new neighbor may be. Cora was about to speak in the only language she knew, her Canada Goose tongue, and tell him that she was but a small bird, hoping it would fool the hungry bear skunk into giving up on such a paltry pursuit. But she had no way of knowing small rabbits, lemmings, woodchucks, mice and even small birds were likely, even preferable, candidates for a Wolverine's dinner plate. Had she spoken thus, Her earthly time would have been over within the next minute, and her celestial quest to find Tarjan again could have commenced, for the honk of her tongue would have spelled goose supper to the starving Wolverine in any event. But a strange voice from behind her spoke up, and at first, she thought it must have been the power saving her in a miraculous and desperate last second. The words spoke on her behalf, pretending to be her, but in a tongue which sounded mammalian and Ravenese all at once. All who fear the Wolverine, fear me as well, but for a reason even a Wolverine can tell. And up from behind Cora, a dark bird spread his wings painfully white and high, so that it almost looked as if Cora were a black fan peacock. Gee, the voice continued in his folkish rhyme, I'm the slowest creature in the land, but I have the best defense even for man. You must now see my quills, for I am not staying still. And the bird shook his feathers like a dog shaking water from his fur. Of course I stand the chance of ending up dead should you be so foolish to cause blood to be shed. But you would not be the first mighty Wolverine to die from the mistake of attacking a porcupine such as I after a ravenous meal. You'll leave me behind, my barbs piercing your vitals within a week's time. The Wolverine raised his paw to his eyes once again as he squinted. Cora and the mystifying bird behind her presented to him a blurry vision of what to his poor eyesight could have, indeed, been mistaken for a porcupine. The porcupine was one of the few critters a Wolverine rarely had success in defeating without serious injury or even death to himself. The somewhat mammalian voice with its quirky poetry worked on his subconscious and made him doubly cautious. The voice behind Cora continued a strange chant as Cora tried to remain as still as possible so that only the black feathers could be deciphered by the nearsighted carnivore. She lowered her head to complete the silhouetted image. If you step an inch closer, your instincts kick in and you know what's next. Our fight will begin. I will die, but my barbs, they will stick no matter how much you think your hide's thick. Once they are in you, they cannot come out. Too late will it be to undo our small bout. Then the voice whispered to Cora, walk forward 2 steps, slowly. It was then Cora realized the mystery voice was not a raven but Louis. Cora, with the now perfect understanding of how many 2 was, proceeded cautiously forward. Wolverine, the bear and lynx give you birth, even cougars and wolves give room for your earth. You make everyone nearby drop their prey, you make everyone far away run away, everyone but one, and that one you now see go back to your den. Or do you wish to fight me? I am not afraid to give up my quills to end my life here and your life as well. And Louis, painful though it was, spread all of his feathers, shaking them slowly to the left and then to the right as a porcupine might to display his quills in warning gesticulation. The Wolverine, still too far away to make visual sense of what was before him, decided to cast his lot on the side of caution and heed the voice's odd, rhythmic warnings. He lowered his paw and slipped back into the small crevice within the snow. It's fair advice, he mumbled aloud and went to sleep with the same paw over both eyes. When he was out of sight, Louis spoke quietly but urgently to his dear friend. Forget the cache of corn. That's the first Wolverine I've seen in these parts since I can even remember, but believe me, a winter of roadkill is worth avoiding one moment's clash with such a beast. Cora thought about her culinary sensibilities for a moment and had to agree with the crow. Knowing she would indeed miss the taste of good, healthy corn in her gullet, she stared longingly at the distant cone of snow before heading away. Together, speaking no words, as slow as porcupines, they left. For the following week, Louis' wounded wing never hurt more than after his successful thespian imitation of a porcupine. We're even, said Cora as she massaged it gently with her beak. Ha ha, no, I still owe you one more, laughed the crow through a tight beak, wincing. That voice you used, Cora said not long after their little adventure with the nasty Wolverine. You sounded like something between a raven and a squeaking porcupine. Hang around a variety of friends, Cora, and you're likely to pick up a thing or two and some mighty strange dialects to boot. And Louis made a pathetic attempt at one of Cora's beautiful honks, causing her to flinch, honking a corrective laugh in return. He honked again. Give it up, brother. Stick to porcupines and ravens. When the day progressed, she asked him about the numbers 7 and 8. What became of that Wolverine? Cora and Louis never found out, but some of the ravens said they spotted him traveling further west and far away from the Ungava base. As most Wolverines are confirmed nomads, the stern little lecture from the bogus porcupine didn't hurt by lighting a little spark under his bushy, musky tail. The winter days wore on, and by the latter part of February, Cora had learned how to maintain her body heat by being a little less choosy with food. Eating snow and running water was impossible to find, and she even ventured back to the Christmas humans once in a while for some free midnight handouts. She told Louis to wait until his wings healed before venturing back to the bird feeder. However, it was obvious that flight was needed whenever dogs or humans were within door-busting distance. No matter how friendly or well-meaning either species appeared, at those times the ravens and Louis picked away at some small or large animal carcasses. Louis always made sure Cora received some small, thin, bug-sized strips. On one occasion, a small troop of crows joined Nob and Schenkler's outfit as well as about a dozen more ravens. On this day, in front of some of his actual peers, Louis was beginning to lose his patience with Cora's sarcasm and comments like tastes just like grasshoppers, and told her so in what was probably their first real squabble. "Okay," he said in a huff, his head puffing out in a crow-dominant display. "If you don't want it, leave it for the coyotes and vultures. See if I care, Cora, but I doubt you'll find much plant life this time of year, unless you plan to migrate some way south again." "Louis," Cora answered in a way that was trying to convey a really I was only kidding attitude. "I'm only trying to keep my own spirits up in this freezing cold." "Again, Louis, I am not used to eating this way. And if I can't joke a little here and there about something I continually find difficult to force myself to do, I won't be able to get through this winter with all my senses intact. I'm sorry I'm no good with any variations on a theme, but I really thought this grasshopper made a funny-looking grasshopper. I mean, just imagine it jumping to land on a blade of grass." The grasshopper she was referring to was a gigantic adult moose. It had probably fallen due to old age, and then, unable to get back up onto his tall pole-like legs, froze to death in the snow. On top of his huge body, 20 ravens pushed and shoved and pecked, some of them getting a bit testy, disorderly and rude, even to the point where one would occasionally nip at another in a kind of possessive irritability. Cora wasn't used to seeing this new development in their behavior, and she noticed that whenever the raven group got to be any size larger than the original 8, their politeness, their sophisticated manners, were quite quickly and unapologetically abandoned. At the same time, however, she began noticing that the new arrivals, Louis' own species, the American crow, were even more polite, even in these full-to-capacity dinner crowds. Besides the 20 ravens, 13 small crows diplomatically hopped, pecked, scraped and pulled meat from the huge frozen deer with the broad flat antlers, but never did she witness one of them squawk in aggravation nor push nor even nudge another bird, whether crow or raven. Louis had already introduced the goose to these crows, so the customary novelty stares were over and they soon became as accustomed to seeing the large waterfowl with Louis as much as the ravens. One such crow, Paramore, was spending more time with Cora than either the goose or Louis had thought quite normal. She constantly flew over to Cora, asking if she could help with this or that, even to strip the meat for her as effectively as Louis. She also spent a great deal of time asking her questions about Louis when he was out of earshot. "Do you think he'll be able to fly again, Cora? I mean, maybe in a season's time, perhaps?" "Oh, I hope so, Paramore. I was expecting him to be able to fly a little already by now. It's been a few months since it happened, and he can't even fly the shortest of flutters. Please don't mention my anxiety over this to him, Paramore. He needs to fly when he's ready, not when I think he should be." "Oh, I won't," Paramore answered softly. "I know the importance of a positive attitude without strings during the healing." She paused, then added, "He still can make it. Miracles can happen even in this time of cold." "Yes," Cora agreed, "they can. He's made that apparent to me. He's taught me that well." Just then, Louis hopped over to the 2 females, dropped 2 thin strips of carefully manicured meat in front of Cora, and turned to Paramore. "Now, Paramore, I know it's not every day we crows get the chance to converse with the magnificent geese, but do not become a conversational burden to our dear Cora. Here, I can tell you the geese are not as talkative as we crows, I'm afraid." "Oh, I don't mind Paramore's company," said Cora, stepping closer beside her. "In fact, I was thinking of inviting her to my secret place after Moose Hopper." Louis groaned while Paramore laughed. Cora's idea of another variation on a theme, Louis mumbled. On the days that followed, Paramore spent more and more time with Cora and Louis. They all laughed together at the playful way the ravens flew with gliding, glissando-like movements and strokes, and how they would occasionally dive and roll from the sky as if about to commit corvid kamikaze, but dive back up again just before hitting the ground. The ravens, the true champions of the air, impressed not only the goose, but the crows as well. "Oh, if I only could fly like that," sighed Cora aloud one early March morning as the three looked up at several playful ravens speeding along expertly, their aerobatics never ceasing to amaze them. Paramore looked up at the goose and said, "Every spring and fall I hear crows and ravens alike speak the same sentiments when they watch your kind take to the skies for the deep south. You know, I've often wondered why the ravens, at least, don't fly further south." Cora mused. "They certainly have the wings for it. Like I said before," joined Louie, "some of us just like this kind of winter, Cora. Cold snow, cold carcasses and all." Though Louis sensed a pleasant atmosphere in the mood of the day that outshone previous days, he felt the need to mention something a little darker, something that had been troubling him. "I had a kind of shadowy premonition this morning. I hope I'm wrong, but I thought it worth mentioning." At that time, Chancellor's realization that Thomas had defected, finally sunk in with all of its implications. Normally, he would have been seething in anger, but he was surprisingly tempered this time as he politely interviewed everyone in the flock. When he came to Thomas' uncle and aunt, they told him just about all they knew, for nothing they knew would have indicated to Chancellor his whereabouts. Chancellor decided he would confront Thomas himself when he would no doubt see him safe and sound in the Northland come spring, for who could resist being home at that rejuvenating time of year? But for the time being, Chancellor was in a stranger way relieved. He was content to know his new popular second wing was absent. What he first thought was a stroke of genius on his part, piquing the well-liked Thomas of Root King's bloodline, was actually a blunder of the highest kind. By picking Thomas, Chancellor's own integrity was more questioned than ever by many in the flock, and especially by the older, bolder and seasoned geese. It so happened that it was Thomas who became the one almost every goose went to for advice or instructions or counsel. The few short weeks Thomas was in a position of leadership, Chancellor noted the only geese who approached himself for anything of relevance were the youngest ones, and then only asking advice on how to steal woodpecker spills or caches. By the time Thomas was gone, Chancellor knew he would be a solo leader again, just like in the beginning, just like in the old days. Maybe traditions, dictations and histories were the best after all. It was unknown to him then, however, that it was this tradition that would be his eventual undoing. "I had a dream late last evening," said Louis to Cora and their new friend Paramore. They were walking, the two ladies patiently sticking to the ground in consideration of their handicapped compatriot. In the dream, the crows and the ravens and even the gray and blue jays were sent skyward in an incredible blast of wind, while we were all trying to maintain some semblance of control. Not one was able to fly in a direction we desired. Then the wind settled somewhat and we were taken to a strange land that looked like home, but everything was buried in snow so thick even the tops of the trees were gone. The wind picked up and again we were carried further away, but the snowy landscape didn't change. A few of us were able to find shelter in some caves, somewhat like the one that Wolverine was in, Cora, but even there, the winds worsened to the point where the snow that was in the air eventually flushed us right out of them. We pretty much had little choice but to keep flying until one by one, birds of all kinds fell out of the sky, lifeless. Paramore looked to the left at Louis and then upward to the right to meet Cora's unblinking dark eyes. Cora turned her attention to Louis. "Sounds like a blizzard," she said. "Worse even," said Louis. "This storm was monumentally worse. It was like the whole world was turned upside down and then downside up." "Well," said Cora, "it's a dream. Sometimes dreams mean a lot of things. Maybe it means we're all going to experience a big change. Most big changes are scary, I know, but they don't always leave us in a state of regret. They sometimes force us to fly in another direction. Look at me, and all the new ways I'm discovering how to prevail in what I thought would be an impossible winter. Now, thanks to you, Louis, I'm not as frightened as when my flock first abandoned me. Maybe that's the meaning of the dream? We're all learning through the storms of life." "I like that," said Paramore hopefully. "I like that and I, too, can relate to that." "Maybe," Louis said simply, but silently felt otherwise. Some dreams and premonitions hit foreboding nerves more powerfully than mere words could ever express. He felt this was one of those dreams. They walked to Cora's uneven cornfield and partook of whatever few corn seeds were available by shoveling the snow with their beaks until some were yet discovered. Paramore and Louis found themselves temporarily separated from Cora down their own row of stalks, and Paramore took this opportunity to get more personal with the wounded crow. "Louis, why don't you spend more time with the crow roost like you used to?" she asked politely. "Oh, Paramore, you know about Carrie's death. Since that time in my life, I just haven't felt at home with the old crow roost. Too many of her relatives are there, too many memories, so you'd be reminded of her all the time." "I see," she responded. "Yes, and well, as you find your own mate someday, Paramore, you will discover that as a pair, you'll be able to survive just fine. That temptation to join up with short migrations will wane as you find two are a strong combination. You'll put down a kind of roots. A pair of sound-minded crows in love can accomplish much for each other, and for others, in summer or winter." Paramore watched Louis as he continued to sweep some light snow away from her feet. He interrupted himself. "There's one," he said. "Go for it." She ate the kernel and then prodded him with more questions. "I know you must have loved her, Louis, but was it so strong you prefer living alone after her death, rather than rejoining our roost? I mean, I'm just trying to imagine that kind of love." Louis considered how he must have appeared like some vagabond recluse to the rest of his old friends and relatives, and how odd it must have truly looked to see him spend most of his evenings in the raven roosts, and even now with the oddest companion ever seen within their circles, a large non-corvid Canada goose. "It is the memories, Paramore, all of them." He paused. "I'm happier this way, really I am. I mean, even the vocal songs of her sisters and nieces remind me of her." Paramore stopped her shuffling in the snow and looked straight into Louis' eyes. I missed you, Louis. I missed your voice." The look she gave him was a little more intense than he felt comfortable with. Paramore was a lovely, but young and eligible crow who had all the makings of a first pick for any of the more healthy of young males within their roost. Widow or widower crows like Louis are known to mate again, but Paramore would have been the last bird he would have considered to court. She was strictly out of his league in more ways than even his age. He was now a cripple, and this status gave his self-esteem no help when even considering approaching a female he had any attractions toward. He in fact wondered why no crow had snatched up this sensitive beauty within the past few mating seasons. She was that charming and attractive. He politely acknowledged what he gathered must have been simply the kind of words of admiration a youth showers occasionally on a mentor or sage who has been through many trials of wisdom producing lessons. She simply wanted to learn from him in a respectful tone. He wasn't going to let it go to his head. Thank you, Paramore. That's quite kind of you," he responded. Trying to change the subject, he continued. "I'm planning. Did you ever think, since such a long time has transpired, Louis, well, did you ever feel or think you could fall in love again?" Her words were sweet, soft and yet blunt. That's what he had always liked about Carrie, her honest-to-God inability to ever be vague. They both heard Cora shout something resembling a curse about the lack of corn, but she still stayed a few rows away. This left Louis with the unavoidable task of answering the sweet Paramore's question. "Paramore, most days, most nights especially, there isn't some time when I don't think about how much I miss my dear, beautiful Carrie. Everyone I meet, I eventually tell them about her. I tell them it was her that kept my faith in some kind of a God burning, dim as that flame gets from time to time in this hard world." Louis looked off in the distance to that distant part of the horizon thinkers look to when searching for words. Then he turned slowly and met Paramore's tender eyes which kept their intense focus on him. He went on, "As to the heart of your question, I suppose I'd be lying if I told you I didn't occasionally have the fantasy of falling in love once again. Almost everyone craves companionship, even if they are getting on in years. What's so funny about that, Louis? Why is it so occasional? And she paused, her words getting caught in her throat a bit in a small choke. "Well, I don't think you're as old as you seem to think you are or as you want the rest of us to believe. Not to me, anyways." Louis laughed, rather too loudly. Well, Paramore, you sure do know how to make a crow unable to caw up. Thank you. You've ruffled my feathers and I feel young again. Sweetie, your kind words have given me a surge. I feel good. Thank you. Now then, where is that big corn lover? Paramore stepped closer to Louis. She breached the snow until she was very close to him. Louis, when I said I've missed you, well, it is possible. At least I think it's possible that I've missed you in a way that's not too unlike the way you miss your sweet Carrie. What? Louis thought, almost getting ready to vocalize the same word. What? Here was this gorgeous, smart, sensitive, healthy female crow telling him she carried affections toward him that rivaled his own romantically strong feelings for his former mate. Or did he hear her wrong? Her words did not come off like mere words of friendliness. He had to caution himself, and herself. He could never take advantage of an underdeveloped crush of youth. Paramore, I'm not sure what to say. You are a very lovely crow, and I'm flattered to say the least, and he touched. Good God, I'm stuttering, he thought. But Paramore, sweet bird, I'm at least 8 years your senior. I mean, besides even that, the obvious reason, you shouldn't allow this is, I mean, Paramore, you could have and you want in the entire roost next mate season. Sweet sister, think about that. Sturdeneck, for instance, such a fine birdie as our feather. Louis, I can't explain a feeling. I know it's a risk I'm taking by even telling you about it like this, but I can tell you this, I could never manage to stir up the same feelings for Sturdeneck or feather or any other crow I know in our company. Then maybe you should get out more. Hush, let me finish, please. This isn't easy. I just want to spend more time with you than any of the others. That is, if you would like that, too. He didn't think too long before responding. Okay, I would like that, too, I suppose, Paramore. But, again, he wanted to do the right thing. We must not let these feelings go any further than a like. We are friends already, and we like each other. It's okay to like each other, he sighed. Because I'm struggling now, too. Hey look, my good sense has to show you why this has to go no further than a like. Nature itself will not allow it to go any further than that. And he slowly spread out his right wing until it almost felt like it would snap in two. He wanted her to see every ugly detail to the plight of his condition, every missing feather, every hopeless dream for his ability to be in the air again without the benefit of a tree branch under his toes. But Paramore was not fazed. I love you, she said flatly and pushed her sharp beak directly inside the open area of his badly maimed wing. And love is where faith creates invisible feathers, and faith is tried in imperfect circumstances. That's where miracles start. Louis, who is the sage now, thought the middle-aged crow, and she closed his outstretched wing with her forward as if to say, I know, I already knew, I would love you in that spirit of yours, Louis, even if those hunters had shot off both of your wings, and if you were standing before me with only that sweet head of yours, I would still be saying all of these things. Maybe, just maybe, there's more here than infatuation, Louis, more than what you fear, and enough to soothe that fear. The wing, it doesn't faze me, but, he hesitated and allowed his wing to reshuffle and fold neater onto his body once again. Your chances of survival would be minimized with a cripple for a mate, maybe even worse than minimized, depleted, I know, and so are yours without a mate, Louis. And it makes me glad to know I can help someone who I have always admired so very deeply. Besides, I don't put much stock in chances. Cora's entrance into their roof finally couldn't have been better timed, at least for Louis' sake. He didn't know if he was relieved or sorry, only that he had run out of responses or excuses as to what was being suggested. The break also gave him a chance to consider that this angel's affections may just well have been genuine and not a mere crush after all. His own affections were another matter. They were beginning to feel too easily ignited, and even that was scaring him, though that was the easiest part to consider. Corn, grasshopper, grasshopper. Either of you two know where we can find a cached skunk hide somewhere, my little scavenger friends, Cora said as she poked her boa-like neck through the icicle-covered corn leaves. Moose sounds better, said Louis, and together, they headed back to the old carcass to see how much was left. When they arrived, most of the crows had already departed for the day, but many of Nob and Schenkler's ravens and then some were still busy caching as much as they could before sundown. It seemed Nob was in the midst of some kind of argument with a raven from another roost. Your moose? You didn't find this one, pal. Degbeck did, and you know it. And I wasn't shoving. It just looked to me like you weren't interested in what's left of the liver, so I went for it," Nob said somewhat recklessly. "You went for it all right. Practically tore it out of my beak." "You did, Nob," said Cradium, an elder, but not a senior by much, and on they bickered. Cora learned to follow Louis and Paramore's example at times like these and ignored them as they passed her some meat pieces. That evening, Cora awoke with the slow realization the wind was picking up and the temperature was going down. She dared not wake Louis and Paramore for fear they might not be able to fall asleep again due to the harshness of temperature, so she huddled her feathers together as well as she could and tried desperately to fall back asleep, but to no avail. By sunrise, she was one exhausted and miserable bird. "Woo, it's cold," Paramore was the first to verbally acknowledge. Louis immediately looked to Cora, sensing she was not taking to the news too well. "You okay, sweetheart?" he asked, noting her frozen position in the now icicle grasses. "I see could be barely asleep all night long." "Cora, you should have woken us. We could have gone to my secret place." "Your secret place," Cora and Paramore said in unison. "Yes, I know I always say it's special, because it is, but you two are my special friends, and true friends deserve to be let in on secrets, and secret places. Come on, follow me." Off they traveled, following Louis by foot until they finally came to a small clearing in the forest. Cora looked around, sensing a certain familiarity about the place. Before they knew it, they were back at the Wolverine's cave. "Louis, you said to stay away from here," said Cora in a harsh whisper. "Cora, that Wolverine is long gone by now. I only meant it for that day. Wolverines are nomadic. He didn't stick around to hibernate or wait for any more porcupines to ruin his nearsighted day. Believe me. Come on inside. It's nice." The three birds gingerly stepped through the snow and into the mouth of the small cavern where they found a small area that had some bare ground. The room still had the faint smell of the Wolverine's musk even though he had left days before. The smell kept Paramore and Cora slightly guarded, but Louis' confidence that the Hellion would never return was infectious and soon they relaxed. Once again, they found themselves enjoying conversation as a trio. "Cora was pretty upset about us crows when we eat eggs in the springtime, Paramore," said Louis, just in case she should ever casually mention that part of their diet somehow. "Oh, I'm with her, Louis. Can't stand the thought of eggs. I avoid them like the chimneys. Always have." Cora found this refreshing, the way Louis acted. All ravens and crows made it a part of their regular diet each year. Now here was at least one crow she could know didn't dig into some poor mother's nest when she got the chance. Unhatchable eggs or not, the wind whistled higher and stronger with each passing moment. It was as if they were inside a small studio watching the world through a tiny visor, namely a long vertical slit at the mouth of the small den. First, large flakes of snow fell and sped by their little window to the world, but, as the winds picked up, so did the precipitation. No longer a beautiful ballet of dancing flakes, a snowstorm quickly brewed while they sat and talked. Very soon they realized they were destined to stay in Louis' secret spot for longer a time than they had planned. Far above their heads, the swirling cloud mass full of water-rich air met with a cold front. All the ingredients for a blizzard were cooking up the inevitable. It didn't take long for the three to figure this out. "Okay, Louis, your less than symbolic dream is coming true. Are you always this accurate in weather predictions?" Cora asked. "Once in a while, Cora, but I'm not foolproof. Still, now and then I know these things ahead of time. I did 2 days before the storm Carrie died in. I didn't act on it. I should have slapped myself ever since." Paramore stuck her head outside. "I know where some cached meat is. I'll get it and be back before it gets much worse." Before Louis could call for her to come back, she was gone as quickly as a crow can fly. "She'll be all right, Louis. She's strong. I can tell." Louis walked over to the mouth of the cavern and stepped outside only to be blown off his feet and back into the burrow. He walked back to the entrance and stared through the swirling white cacophony of snow with the hope of seeing Paramore so he could retrieve her. It was useless. All he saw was white, not a speck of black feathers anywhere. "Louis, step away from there. You'll catch your death." Death, and his mind flashed back to his beloved Carrie. It was a snowstorm not unlike the beginnings of this one that induced her death. Back then, he had a similar premonition. How could he twice now be so foolish as to not act on this nocturnal warning other than finding his cave for their protection? If he had stored meat here, then Paramore never would have dashed off in search of necessary food. Should they be snowed in for some time, she knew a stockpile of food was what they needed. She was the smart one. All he did was find a place for them to become trapped. Cora, whatever happens, don't follow me, not until after this storm, all right? Promise me that. Louis, don't even. But like Paramore's exit, Louis hopped out the mouth of the cave before she could even get the sentence completed. She thought of following, but the winds truly felt like suicide, and besides, she surmised, someone needed to stay at base camp should one return and wonder the whereabouts of the other. Had she listened to her suspicions earlier, she would have known these two crows were becoming more than just friends. She crept to the mouth of the cave, thought once more about following Louis, but hesitated long enough to realize the futility of the effort. Even if she could get within 10 feet of these crows, the winds were now whistle-shrieking so hard they would have swept away any trace of Louis' footprints the second he laid them down. A gust of bitter cold wind swept into Cora's face and she reluctantly slipped back into the darker recesses of the small cavern. She would obey Louis and stay put after all. A sense of dread washed over her and she felt numb. If she never saw her dear friends again, there would be plenty of time for mourning later. All the ravens of the roost were now in every situation imaginable but together. Most of the couples took off deep into the woods to find whatever shelter they could tuck themselves into. Still others actually took the initiative to migrate south, north, east, west, anywhere but Ungava to get away from the furious storm. The roost itself became a winter ghost town. Every empty branch stood bleak against the raging winds, all but one, that is, Latvia Murdoch was hanging desperately onto a thick branch in case he was needed by any of the inexperienced, younger ravens who might get lost in the blizzard and return to the familiar roost for counsel. He held tight to the branch until the winds were too cruel for even this old diehard. The brisk wind shot through his body almost as if it was pregnant with bullets. His old frame could withstand this assault for only a little while before the intensity made him let go. The snow blasts carried him away. Unconscious now, he sailed through the darkening skies until he was left unceremoniously on a tall snowdrift. The snows continued to cover Murdoch and no one found his body until the spring. He would have naturally lived only another year or two because of his advanced age. But when the ravens found him in this way, all mourned. The dark birds held a funeral for him later that spring, laying pieces of branch and flowers over his still body. He was known throughout the region as a helper to all who needed help. Even Cora benefited from knowing him that brief frantic day with the Christmas humans. Few ravens knew it, but also those humans regarded and deeply missed Latvia when they noticed his occasional visits abruptly ended. Paramore was unprepared when she flew off into the great unknown, the storm's fierceness becoming her rapid master. She had never done such a brave thing before, but she wanted to prove to Louis she meant what she said. The potentiality for Louis to see her as a serious mate was a chief concern for her. Now that they had reacquainted themselves, and Louis, too, realized she was serious, as was he, even Cora wouldn't have braved such a storm just to find a little food for the three of them. Paramore was tossed from tree to tree, from snowbank to snowbank until she rested under the low branches of a thick pine tree. Within just a few hours, the entire region, including the woodland, was buried in 52 inches of unforgiving snow. Moose, deer, even the hardy wolves were buried under the unceasing weight of snowdrifts. The winds exceeded 50 miles per hour and it seemed the end was nowhere in sight. Every time Paramore felt herself about to get buried, she would flap her wings just enough to stay above the snow so she could breathe, and breathing was about all she could do. Everywhere the snow was now 6 feet deep and some of the drifts reached a height of 25 feet. Some of the gusts of wind actually reached close to 80 miles an hour and Paramore closed her tiring eyes as her world faded. Louis was trudging through the snow, his determination to survive, just so he could save this angel Paramore, was strong enough for him to keep on going. The snow heaped up to his shoulders as he plowed his way into the only direction he could, any that would allow him. Maybe he was counting on the kind of miracle Paramore believed in, or maybe he was tired of being alone, and the thought of losing someone like Paramore, who he now knew he was falling in love with, would have been too much for his little heart to bear. All he knew was that only the snow, only the wind, only the cold could stop him from finding her. All of the passion he foolishly placed into his almost rabid desire to swim, all of his love for Canada's winters, all of his affection toward his raven kindred, couldn't match the feelings he felt for this pure, unique bird, and remarkably, it was this love of determined passion that kept him from being swallowed in the storm. The wind chill was now 44 degrees below Fahrenheit, yet he kept on walking, hopping, running. He almost flew. Did he fly that day? He never knew for sure. It could have been the winds flipping him like a pancake, or it could have actually been his wounded wings flying with new purpose and need. Just for that moment of truth, that day had always seemed like a foggy dream for the rest of his life, but he knew what he felt. He felt love, and he felt he was once again flying strong despite his wounded wings. Chapter 12 Paramore, Happiness Only Real When Shared, Chris McCandless, From Into the Wild by John Krakauer. It's funny how young lovers start as friends. Bernie Taupin, Seasons. The winds kept blowing strong from the east and carried over the Ungava Bay, causing the densely packed front to spill even more snow and ice on the land. Louis finally landed on a small clearing in the forest. He stumbled but quickly regained his bearings, beginning a labored run. Whether he had flown or the wind had flown him, he knew he was quite a ways from his cave now. He looked left and right continually as he ran, hoping against hope he might catch sight of Paramore. He caught her name but nothing could be heard in return but the howling, screeching wind. He looked up at some of the tall pines and thought he possibly saw a crow clinging to a branch, but soon figured out it was only a tottering pine cone. He marched in the direction of the great Ungava Bay, hoping there might be some ravens who could report knowledge of a crow seen flying in the storm. The driftwood there came into view and he counted his way toward an older, less-known raven roost. Sure enough, Nob and Schenkler were present. Have you seen Paramore? He cried against the noisy wind, shivering. Haven't seen any crow but you, Louis, Nob answered as he remained pressed against his mate. Why? And where is your warm goose friend? Louis didn't want to go into details, told them he'd explain later, and ran off in the direction he came. Within about 15 minutes, an odd thing happened. Part of the blizzard had already covered many of the local humans' cabins and shacks in such a way that everyone was snowed in. The local school was shut down, as well as the streets and small stores on the main drag. When Louis found himself walking through this small human town, it was as if he could wander anywhere with no concern for hunters or crow bullies. It was like a white ghost town covered in snow. He took advantage of these moments and walked toward one of the stores. He hopped up onto a window ledge and peered in. To his amazement, all he could see were hunting and fishing supplies. And then, to his repulsion, he made out a large and stuffed Canada goose. The bird was taxidermied in such a way it looked as if he was frozen in mid-flight. They had its body hanging from a thin wire attached to the ceiling. He scanned the large room of guns, fishing poles and various outdoor gear, and he knew he must have been at a place the hunters either lived or congregated. He figured this was the equivalent to the hunter's roost. He looked around the room one last time and spotted something on the shelf directly in front of him. He remembered seeing this object on some local hunters a few autumns past. It was a crow call, a small black, plastic whistle-like device that only people who were interested in getting rid of crows used. He had watched two teenagers with rifles use one from the vantage point of the tall limb of a pine tree, so there was no need to be fooled by the half-convincing sounds and imitative phrasings. The boys no doubt learned from some bird call company on crowing. Louis was somewhat out of the wind now, perched on the ledge of this storefront window, and his mind smiled inwardly at the recollection of the somewhat pathetic attempts by the boys' crow love call or distressed hurt call. He knew now, after his wounding, they were desperately wanting to kill a crow, especially when he ascertained the painful attempts of the latter call. He heard an old rippled piece of metal that shook and shimmied in the powerful wind. The racket of it caused him to forget his thoughts of the bird call and looked to where it was banging. It was directly above him, over the small wooden awning that protected some of the sun from beating down on the display window during the summer. He hopped up, trying to reach the metal sheet, but quickly realized his wings wouldn't take him far. Looking to his left, he spotted a heavy snow shovel leaning against the wall. It was stuck hard and frozen into the wooden planks of the walkway. He hopped up the wooden handle of the shovel until he reached the very top of the window. Stepping onto the ridge, he walked closer to the banging roof, which was beginning to fall apart due to the strong winds. He jumped into the air, as if he were airborne again. Louis let the wind carry him until he landed up on the roof. Clucking to himself with satisfaction, he walked through the snow-covered roof until he was standing on top of the flapping metal piece. He looked to the distant shore of the Ungava Bay and called the best real distress calls he could muster, hoping his raven friends would hear him through the wind's competing whistling. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Nob, Shankler, and 2 stranger ravens lighted next to him on the roof. "What is it, Louis? What are you doing here in the man town? You need to find shelter." Shankler croaked loudly through the storm's screeches. "Just help me dislodge this silver flat thing. Help me pull on it here." He showed them a small bent piece of metal he already started denting and pulling on with his strong beak. "What in the air for?" Louis cried Nob, wondering if his dear friend was finally losing his mind in this blizzard and with all the hardships he had to endure in the past few years. "I want it to fall and smash open the human ice wall down there. It's a hunter's roost. I want to get some things from in there." "What things?" "I'll show you when we can fly in there. Come on." "No one's around. The humans have left the town, and I'll bet it's warm in there besides." "Louis," said Shankler, "hop down to the ground. I see an easier way." Together, the 4 birds hopped and flew down where Shankler was already busy pecking and chipping at the ice that had formed around the blade of the large snow shovel. Wordlessly, all could see this object looked like a more likely prospect for causing damage, so they began to do the same. Soon, they heard the crack of the heavy metal blade give way and Nob asked everyone to push the blade apart with their heads and beaks. It scraped along the wooden and snow-laden floor until it was directly in front of the tall glass door. The 4 ravens put their bodies underneath the blade, and began to flap their strong wings violently until they managed to get it up and off the ground. Nob knew they wouldn't be able to keep this trick up long, so he immediately cried forward. With immediate success, the shovel crashed, flying into the thin glass. There was now a hole large enough for each one of them to go through and they walked into the store single file, using the shovel now as a small step ladder. Louis was last. He hopped gingerly, seeking out the crow call box. Without giving the poor raven so much as a hint, he tore the box open and asked them to take 1 or 2 of the whistles. He then asked them to follow him back to his secret spot by ground. He told them it was a cave where they all could rest from the wind and stay warm. Louis' secret spot was soon to become not so secret anymore. It sounded inviting enough, and even though the store was equally tempting, none of them felt comfortable staying in a hunter's digs for any longer than necessary. And so, without asking questions, each raven was able to tuck at least one of the plastic crow calls under each of their wings. Before leaving the store, Louis managed to hop up a tall bookcase, a shelf at a time, until he found the end of the wire of the stuffed goose. He pulled on it until it swung like a swing, managing to get it to sail toward the already broken door. On its way, the hard open-winged goose caused the stiff head of a stuffed deer to head in the same direction, antlers and all. Now the door was smashed open as if people had caused the break-in, letting the diabolic snow-laden winds enter the little shop with abandon. The ravens looked at Louis with surprise, but the crow could tell his mischievous friend Nob approved by his rapid chuckle quirks. Shankler shook her head and jumped back out into the cold winds, followed by the others, Louis again being last. By morning, the entire store was as snow-filled as a holiday snow shaker. Noticing the small theft, the Inuit owners scratched their heads wondering who in the world would go to so much trouble for a box of Acme registered sign, crow calls. Unable to fly because of their shoplifted toys, the ravens followed Louis on the long trek back to the cave where Cora was still waiting with hope, though as shaky as were bones, still in her heart. While the 2 Ungava Bay ravens made introductions with the goose, Louis immediately went about constructing probably the most elaborate stratagem he had ever planned in his life. Outside, in the now 60 miles per hour winds, he pushed the 8 crow calls into small rock fissures that surrounded the cave. He made sure they faced the direction of the bay and he secured them by pecking down on them like a woodpecker. First one, then another, and then all the calls received the pressure of the winds until they responded with sound. The loudest, longest, most annoying crow call sounded, and with the cave acting as an oral megaphone, they cut through the coercive wind so you could hear the haunting sound for miles. "Paramore," said Louis to himself in the wind, "come back." In the meantime, though thankful for the warmer relief from the blizzard, all 4 of the ravens began to complain about the noise. Louis Shankler began loudly, "This has got to be the worst time to be playing one of your silly experiments." Nob agreed, rapidly nodding his head, until his head slowed and he stopped himself. "Oh, I think I get it. You're worried Paramore got herself lost. You're calling her With this revelation to them all, the group of 5 birds let Louis try his seemingly impossible scheme. They patiently waited and painfully observed their dear friend sit at the mouth of the cavern, continually scanning the pure white of the outdoors for any sign of the one he now loved more than life itself. Axe. The Ungava Bay itself is covered with ice from November until June. The waters are almost freezing most of the time and are home to seal and Arctic char. The local native Inuit peoples hunt these as they have for centuries. The Inuit were people who survived this harsh land in warm igloos built of snow and lived on fish and small marine and land mammals. The Ungava Inuit people were among the first of their people to establish contracts of permanency with the Europeans. Inuit people have inhabited the northern Canadian regions for many thousands of years. Over the last 40 years, they've lost much of their language and way of life due to modernization and the influences of European culture. Consequently, the Inuits have negotiated land claims with the Government of Canada, beginning some 35 years ago. Today, the Inuit people are establishing a new territory called Nunavut, which means our land in their tongue. When the land claim settlement was proclaimed at a special ceremony in Kigluktuk in 1993, it gave birth to the most comprehensive settlement ever reached between a state and an Aboriginal group anywhere in the world. The Nunavut Treaty is seen around the globe as an important benchmark in dealing fairly with Aboriginal matters. Its very import is structured to guarantee Inuit majority control over their own future. When the first Europeans discovered this cold land as early as the early 1500s up until the late 1800s, the Inuit people slowly became Christianized by Wesleyan, Anglican, Roman Catholic and Messianic missionaries. But before that, their roots were laid in a strong shamanic tradition, which no doubt benefited them in their relating to the spiritual teachings of the odd and novel missionaries. One such Ungava shaman, an old man of 89 years, still managed to keep the ancient teachings alive. He lived in the old way, even though most of his friends were Inuit or white Christians. Quimac was born in an igloo. As a boy, he traveled by dog teams in the winter time, and he walked in the summer to hunt caribou with his father and uncles and cousins. For survival, the Inuits were a culture of hunters for thousands of years. Their nomadic ways have slowed over the years, and Quimac, along with his Inuit kin, now depended on modern ways and communications for their survival in a new and much different world. From small igloos to high-rise modern technologies and schools, the Inuit people have seen many metamorphoses over a very short period of time. And Quimac was born when these changes all began to unfurl. A widower, he now lived alone in a modest shack which contained enough modern conveniences to keep him from freezing to death in weather such as this. Though his real name was Quimac, most people called him the teacher. There was a warm amiability between his stubborn adherence to the old ways and of his friends' occasional sharing of the gospel. The level of mutual respect and understanding was at times so deep, so obeisant. Few Christians who really took their Lord's words seriously of judging not could spend much time trying to change his mind or heart. Those who really got to know teacher actually walked away learning more from him than he did from them, and none of them, even from the more fundamentalist amongst them, could imagine the Almighty turning away a man who walked the walk so much better than most of them. Despite all their training of salvation through their own prisms, teacher respected their views, and the rub-off was, they returned the favor. Like many of his shaman ancestors, teacher could feel it in his very bones that it was coming close for his time to leave. So, instead of crawling up into his goose-down blankets, instead of waiting for the inevitable, teacher decided to embrace this blizzard with open physicality. He thought of this unusual storm as the icy fist of the Creator himself, the fist that would transport him into the inevitable transition. There was no other human soul venturing into the Ungava woods that day, nor for the 3 days to follow. He wrapped himself in wolf hide, 2 sets of long john underwear, rabbit fur and leather. His face was masked with so many furs and scarves, he looked like a small gray bear trudging through the density of the stinging snow and howling winds. All that was missing were the roundish furry ears. Through all of this material, he heard a sound he thought must have been his ancestors beckoning him from the other dimension. It both scared him and comforted him. Through the thickness of his furs, he could feel his old heart beat faster with a kind of vulnerable anticipation and submission. The sound reminded him of some CD recordings one of his sons brought back from a trip to the States. They were recordings of Tibetan Buddhist monks. Their seemingly endless, guttural, extended and deep bass notes always gave him a feeling of inexpressible awe. Yet this song was more metallic, almost like some Scottish bagpipes were in the mix, which made it even more foreign to his ears. So he guessed it must be the beginning of the end of all things temporal. It was that new and unearthly to him, but whatever it was getting louder as he trekked slowly through the deep, unrelenting snow. Much to his amazement, whichever spirit guides had led him to the source of these eerie sounds, they seemed to be telling him they weren't quite ready for old teacher to join them just yet, for when he rounded the bend that led him to the noisy cave, he saw the 8 black plastic crow calls aimed at the heavens. He bent to place a finger over one of them. This caused the overall timbre to change. He let his finger go to allow the strange chorus to resume its mysterious conjuration. Noting the nearby small cave, without hesitating, he stooped his weary bones further so he could see if there was a clue to the strange display of sonic whistles. He looked into the small mouth of the cavern, and before him, huddled in a far-off corner, were the 4 ravens, the crow, and the goose. They spoke not a sound, but stared at him somewhat fearful, with the same amount of perplexity as his. In the Inuit tongue, teacher tenderly uttered a prayer out loud and then turned his visual attention back to the noisy crow call orchestra. Did some local village boys or girls construct this, and did these birds then follow its beckoning notes as the children, no doubt, hoped for? He couldn't imagine one possibility without another seeming ludicrous or impossible, so as he sat there in the cold whistling storm, he closed his eyes and both literally and intuitively conjured in his mind's eye that which actually occurred. A sizable hint of the truth came to him as an insightful dream might to any of us. When he opened his eyes, they beheld a vision. Far away, a blurry object appeared in the woods, shifting his body now so he was once again able to walk solidly on his snowshoes. Teacher made his way toward this presence, and after some 20 minutes of fighting the wind, he reached down and picked up a still form in his soft rabbit fur gloves. It was a bird lying frozen in the snow, and as he clasped his hands gently around its body, he headed back purposefully to the little cave. He saw that Louis was at the mouth when he got there, and Louis didn't even move away when the old shaman brought Paramore to him. Teacher let go of the crow. He watched in wonder as Louis wrapped his battered wings around her half-frozen body. Louis looked up at the old man and gave out a weak but friendly caw, and then he walked back to the rear of the cave. Cora now stepped forward and placed her warm downy wings over the poor motionless crow. Teacher stared in awe with his old keen eyes, as if he could read the birds' minds. Teacher proceeded to dislodge the raucous calls from the rock fissures and placed them just inside the entrance to the cave. He sat with his back against the outside wall and spoke to the birds. Once again, in Inuit, I'll be seen no more by my friends and kin after today. I will be leaving this plane as your friend has just left this plane. When I can, I will be sure to help this bird find its way. Together we will wait on the other side for our friends and relatives, never tiring in the suspension of spirit time. As this being is loved with such feeling, so I am sure this being loves you with such feeling and will watch over you in your earthly hours ahead until you are together again in spirit time. The Creator never takes without giving back again. Spirit time will see to that, and He will never cut you down to be forgotten forever, for joy shall shake our worlds as high as this low shakes our tears. Teacher stood up, shook the crusting snow off of his jacket and took an eagle feather from within a deep inner pocket. He pushed the sharp quill end inside one of the crow call mouths and turned away. He was never seen again by man or beast, but when he finally died late that same evening, inside a very small, hastily made makeshift igloo, he could not find the crow he hoped to find, not for a very long time. Within the cavern, underneath Cora's loving wings, Paramore laid still. It's okay," Louis muttered. "You can let her go now, she's gone." But Cora felt something. And then she felt a shiver that didn't come from her own body, and then they all heard a cough from deep within Cora's thick wings. Louis couldn't believe his ears. They all couldn't. "She's not gone," Cora breathed softly, opening one of her wings slightly. Paramore's heart resumed its steady palpitations. They all made room for Cora's warm wings to open like a curtain, to show who was opening her eyes. "I saw some gray jays cached meat," she said weakly yet proudly to her love. Tomorrow when we all will go out together, my sweet, sweet lady," Louis answered softly as he spooned his neck into hers. "Tomorrow, brave angel, now you rest." The evening was spent by everyone sheltered beneath or near the large goose's body and wings, and Paramore and Louis slept right by her beautiful face. Tomorrow arrived soon enough, and elated as they all were that Paramore was going to live. The continuing storm reminded them of the predicament they remained in. It raged with the same intensity as before. Paramore tried to describe to the others where she saw quite a large stash of cached meat, and the ravens, not unfamiliar with thievery when pressed, made no qualms about seeking it out to fetch. Paramore's detailed directions along with numbers she would never fathom, left Cora reeling, and she was glad the hardy ravens were there to do some volunteer scouting for this treasure trove of food. Her presence was best appreciated inside the cave where they could all snuggle against her large warm body upon their return. Before leaving, Shankler looked at Cora and then to Louie. She said, "You and your goose friend have saved your girlfriend's life. I will never forget this day for as long as I live. If Nob and I ever raise more chicks, they will grow with a substantial respect for all geese." Then she looked at Cora. "That's a promise." Sure enough, Paramore's directions and report of cached meat were faultless. Louis told Cora he had once in a missing moon observed ravens stealing even from other ravens' cached meat. He would notice a raven intently memorizing by sight one of his neighbor's footsteps, where the other had hid his bounty. Later, the observer would seek out the cached meat when no one was looking, so he knew these four would have no problem taking the meat of the gray jays, especially in such a difficult time. Whichever birds did place the meat there, may have been dead by now from the horrible storm. Anyways, the four ravens couldn't believe how much meat they found at the base of the tree's lower branches and knotholes where Paramore directed them. Gray jays, unlike any other bird of the corvid family, have a special gland which excretes a glue-like substance that acts as a bonding agent to the meat, so they can actually fuse their food to just about any portion of a tree or cliff they have a mind to. This particular tree must have been a favorite for one or possibly several of such gray jays. The desperate ravens wasted no time in flying every scrap back to the cave. After 10 trips, the meat was all in the icebox-like atmosphere of their temporary home. Even Cora, after many hunger pangs, ate heartily, complimenting Paramore on her find. XO throughout that latter part of the night, the wind continued to howl and the birds got little sleep, for they had to take turns brushing the invading snow out of the den with their wings acting as small brooms. They let Louis and Paramore alone, however, allowing them sleep. The two were seen huddling into each other, and all of the birds, including Cora, couldn't help but wonder what they were whispering to one another the few times they awakened due to a gust of wind or flurry of snow. Even though they tried to eat their rations slowly, by the 4th day of the unrelenting blizzard, there were but 2 small pieces left. The other raven couple almost began to nibble at one of them, but Cora was the one who spoke up. "Devlin, Ruka, please, save those for Paramore. She'll need the warmth those 2 pieces can give her. She's been through so much, and besides, we would have had nothing if it weren't for her." The couple, not used to answering to any bird, much less a goose, glanced at each other and then over to the sleeping crow, whose little breast was pumping in a rapid, labored manner. Without a word, they tiptoed back where Louis and Paramore were cuddling. Louis was awake and witnessed the small deed of kindness. "Thank you," equals sign. Now it was late afternoon. Louis lifted his head quickly from the breast of his love. "Listen," he caught so that even Paramore awoke from her deep sleep. Another word was unnecessary. Louis and the others soon sensed the power was allowing sense and order to return to their land. He caught again in joy, and one by one, the 7 birds stepped out into the dark gray overcast sky-covered world. The wind was now an occasional gust that sent some fresh snow sailing into their faces. This they could handle. Paramore walked back into the cave, ate one of the last pieces of meat, and then took the other out to Devlin and Ruka. "Here, we can all look for food together now," she said. The hungry couple each took an end, sharing it like a spaghetti noodle. Louis smiled in his heart, and in his vocal cords, he couldn't stop cawing. Cora flew to the top of a tall tree stump, one of the tree casualties of the storm, and surveyed the land. "A pack of wolves coming this way," she honked. "We may want to wait back inside just a bit longer. At least Louis, you should." Nob spoke next. "That's a good idea, Cora. Louis, better get back in there. Paramore, you stay with him until the wolves pass if you wish to." Much to Cora's surprise, Paramore answered, "No, I know what you're thinking. I'll follow you and come back here afterwards. Louis, be good." And she gave him a friendly peck on his beak. "Okay," said Nob. "Cora, want to come along? We're going wolf hunting." "Wolf hunting?" Paramore saw Cora's look of confusion and spoke. "Don't worry, Cora, you'll see what he means. It's not like it sounds," and she flew off toward the ravens who were now flying in the direction of the 9 wolves. Cora looked to Louie. "Don't worry, Cora, I'll be fine. The entrance to this cave is too narrow for even a wolf pup. I promise I'll stay here. You go and follow. You'll see what they're up to. It will be fun for you." He caught a light-hearted caw and swiftly ducked back into his little shelter. Knowing she could trust all of them, she shrugged her wings, gently opened them and waved, causing some loose snow to skip away until she was airborne and caught up with her black-feathered friends. Within minutes, the 6 birds spotted the wolf pack, who were obviously in the same high spirits as they were. Now that the howling winds could once again be replaced by their own howling, they trotted like horses through the deep snow, sniffing the ground and air as they went. The wolves figured many animals never made it through alive, and they were determined to find dead or weak prey the storm left in its wake. Rumor was strong that the polar bears were migrating their way, so this added to their sense of urgency. If there was fresh meat to be had, they wanted to be sure they found it first. "Why are we following them?" Cora asked Paramore as they sailed in the air high above the furry, heavy canines. She noticed, with relief, that the pack ran quickly past Louie Cave by a safe distance. "We know the wolves are out hunting. You can tell by the way they keep sniffing the air and then run. The ravens often follow wolves, bears, even humans if they sense there is going to be a kill, and since they can hunt food much larger than we can, and we need food, too, it makes sense to follow, don't you think?" "Yes," Cora only sighed. In her mind now, she entertained the impossible fantasy of the ravens following a group of tough-looking herbivore hunters with hefty, insatiable appetites for grass, grain, seeds and corn. Everywhere these savage beasts roamed, a plant had no chance of surviving in their path. The leftovers of scattered leaves and pellets, strewn for yards, were left for all to benefit from. Even still, she had to admit to herself the adventure of following the dangerous wolves was many times more appealing than starving in a snowstorm. She kept up with the others, beating her wings in a slow, steady rhythm. Nob looked over to her and laughed his deep, croaky laugh. "What's the matter, Cora? You don't look too thrilled about the prospect of another day of raven cuisine." "Oh, I'm thrilled all right, but when that snow thaws, I can tell you something, Nob. The thrill I'm feeling right now will be nothing compared to the rhapsody of goose song you'll get to hear when I can feast on just a little bit of clover again." Shankler and the others joined Nob in laughter, and as Cora looked down now, she saw 2 of the alpha wolves, a male and a female, break from the pack and gallop towards a thicker portion of the forest. They all heard her honk the recognition of something significant and then followed Nob's lead as he led them to the tips of some tall pines. Nob brought his troop ahead of the wolves, for he knew where they were headed. Directly below them, a large male elk was struggling with his enormous antlers caught hard and fast between 2 maple trees. He had apparently jumped through the narrow passage. Unable to gauge the proximity of the 2 trunks in the blinding weather, he had no doubt been struggling to get his antlers free for some time, perhaps even for a day or 2. The 2 wolves approached the huge elk slowly and deliberately. The male was the first to nip at the rear flanks of the strong animal. Nob now guessed the elk had not been trapped this way for too long, since it appeared he still had a lot of fight left in him. He kicked out at the wolf, almost hitting his mark, but the wolf was much too quick for him. By now, the alpha female was circling the elk from the other side, and the whites of the eyes of the elk fearfully beheld the bright yellow eyes and snarling white teeth of his second attacker. She leapt toward his throat and managed to get a better grip than her mate, causing the elk to kick ever harder and more frantically. The other wolves caught up now and imitated the female's circling method. Every so often, a younger pup would leap up precariously, nearly getting kicked to death by the powerful hind hooves of the angry, frightened elk. 2 other young wolves leapt toward the elk's head, and the force of the blows accidentally caused the elk's antlers to scrape free from its wooden hold. In seconds, the antlers were dislodged. He grappled for a moment and got enough bearings to break into a clumsy but steady run. "Come on," quirked Nob loudly. "This isn't over yet." And off they all flew to keep a perfect view of the combat below. Cora was beginning to feel guilty, like some sick voyeur, but she kept her bill shut. In a matter of another short period, it would be over and she could fly back to her friend and lead him back again to this fresh meat. She could think of nothing better to keep her spirits matched with the corvids that now shared another high branch. While her mind drifted to Louie, She looked below again. The elk was barely kicking with 9 hungry wolves keeping firm, biting mouth holes on every part of his body. The red-splattered snow looked unearthly since everywhere but below the now dead elk was a pure, unblemished white. Red was survival's most brazen color, and it was the color of loss as well. Survival and loss. Somehow, these two realities merged in her mind. They were inexplicably interwoven into her thoughts for life now. This was another lesson she was learning in this hard winter. It was late evening and the 6 were still waiting for the hungry wolves to finish their meal, but they just kept right on feasting. Every now and then, one of the young pups would jump onto her mother's back only to be rebuffed by the hungry adult. Then the pup would chase her own tail and lie down until the mother finally sat next to her, licking the pup's face. "Oh damn, no," croaked Nob in a mournful sigh. Don't. What is it?" asked Cora. "One of the leaders is going to sleep right next to the kill, and one of her puppies is doing the same. If they make this a nap time, we may be waiting here all night." Sure enough, in a matter of another hour, all of the wolves were fast asleep next to their elk, waiting for morning to come, no doubt, so they could lay claim to their bounty all over again for breakfast. The weather was getting to be much more tolerable and the wolves' bodies kept each other warm enough for slumber. "It's going to be a long night," sighed Devlin. "Anyone know any good stories?" "How recent?" Cora mused. 9. The next morning, at early dawn, the wolves were still sleeping. Nob was beginning to see the patient's tack wasn't going to work. Besides this, he was starving. Without so much as a quirk, he dove at the alpha male and stabbed a painful hit to the sleeping wolf's skull. The wolf let out a loud yelp and soon the entire pack was running around trying to jump into the air and protect their meat from this reckless bird. In another second, Shankler was dive-bombing to help her mate deter some of the other wolves. She didn't care if Nob was causing a precarious scene. She was hungry, too. Just when things looked hopeless, Paramore, Devlin and Ruka sprang from the branch and joined their brother and sister. Cora sat like a helpless spectator as she witnessed her friends being dangerously snapped at by the relentless wolf pack. "Paramore," she thought to herself, "if you get yourself killed after all we've done to save you." And just as suddenly as these thoughts crept to her mind, so Paramore was snapped at by a young yearling wolf, full of eager ardor and the youthful desire to show off to his parents and siblings. The wolf missed her tail feathers by only an inch and it caused Cora to take her strong webbed feet, flex and push herself off the same branch. In a flash, she was on the young wolf and the sheer unexpected size of the bird caught him off guard. Through all of the riotous cawing and barking, Cora flapped her powerful wings in his face. Each one of the wolves stopped their fighting to witness the spectacle in amazement. The alpha male cocked his head with a dumbfounded expression and whimpered softly. The pack, still trying to fight off the ravens and crow, decided then and there they had had enough both in terms of their bellies being filled and of this futile skirmish. As if by mental telepathy, they trotted off in unison to the deeper woods and left the giant elk to the willful birds, a pup or two looking back in humble bewilderment. Paramore looked over to Cora and laughed loudly. "Thanks again, brave goose. I didn't know you had it in you." "Neither did I," she laughed back, "but it felt good. For once, she was a fighter who physically fought back. It was appropriate and good." While the now nonchalant ravens began picking away at the dead elk's eyeballs, Cora noted the sun was beginning to peek through at last. On their way back to Louis, the ravens, Crow and Goose made sure each of them carried pieces of the elk meat in their bills so he could catch up with their feasting and regain some much-needed missing strength. As soon as they were all happily sunning themselves in the open snow lawn in front of the cave, Cora flew off in the direction of the elk again. Before the others had a chance to ask where she was going, she was gone. About a half hour later, she returned with more meat in her bill. Thinking Cora finally got the hang of things, Louis smiled to himself. But his self-regard as culinary tutor to the great goose was short-lived as he overheard the conversation she shared with Paramore. "Here, let's take this to where we got all that meat that helped us survive in the storm. Let's return to the Grey Jay's cache tree." Paramore said that it was a great idea and the two ladies flew off with nary a fare thee well. "Here's the spot," said Paramore as they neared a grove of trees where she found all of the cemented meat pieces. Nearby, Cora spotted a young Grey Jay couple perched on the branch to a small fir tree, twitching their tail feathers nervously. The crow and goose immediately dropped the elk meat and suet near the main cache tree, and the two jays looked on with interest and curiosity. Cora and Paramore made 2 more trips to the elk until they felt satisfied their outstanding debt had been restored. Replacing the meat was one thing. Another was thanking the jays in a small way for what their food did for them and their raven friends. Though the jays would never know to what extent, the two jays began an excited and hurriedly charged conversation between themselves. Goodness gracious! Have you ever seen such kindness? Did you ever see such a gesture? Did you ever see such a couple? Elk. My goodness, my sweet suet. Elk suet. We're eating like eagles today. Dear. Oh, dear, dear. Elk. Elk. Back near the cave, Louie and the 4 ravens were busy chasing each other on the ground for Louie benefit, playing raven games of tag and somersaults. Louie asked Paramore where they had disappeared to, though he knew full well after overhearing their little plan to restore the stolen meat. She's a good creature, your goose friend, Paramore told Louie. Yeah, I know how to pick 'em, he chuckled softly, and she's our friend. They headed back to Louie' little cave alone. G5. When the end of March came, the few showers that began as rain were quickly superseded with familiar snow or sleet. The Ungava Bay region is known for its cold and long winters, and Cora knew this early on from her migratory days. Many a spring, she and her clan would arrive early enough, having to brave a few brief snow periods or even storms, as when her children were born. Such a time was the time when Louie and Paramore mated. Paramore, being the larger of the two, was attracted to Louie' bravery and character. She knew, despite his crippled wings, that he would be a good provider when it came time to feed the clutch, and she was told by Cora that she, too, would help with the feeding of the baby crows once they arrived. Louie knew Paramore would be a good mother. He was constantly impressed with her serious and positive attitude toward life itself. Paramore and Cora built a nest high in a tree near the old raven roost, and Louie gathered materials such as twigs and string from the human town near the bay. Paramore developed a brood patch upon her belly, a bare area of skin which is swollen with blood vessels to help incubate the eggs. In the meantime, despite the quirky, unpredictable spring mini-storms, Cora was again finding it increasingly easier to find plants to eat. Early spring grass shoots were making their way in open meadows, and smaller lakes and streams showed signs of thaw. Some weakly colored water plants from the year prior were foods good enough for her, especially after all the unpleasant meat the vegetarian had to endure. Practically dead yellowish to brown water plants tasted as good to her as the young green shoots of May. With renewed energy, she was able to help Paramore with the nest and get about her own survival as well. With Louie constantly dropping his found nest materials at the base of the tree, the three made short work of its completion. Soon, Cora's own secret place was where she spent most of her lone time once again. She was looking forward to seeing her children's return come the imminent migration north. Any day now, she was busy pulling on some new green shoots in the small lake near her secret place when she looked to the heavens one early dawn. Still at the close of March, the honkers came honking again as they had for centuries on end. Her instinct told her to join them. What a thought! She laughed to herself. Join them to fly where? South again? No, only a mile or two, perhaps, to only stay home, where she belonged. Too Slow and her mate were the first to find Cora, followed by all of the rest of her children. The 6 one-year-old geese clamored about her excitedly, so happy to see their dear mother again. Sari and young Tarjan had the calamitous yet comical habit of not only interrupting each other during the hyper-conversations, but of actually chattering complete sentences simultaneously while the other spoke. Everyone seemed confused but the two of them. During the happy reunion, she learned that Too Slow and Trip had not yet officially mated, but were still staying together. They decided to wait another year or two before they would take on the responsibility of raising a family. Cora was somewhat relieved and happy, too, that they remained a couple. When evening came, she told them about her new friends and some of the adventures they shared, and everyone hushed as she spoke of them. I want you to meet Louie so much and his new mate Paramore. They live not far from here, and I want you to meet their raven friends. Raven friends? Asked Jessica, somewhat surprised and confused. Think what you will about the ravens, Jessica. I'm here to tell you they have been some of the best friends I could have ever hoped for. She laughed now as she watched her children's slack-jawed expressions. She promised she would take them to the raven roost, but a three-quarter moon was reminding them it was time for nest. So one by one they sailed to the land of sleep. A couple of them drifted onto the still lake of dozing waterfowl while most stayed with Cora in the gently swaying reeds. Good night, children. You have no idea how happy I am right now. Probably as much as we, Mother, said Chester, and nuzzled his soft head into her warm left wing, feeling closer than ever to home. Chapter 13's Hooker returns north. Home is where they want you now. You can more or less assume that you'll be welcome in the end. Mustn't let King Herod haunt you so or fantasize his features when you're looking at a friend. James Taylor, Home by Another Way. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. Hebrews 13:2. It was foggy and cool, the kind of cool most waterfowl consider perfect spring weather. When they awoke, the frost was on the ground, but by midday, all traces of ice crystals were lost to slowly climbing temperatures. In minutes the fog lifted, but the high clouds remained, keeping things gray and dusky. Cora could not wait to have her children meet Louis and Paramore, so she immediately rounded them up. On their way to the crow's new nest, Cora gave them an abbreviated account of their adventure in the snow blizzard and how Louis saved Paramore with the human whistles by the old man responding to the calls. But Mom, Crows, asked Too Slow, whose soon-to-be mate, Trip, was absent for this excursion. Dear, for every prejudice, there is evidence to the contrary. I finally learned this lesson after all these years. Just wait for your own stories to unfold, for the creatures you'll meet and the unexpected friends you'll all make, they are the ones who will teach you the most important lessons. That's part of life, was all she said in response. When they got to the tall tree, sure enough, Louis could be spotted making his way back from the deep forest with some moss and leaves in his bill. The nest was occupied by a busy Paramore who had already made sure it was lined with sticks, roots, mud and frayed bark as it sat tight inside the crotch of the sturdy limb she had picked. It was time for the two of them to cushion the nest with leaves, grass, moss, feathers, fur and wool. As Louis brought the materials to the base of the tree, Paramore flew down to retrieve them. She'd give her mate a quick peck on the beak, then sail back up to continue the preparations. Once in a while, Paramore had to chide Louis when he brought something entirely inappropriate for the nesting. She did so in a patient and humor-filled manner. Louis' love for her was so strong, the gentle corrections only added to his admiration. Louis spotted Cora and the 6 young adult geese and guessed right away who they all were. He knew it was time for their return and was pleased to meet them. Caw! He shouted and ran just a little faster than he should have, dropping some of the moss in his unsteady gait. The 6 were already told about his condition and so said nothing about his stumbling approach. Louis, this is Tarjan. Too Slow. Chester, sorry, Jessica and Trinette. Children, this is my dear friend Louis. He called again. I'm so happy to meet you all. Your mom has told me much about each one of you. My wife would love to meet all of you, I'm sure. She's up there. And he made a nod toward the heavens. Yes, Jessica said innocently. We heard about your wife dying in the storm. We're sorry. No, Cora corrected. That was Louis' first mate, Carey. He means Paramore. As soon as she said this, Paramore made her entrance by flapping her wings loudly to slow her descent. Introductions were made and the crows didn't waste time making a lasting impression on the 6 one-year-old goslings. True to Cora's words, as the 2 crows took a welcome break from nest building, which was almost complete, all the birds shared their stories of the past winter season. The children also filled Cora and the crows in on Chancellor's unpopular leadership by the majority of their adult flock, the scandal of Paul's mysterious death, the unusual disappearance of Thomas and the news of yet another held-back couple, Shelfather and Maribird. As Cora listened intently, an uneasiness grew inside her, thinking of how much influence this dysfunctional leader would be having on her children for the years ahead. Cora also learned waterfowl hunting had picked up against most of the flocks during the year and even during their migration north. As they passed the Virginias and Dale ponds, unseasonable bullets were heard, and to his credit, Chancellor wisely kept the flock from touching down. Chancellor himself was surprised, after all, to hear report that Cora had survived the winter, especially since he also heard what a harsh winter it had been, though in his mind he never thought he was trying to lead her to her own cruel death. He did think she could stand a 50-50 chance, so when Rosie gave him the news, coupled with the report of the weather conditions, he stiffened. Well, no mind, Rosie, we did say she should stay behind and that she will from now on. Come on now, I have a spring pep talk I want to give. Help me gather everyone. If you see Cora's children, tell them to come, too, but only if their mother isn't around. That bird is no longer a part of the flock. Even here, Rosie was able to speak to all of Cora's children at opportune times, and reluctantly, they left their mother's territory to join a hasty meeting. It was held in the lower reeds of the north shore of their small, shallow lake. Cora was told of the meeting by young Tarjan. Though they both knew she wasn't invited, she stayed behind and rubbed his neck goodbye. It was just as well. I'll tell you what he says, Mom. No doubt just wind, though, no doubt. Dear boy, off you go now. The land was half bare, naked looking, yet with almost all the snow gone now. Buds were as yet indiscernible, but deep within the fiber of the wood, the sap was beginning to rise. A light wind now kicked in to make the brisk day complete. Cora didn't let Chancellor's obvious snub ruin her mood as she embraced the morning with joy in her heart. Her babies were back and each one of them was in good health. That was all that mattered to her. Fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, children. Chancellor began his speech rather zealously, standing atop a small algae-aged boulder that jutted from the lake's edge. Organization is what keeps a flock healthy. We've been through some difficult times and changes these past few months, and we suffered a few difficult losses as well. Yet, through it all, we remain structured. As your leader, I am here to tell you that all of these changes and losses have only served to strengthen the flock, not weaken it. There was a quiet cough from the back, too timid for anyone to detect. When we fly south every autumn, we honor a tradition almost as old as our species. The power gave us the ability to migrate so we would not freeze or die from lack of food when the winters get to be too much to take. Another soft cough, but again, no one noticed. If you were to try and migrate on your own, dear companions, you would find the task debilitating. We're able to go so far away each year because of our ability to stay organized as a group. By sharing a common sense of direction and community, we get where we head much easier, much quicker, much safer by sailing in formation on the thrusts of each other's uplift. If you doubt me, try flying alone next autumn. By staying in formation, you are always headed in the right direction. We need to stick together so we can help each other stay willing to help each other. Only the ones who are left out due to their own stubbornness will fail to benefit from their neighbor's uplift. Consequently, they will fall to earth. They will most likely, eventually, fail to survive altogether. We must, therefore, be willing to accept each other's help and be willing to give our own help when we see a brother or sister fall behind. A louder, strange cough. This time a few of the geese turned their heads and attentions to the source of the coughs. Chancellor continued, "We are interdependent of one another. If I fall back, I intend to see a Paul or a Thomas take my place, as I would for them or would have." He cleared his throat and continued, We need to encourage each other in the way we honk, letting the other goose know where we are and where they are. If someone in front of you is slowing you up, honk and let that goose know you are honking with encouragement, not spite. A cough and a comment. Beetle droppings. Chancellor heard this, but like a professional, ignored the annoying interruption. Not missing a beat, he continued his speech. Not spite. We must now, as we have for generations, stay with the sick and wounded. If one of us gets shot down by a hunter, some of us must fall out of formation and follow that bird and help protect him or her. They must stay with that bird until he or she can fly again or until he or she dies. We must stand by each other in good times as well as the difficult ones. The small yet loud voice spoke up again, but even louder. What, complete, and utter, hypocritical, coyote crap, blurted the voice from the back. It was Louis. He remained in the back of the small crowd, but all of a sudden, his voice was as loud and as clear as a goose's honking. No goose had noticed his infiltration as he was able to creep through the group virtually undetected because of his small size. What I can't figure out is how you seem to be able to fool half of these geese about half of the halving time. The folks around these parts know about your dealings with Cora and her deceased husband Tarjan. When Cora was shot down, you nor any others of your so-called flock here went to search for her. No one went to her aid. Now there is a bird who gives her heart, body and soul. There is a bird who, though she flies better than any bird I've ever seen, has been kept from rejoining her flock because you, Mr. Chancellor, are jealous of her. You're threatened by her. I've seen her survive the toughest winter in many, Many a year up here and I've seen her do battle with wolves and wolverines. You were jealous of her mate, the good leader Tarjan, as well, Mr. Chancellor. You, sir, have no right to spout such pontifications and hypocritically altruistic jargon when none of it must ring of any veracity to any members of your flock with half a wood frog's brain. Chancellor couldn't believe anyone would have the audacity to challenge him like this in a public gathering, and as his eyes finally were able to fall upon the culprit, he couldn't believe it was from a different species of bird. What was this onerous crow doing here, chanting his interferences and outside insurrection? He glared at the crow and gave little thought to what he said and did next. Are you that egg-stealing crow Cora's been rumored to have struck a friendship with? Are you? Louis didn't hesitate. Yup, I am. You chief of thieves. You overlord of killers who keeps geese behind in winter and steals meat from less fortunate birds. You secretive player of other birds' lives. You hypocrite who mourns for the egg and cares nothing for the child. Rid this menace corvid from our midst. Attack him, guards and compatriots, now. But none, not one, of Chancellor's geese had ever attacked another bird, so they just honked in confusion. They stared alternately between their leader and the poor, brave disabled crow. Chancellor, instantly sensing the awkward hesitation in his followers, jumped down from the small lake rock and marched straight up the aisle to where Louis was holding his crown defiantly. There are stories you are more crippled than the renegade Cora, dirty little crow. He strode right up to Louis and started pecking harshly at the poor crow's little head. As this shocked most of those present, no one seemed to care enough to do anything about it. The apathetic voyeurism was for some unhealthy reason unanimous. Louis sent out a shrill, desperate cry. It alerted some nearby raven friends. Cora had flown to visit his friend Nob, sensing something like this might happen at the first chance Louis would get to confront Chancellor, despite his new responsibilities as a father-to-be, and so both Nob and his mate Shinkler were indeed within a crow's call. In moments, they and 6 other ravens descended, swooping effortlessly on Chancellor like some breakneck World War II P-51 Mustangs, their talons extended and aimed straight at his frenetically jabbing head. As soon as the raven attack commenced, some of the younger geese, who Chancellor now called his guards, imitated their leader's actions and began to flap their wings and peck at the crow and ravens, in an attempt to protect their flock leader. Louis now found his small body being assaulted by about 5 large Canada geese bills and pairs of feet. But just as these events began to unfold, each of Cora's children flew to the rear of the gathering and fought against Chancellor and his naive admirers. Chancellor was incensed and honked at the top of his lungs for Cora's children to stop, but they listened to no one but Nob, who kept shouting encouragements to protect the weak. Finally all of the younger geese backed off from Cora's children's intervention and Louis finally limped away. As he did so, all 6 of Cora's offspring followed suit while the ravens took again to the air. Chancellor made haughty threats for their expulsion from the flock if they were to keep following the crow. It was young Tarjan who looked back and spoke his final words to Chancellor. On the memory of my father, I curse the roots you deign to let anyone through. We are forming a new flock, a flock of 7. His young voice resonated like the thundering voice of Tarjan Sr. Good luck, mocked Chancellor at the top of his lungs. From that day forward, Chancellor's attempts to heal the already shaky ribs within the flock were doubled, and everyone noticed how strange the efforts became, even the younger ones. Chancellor realized he had to do something drastic to regain the respect of his corporate congregation, for Cora didn't know how to react to the news of the events of the day. For the most part, she kept silent. She offered weak advice now and then, encouraging her children to rejoin the flock in humility, before Chancellor could make it impossible for them to do so. Chancellor is right about the larger flocks being safer and stronger, she tried to tell them. But as she noted her children's resoluteness, she also saw how the children were slowly growing attached to the crows and the ravens. How could she argue against her gut comprehension as she heard them laugh and praise Nob and Shinkler for their bravery and loyalty? That next time, she sighed to herself and left every ounce of fate to her children's free will and the grace of Providence. In the distance, she could hear Paramore and Louis cawing back and forth until the last piece of feather and wool was tucked into their crib. Life would go on, one way or another, as it always did. Some kill, some murder, and they regret the act the rest of their lives. Others kill, and yet do it again and again for some unresolved reason, some unhealed issue within their damaged psyche. It might be a spiral to hide the first murder, or, as in Chancellor's case, because one can never fully accept the blame. Within his own twisted rationale, he tried to blame Paul's murder on Cora. Every time he turned around, Cora was either being defended or set up as some sort of example of his impaired leadership. And now this audacious scavenger bird was accusing him of jealousy and fraudulence, once again in reference to dear, sweet Cora, in his narcissistic way of translating the turn of recent events. If it weren't for Cora and the wounded wing that began her own inability to keep up with the flock, Paul would still be alive and everyone would have eventually seen the wisdom behind keeping the older and more overweight members of the flock in the Carolinas. Chancellor loathed any hint of weakness. His own father was a powerful bird and instilled this kind of exaggerated stalwart attitude, and it was constantly emphasized in his upbringing. Never did it occur to Chancellor that this stress may have been accentuated to an injurious degree, and no one had the guts to confront him when he did or said anything that was out of the ordinary or reprehensible. He was a bully and they just didn't want to have to deal with his unpredictable temper. If Chancellor made a decision, no one dared question it. Upon utterance, his decisions were set in stone. No impeachment was ever braved. A cauliflower-like crop of clouds hung in the heavens that evening, glowing from behind their curtain by just over a half moon. The ravens, Cora and her children, were back at her secret place nursing Louis' wounds back to at least a modicum of health. "You've been through worse than the attacks from the was of a goose, Louis. You're gonna be okay," said Nob as he inspected his battered, near-defeathered head and further bruised wings and back. "That bird has something crazy behind his eyes." "Yeah, what a tail haul," said Chester gruffly as he tried to preen Louis back. "Chester, your language," admonished Cora. "Do you think he'll come back to try and hurt Louis or us?" asked Trinette with concern. "If he does, you and your children learn the crow call." "Cora," said Nob, "we'll come flying." For the next hour, all 6 of Cora's offspring lightened the atmosphere with the most pathetic of attempts at crow calls. "That'll do," Chancellor quirked and laughed. "We'll know who that unique song belongs to." The cauliflower-like clouds closed in on its brain-like fissures, causing much of the moon to glow more dimly. By now, Chancellor had volunteered to round up Paramore and all of the birds spent the night at Cora's place, encouraging Louis and helping his physical therapy by massaging him. Through it all, he maintained his old sense of humor. He kept the young ones entertained. He talked of long-ago stories when he and Nob were bachelors combing the countryside skies together. It caused Cora to remember the story of the man book with the celestial markings. "Nob, do you still have those leaves you tore out?" "Yes, I do," answered the raven with a hint of amused recollection. "I never could get over how they think a square is a crow or a mushroom is an eagle, or an egg is a hunter," said Cora. "I like eagles," Tarjan chimed in. Cora's children sat still in bewilderment, noticing their unsure posturings. Nob volunteered to go fetch the pages to the mystical book. "Oh, would you?" asked Too Slow excitedly. "Give me until about mid-evening. I have them in my own private place." While Nob was gone, Louis started feeling a little better. Paramore's closeness helped him heal psychologically as well as physically by her constant soft beak massages. He enjoyed the mild chatter of Cora's guzzlings, and the infectious exuberance of youth made him look forward to the day he would be a father again. His own children had since flown off in different directions, but every now and then he'd run into one or two and they'd catch up on each other's adventures and news. He hoped this time he might be able to spend more time with his next brood. Nob headed toward the Great Ungava Bay and suddenly noticed a couple of snow geese flying practically alongside him. "What is it?" he asked, irritated by their pseudo-friendly, neck-jerking stares. "You're Nob, the tough raven, aren't you?" the larger of the two questioned. "Yes, I'm Nob, the what?" Now Nob's annoyance was getting peaked. Who were these two and why were they now flanking either side of him? "Who the hell are you?" "We have a message from Chancellor and all other defenders of geese eggs," said the smaller snow goose. "Oh, and what's that?" Nob said, swooping lower, trying to shake off their space-invading maneuvers. He quickly surmised that the Canada goose leader had probably spread some lies about him and his friend Louis to all the neighboring waterfowl by now, and that he would have to no doubt deal with this vexation for the months ahead. "First of all," asked the larger, "why did you steal and break half of my mate's eggs last season?" "What? You're crazy. I don't even know where the snow geese congregate. You clumsy birds probably stepped on and smashed your own." He caught a loud quirk and dove even lower, flying mere inches over the land's surface. His maneuvers were too expert for the snow geese to keep up with or risk, so the larger one, giving the other a nod, began attacking the raven by spreading his webbed feet, trying to land on top of him. But again, Nob was too quick for them, zipped like lightning above their path, and rapidly battered both of their wings with his needle-sharp toes in swift, swinging successions. He then took a fast 45-degree turn away and lost them completely. He looked back down and the two white geese remained on the ground, kicking and honking loudly. That cursed goose and his lies. He can recruit anyone, he thought, heading again toward the bay. It's going to be an interesting summer. I'll have to warn the others about this. When he reached the bay, he found most of his secondary roost asleep. Turning east, he plunged past the old driftwood perches and headed straight toward a time-worn, abandoned human shack on the highest part of a little hill. It was here he kept his found objects and collections. He flew through the broken glass entrance of a side window and headed toward the old, half-rotted wooden shelves. He pushed aside an old mason jar where he kept some odd-looking pebbles and feathers until he could reach the scraps of parchment. Ah, here they are. He was able to fold them up and grasp them with his beak. Before he took off, Nob hopped over to another shelf and plucked one more piece of paper Louis had never seen before. He knew this would add some jollity to the night's gathering of friends. On his way back, he noticed something quite odd. About where he had the little skirmish with the snow geese, several more were gathered along with about 5 Canadas. He didn't have to fly closer to take an educated guess whose flock those 5 Canadas belonged to. And then Chancellor gave us this long speech about how wonderful Paul was, but most of us knew what probably took place. Chancellor's differences with Paul were noticed by enough of us to know something more than what he said actually happened, spoke young Chester, but it is still hearsay. No one knows for sure, said Jessica. Well, after today's events, my hunches of what happened to Paul are even hunchier, answered Chester. Tisk tisk tisk, Cora said, half clucking. I'm gone from my baby's one season and you pick up such dreadful vernacular. Hunchier. Just then, the sound of Nob's powerful wings were heard, and in a second, he lighted amongst them. He laid the pieces of paper next to Louis and Louis took a look at them with nostalgic fondness. You still have them, Nob. Where on earth did you find a place to keep them safe all these moons and suns? Ha ha, my dear friend. The next we have a blizzard like this season's, and that Wolverine decides to take up residence in your cave, maybe I'll show you. Here's the crow one, laughed Louis, showing the star maps to Paramore, the ravens and the geese. Done. I am a human. I think that looks like a crow, he said in a funny mammalian crow tongue. Everyone laughed, especially Cora. Oh, and here is the human hunter. What they did to your legend of the goose leader neck, Cora, is unbelievable, isn't it? Actually, said one of the other ravens, I kind of see what they're trying to do with them. Shut up. Nob laughed. That's a long gooseneck if ever there was one. Thank you, Cora said with dignified grace. Louis told me the story of the gooseneck stars, said Nob. I think it's beautiful storytelling. I sometimes think it's really something that happened, answered Cora. I feel like the power used to deal with this land in a more direct way than now. I can't explain why I feel that way. I just do. Perhaps, said Paramore. Perhaps, that's what the stories were for, to help us now, in a time and hard place where the power doesn't visit us often, and these things, these stories, happened for the purpose of encouraging us. Maybe, probably, said Cora. Now look at this, said Nob as he opened the third piece of paper with his bill. Oh my God, said Cora and Paramore and Sorry in near unison. There before them was a photograph torn from an old hunting magazine of 2 huge hunker Canada geese. There were no hints of the source, and the other side only had cigarette and houseboating advertisements. The picture was of 2 lone geese, wings extended and so close that one seemed to be almost flying on the other's back. Cora was the first to speak. Oh, Nob, it's just beautiful. How do you suppose they got this image on this leaf? The one above the other looks like your father. Children, and they all crowded around the old, tattered and pallid color photograph. Cora did her best to keep her voice from faltering as memories of flight with Tarjan Sr. flooded her mind. Far into the future, Cora would think back to this magical night of odd companions, and though she never asked him then, she knew that Nob saved that photograph for a reason he never shared with her, but she knew it was because he, akin to Louis, even before he met her, respected and loved the goose, and she would forever love and respect the crow and the raven and every one of God's enigmatic creatures. The cottony clouds dissipated and Orion smiled on them all. "Look," whispered Nob to Cora, "your stars." Weed and Honigrin told Chancellor about their unsuccessful attempt to hurt the raven. Some of the younger Canada geese and several more snow geese gathered under the quarter-round moonlight. Chancellor, the lone conspirator, was now getting more waterfowl into what seemed to be the makings of a scheme for war against the corvids, especially the crows and ravens, or as they began to call them almost exclusively now, the egg-stealers. By exaggeration, innuendo and lies, he was able to get a small flock of snow geese worked up into a frenzy of hostility against Nob, Shankler, their entire roost, Corazali, Louie and any other crow they shared comradeship with. Chancellor knew one of the snow geese had lost an entire nest of eggs the previous spring and no one knew where they disappeared to or how. By making it seem as though the ravens were to blame, it wasn't difficult to spread their "not my backyard" propaganda. Chancellor was also able to get more of the younger geese from his own flock, impressed by his ability to coax an entirely different clan to join forces, snow geese and Canadas, as one. Chancellor was becoming the master organizer again. He was a hero in his own eyes and by those who were impressed by face value and the lies they were too lazy to investigate. "Did you destroy the nest?" Chancellor asked Honigrin. "No time to, but we saw to it that some of our brothers from the James Bay did. It should be a shambles by now, if even that." "Good. That will teach the crow to ever challenge me again." When Louie and Paramore discovered their destroyed nest, they hung their heads in disbelief and hopeless despair. Every stick, feather, piece of moss and dried mud was picked and sent to the ground. Even there, the snow geese saw to it that all traces of the materials were shredded to unusable bits. "How can they be so cruel?" asked Paramore. "I'm sorry, Paramore. This is my fault. I should never have ventured into their circle like that. I was being entirely impulsive and short-sighted. I don't blame this on you, Louie. Cora is a friend worth defending and I know that was all you were thinking of." He looked at this paragon of virtue with reverence as he had so many times before. "Come on, let's start gathering new sticks." He sighed. "It's not like there's a shortage." 22. Sheena was beating her long 7-foot wings, cleaving through the air with delight. Never had she seen so much countryside or flown so far. Her brother Zoc was right beside her as their father glided effortlessly in front of them, forming the shortest and most unusual V of the Atlantic flyway that season. "I still can't believe we're doing this, Father," said Sheena without a trace of weariness. "Well, I told you I wanted to fly North Asian someday and after that little adventure with the wounded goose in her luva, I couldn't help but think we should swing by their neck of the Canadas on our way." Hooker called back. "I so like them." "I'm glad we are," she answered sweetly. Their legs and feet tucked tightly under their tails, they made their flight north in the direction Tarjan, no doubt, had once explained they were from. The Trumpeters' breeding range once stretched from Arctic Canada westwards to coastal Alaska, and southwards throughout northwest Alberta. They also bred through Alberta eastwards to the lakes of Minnesota and further southeast as far as Indiana. But with the encroachment of man, the Trumpeters' breeding grounds are now restricted to the western part of Canada and smaller localities in the northwest United States. Since the last half of the 19th century, the swans' wintering habitats have decreased significantly. Before that time, they used to winter in Washington, Oregon and California in the Pacific Flyway as well as Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Iowa, Illinois, Missouri and Louisiana in the Mississippi areas. They even used to winter in Maryland, the Virginias and North Carolina along the Atlantic Flyway. Now all of these regions that are settled in by man are pretty much shot over, which has greatly reduced the population of the dazzling and wondrous trumpeter swan. Sadly, the sight of these graceful birds, the largest of all waterfowl, is a rare one in the United States and most parts of Canada today. The Migratory Bird Treaty of 1918 prohibited the shooting of swans in the United States and Canada, but there is still an annual loss of both trumpeter and whistling swans due to unscrupulous and uninformed hunters. The trumpeter's careless habits and almost tame ways accounts for its disappearance from all but the western coast of North America, for it is in the states that more trumpeter swans die from lead poisoning and illegal shooting than from any other cause. Even so, it was with little apprehension that Hooker decided to make it back north and west to his old home in the Montana mountains and lakes. Now that his mate was gone and his children grown, he had no need or desire to stay in the stuffy atmosphere of the overcrowded, squatter-infested elk ponds, and 2 of his children decided, on their own, to make the long migratory flight back to their father's roots along with him. Each time he described the glorious mountain caps and spectacular teal-green waters, they quivered with anticipatory wanderlust. Zoc didn't mind visiting the Ungava Bay geese on the way, but he simply couldn't wait to see the West. Without mates, similar to Canada geese, most swans wait about their 3rd year to couple. They had nothing tying them down and they were free as birds. Michigan suited them well for a short respite. They landed on the shores of the Great Lake of Superior for rest. The shiny smooth black boulders and rocks supported them as they walked briskly on their high legs near the icy cold water. Nearby, a man was walking along the shores with 2 of his children, a son of 15 and a daughter of 7. The boy hunted with his father when it was the right season, and it was his keen eyes who first spotted the 3 swans. "Dad, look," he said, pointing without shouting too loud, so as to not disturb the spectacular trio. The man quickly reached into his thick down jacket to retrieve a set of miniature binoculars he always kept with him whenever he was in the outdoors. "Well, I'll be a monkey's nephew," he whispered, with the small rubber cushions of the eyepiece pressed like glue to his eyes. He finally handed them to the child nearest him, his daughter. "Know what those are, kids? Trumpeter swans. Those birds haven't been around these parts for years. The wild ones, at least." The girl and Auden made a comment on their size when the boy couldn't stand it any longer. Let me see. As the boy gazed through the lens, his unfortunate shout alerted the 3 trumpeters. He was still able to watch as one by one, they curved their long necks, slowly spread their expansive wings and took to the air across the great waters while they called loudly with trumpet-like blasts. The sight and sound of the 3 swans sent a delightful chill up all 3 of their necks. Little did they know they were watching a mirrored family in bird form. In a contemplative manner, the father proceeded to unobtrusively educate his children on these magnificent animals. "What a treat! Did you know that bird used to be as common a sight as the goose? Long ago, they were just about gone for good, almost extinct from overhunting, traders' greedy practices, and their range lessened due to agriculture and human settlements. The Hudson Bay Indians and white men used to trade the skins of the bird to fur companies back in the frontier days. I remember reading somewhere that in the late 20s the Park Service did a count and they only found around 35 of them left in the whole USA. But because of new laws, they're doing better, back west at least. What a sight. You too remember this day, and you, son, remember this day come next fall. Why here," and the father gave them both a wink. On their drive home, he continued to tell his children about the need for conscientious hunters to be discriminating when setting their sights on prey. He told them how if they left certain animals off their list of targets, creatures like the great boat-trusting trumpeter swan might have a chance for a comeback, and he knew the visual impact of seeing the birds wild like that couldn't have been a better way for them to see them in all their glory. Imagining a world where certain species were as numerous as they once were, a world of migrating angels. Both kids couldn't wait to tell their mother about their great day at the Great Lake and the sighting of the great swans. "The birds round here call these the little oceans," Hooker piped to his offspring as they glided through the air across the huge freshwater lake. "It's so long, Papa," said Sheena as she couldn't make land out now in any direction. "Are you sure we haven't hit the ocean?" "Positive. I flew this way once in my life. There's a couple of these here, big, but you'll see land soon." Just a few more minutes they were traveling about 80 miles per hour, the young ones feeling slightly anxious to see the land at the end of this water tunnel. Sure enough, as their experienced father predicted, land was soon seen again by all 6 of their sharp eyes. In a few moments, they would be in Canada with the new nest built, higher this time but in the same tree. Paramore and Louis were getting ready to lay their first eggs. Both were equally excited and slightly nervous. With the attack by Chancellor at the goose gathering, Louis now realized if there were any hopes of him to ever fly again, they were now dashed by the vicious blows from the merciless bill of the goose leader. He now walked with a severe permanent limp and everyone he knew was saddened, remembering the once proud crow in better days. He worried how he could get the worms and grubs to his new brood and how he could protect Paramore should there be fresh attacks from whomever Chancellor was able to recruit against them. He regretted confronting the strange dictator from the day it happened, but Cora, her children, and the ravens all said they would help feed the young when they hatched and do their best in defense should any kind of attacks occur. Still, it was always Louis who slept the lightest down deep in the small knothole at the foot of the tree where his 5 little green speckled eggs lay. Above, under the protective warmth of their mother, Paramore tucked her eggs into the soft lining of her nest. Soon enough, she began to hear her babies make their first little peeps from within their shells. As soon as she did, she turned them right side up. Some young crows came to visit from time to time, partly for Paramore's company, but partly because they were making mental notes for the days in their own futures when they would be making their own nests and be taking care of their own young. It was at such times, Paramore asked if they had seen Louis. If he was nowhere to be seen, this way, they kept a constant crow-to-crow communication going as Louis often went out to forage and fetch insects and grubs for the chicks that now began to struggle out of their shells. As they made their way clear of the cases, Paramore ate the debris and cleaned the messy brood. Sometimes she would nudge one that seemed to have a weak neck until a twig or a shell casing could support its little head. It began to rain hard one April morning and Paramore nestled ever so tightly against her little youngsters. On the warmer days, she would bore a small hole into the nest so air could breathe into their little cocoon of a world. If the weather was hot enough to cause the babies to start panting, she quickly flew to a nearby duck pond and returned only to stand over them, dripping. Louis was always hunting for insects and Paramore made more trips from the nest to retrieve these because of his inability to bring them to the chicks himself. "How are you doing?" he asked her the morning of the heavy precipitation as the rain pushed the earthworms to the surface, making that morning's hunt easier for Louis. "Oh, all right, I suppose, as much as can be expected in this weather. The new limb doesn't have as much protection from this blasted rain, being higher up, less branches above me to lessen the impact. But oh, well, what can you do? At least I haven't seen those snow geese since the babies have hatched. That's good news. Maybe it was a one-time thing. Maybe they saw through Chancellor's lies and went back their own way. Well, honey, those worms look scrumptious. I miss you, but I better take these back up there now, or our babies will get too wet. I can't wait until you can see them. Can't let them get wet, baby. I'll take a little break and climb into my knot here. I'll go out again in another short while. How's that? Sounds good. Bye, my love." The rain let up somewhat by mid-afternoon, and the sun peeked through enough to cast a glorious rainbow over the nearby clearing from the woods. Within the bow, Louis made out the form of a Canada goose flying his way. It was Cora. "Surprise," she honked. "Surprise," answered Louis. "I'm a father again." I know. Shankler told me. I've come to take you up there so you can see your little ones." "What? How do you propose to do that?" cried Louis, excited by the prospect, but dubious as to its execution. "Come on, Mr. Crow, on my back, just like when we first met." And so, with much struggle, Louis was able to climb onto Cora's back, clinging to her feathers with his toes and beak. It hurt her skin, but she said nothing, wincing and walking through the now sprinkling atmosphere until they reached a clearing of grasses. "Hang on tight. If you think you're going to fall, caw through your closed beak. I'll hear you and glide back down." "Okay," Louis answered, shaking, partly from fear since the pine was so tall, and partly from the excitement of knowing he was going to see his 3-day-old babies. After a few short strides on the ground, up they flew. Cora's little scheme worked perfectly. When she lighted on the strong branch, Louis stayed on her back and gazed down onto his 5 little, naked, blind children. Paramore was busy poking tiny holes in the nest in order to drain the excessive rainwater that had collected. This gave Louis the chance to see every one of his tiny, needy brood. His speech was difficult since he continued to hang on to Cora's back with his beak clenched. "Paramore, I am so happy. I am, too, Cora. This is so kind of you to bring Louis up here like this. I can't thank you enough. It's nothing, and besides, I get a chance to see the little guys myself this way. I'll tell everyone how well you all are doing. You know, when us geese have babies, their eyes are open, and they learn to swim almost immediately. Your tasks as mother and father seem harder for you than for us." "Ish all relative," mumbled Louis. "I've seen de veujish perdak yer baby chef rm de huction iotishan badger land. Ish tough for all of us." Paramore couldn't resist teasing her husband's new speech patterns. "She you waiter, wuv. I gosh to get back to our babish. Gee, for the next 2.5 more weeks." Paramore stayed close to her babies, rarely leaving their sides. except to fly down and retrieve food from Louis. Up until the time the young crows began to fledge, some of the yearling crows who were observing Paramore's nesting actually began assisting her in some of the feeding. When these inexperienced helpers got to be too interfering or occasionally offered her babies inappropriate foods, Paramore had to sometimes squawk rudely and chase them off. Well-meaning though they may have been, she could do this job herself. On those occasions, Louis had to intervene and diplomatically thank the yearlings for their help lest there were too hard of feelings. When the birds were able to fly, Paramore took them every safe route she knew. Each of her babies followed her with trust. Baby crows are totally dependent on adult guidance when they are this young. By imitating their parents' directives, they're able to learn when it is safe to relax and when it is time to hide. On one dangerous occasion, the baby Paramore named Morning almost lost her life when she practically flew straight into the talons of an owl. Near sundown, luckily, Louis spotted the owl from the ground and alerted Paramore, who directly dealt with the would-be assassin, diverting its attention until Morning made it back safely to their nest. In the latter part of the breeding season, when the young crows grew stronger, Paramore and some of the other local mothers and fathers took their young into mixed gangs of crows, magpies and other species. They would gather and chase owls and hawks and coyotes, for the sole purpose of teaching the young flyers which creatures to watch out for, at the same time learning how to outmaneuver the frightening adversaries. Paramore had an equal share of both boys and girls. Morning, Starnoon and Somejoy she named her daughters. Piltroy, Afternoon and Timothy she named her sons. She wanted to name the youngest after Louis, but Louis laughed and said it might be bad luck, being named after a bird with such a string of bad karma. Paramore thought Louis was being frivolous until he urged Paramore on the name Timothy, his only insistence on all their brood. It was the name my grandpappy had. You know he saved my life twice. Paramore sighed, and Timothy was the last christened. In the evenings, Chancellor spent less time with his own flock and more with the now neighboring snow geese. Honeygreen and Weed were able to convince their own flock to head toward the ungay flocks of Canada's and listen to the charismatic leader who seemed to know who to blame for everyone's problems. There was actually an epidemic of problems within the breeding flocks the season prior, and none of the snow geese seemed to know the cause. Besides a few stolen eggs from ravens and Arctic foxes, some of their goslings had difficulties migrating, many of them dying along the way. Chancellor knew this was due to the late spring weather, which didn't afford the novice flyers enough time to gather strength for the lengthy migration south. Yet he made up a story about the ravens giving the weak ones a disease whenever the strangers ventured near their nests. For the most part, the snow geese were searching for a scapegoat, and if the self-appointed expert chancellor wanted to give them one, it suited them. An easy answer was better than an ambiguous one in their need for finding blame in their misfortune. So it was not too hard for Chancellor to form an army of geese that saw fit to attack their neighbors, the ravens and crows. The late evening meetings were all about timing and strategy, and of course, Chancellor knew all the answers, even if he had to make them up along the way. Next few suns and moons, the young crows and ravens will be flying with their parents, learning the airways, but it will also be a time when many of them will venture off by themselves. Their beaks are sharper than ours and they can maneuver better than we, but I'm certain we won't have any problems with the fledglings. No one in this gathering of geese even questioned Chancellor's overt recommendation to kill the baby corvids. He made sure only the most ornery and angry and aggressive snow geese were gathered. And as for the Canadas, again, it was the young, impressionable geese who rallied support for their superior. By the following several weeks, Chancellor's little brigade kept a vigil on both land and in air, but they never found the opportunity to attack any wandering or lost baby crows or ravens. They seemed to have the good sense to stick close to their parents, and every time a snow goose would fly by to inspect the situation closer, the fledglings would be at the adults' sides within seconds. Their parents had been alerted to the new attitude of the snow geese from Chancellor's influence, and they had been training their children well. It was a strange spring. Paramore's children began to fly with Cora's, and the sight was probably the oddest seen to both man and fowl. An Inuit couple spotted the strange phenomenon first, and soon, it became the talk of the town. It became an ongoing curiosity in the local papers. Letters and photos captured the events and musings and observations. Even the local hunters traded guns for binoculars and cameras with zoom lens, all visiting the bays just to witness the playful crows and geese. This, of course, enraged Chancellor even more so. Any excuse he could use to belittle or further blackball Cora or her crow friend he employed, and the annoying appearances of the infiltrating humans were just further reasons to get many of the geese up in arms. No longer would he have to wait for the timid ones. He had enough recruits to start the war. Cora imagined talking to the legendary Hercules about all the unusual changes she was witnessing. If Hercules was a real historical being who once lived in this existence, did she go through the same emotions and feelings that Cora was in now? When Hercules taught their kind to migrate, did she go through the same hesitating feelings of self-doubt? Teaching something revelatory, groundbreaking, is always met with passionate resistance no matter how good or true the new ways are taught. And yet, perhaps Cora and Louis and Paramore, and even Nob and Schenkler were, by the power's own mysterious way, leading the flocks to consider something important here and now. To the goose and the crow, to the raven and the goose, maybe it was so important even the humans had to come out from their evolved status to witness the miracle. She posed on the surface of her special lake and slowly sifted through the wavelets seeking insects caught in the water that were too small for her to catch on land. As this activity soon became fruitless, she held her breath and dipped her fluid neck deep under until she pulled up some small but tasty freshwater plants. As she chewed softly, she slowly noted the sound of crows in trouble. She was beginning to learn the distinctive voices of all of Paramore's children by now, and this cry sounded like two of her daughters, possibly mourning and some joy. Then she heard the added goose voice of one of her own, Trinit. They were obviously in some kind of serious distress. She flapped her wings hard until she was swiftly in the direction of the cries. A skirmish was finally initiated by Chancellor, but of course, he was not to be seen at the scene of the crime. When Cora arrived at the clearing where the small morning, some joy and her daughter Trinit lay wounded, the culprits responsible exited as soon as they spotted the large Canada goose mother approaching. It looked like 5 good-sized snow geese. No doubt they had a lookout that warned them of her arrival. Small black crow and medium-sized gray and brown goose feathers were strewn across the field for several yards. One of some Joy's eyes was shut from a nasty intended death blow to the head. Cora tried to nudge them up to fly to her secret place. Trinit and Morning were able to fly, but some Joy couldn't see well enough to navigate herself. Cora managed to get her onto her back and quickly they were on their way to find Louis and the ravens and Cora's other goslings. When she returned, she saw there were some white birds milling around her nest. Oh no, she thought, they found it. But as she neared cautiously, she saw that the birds were not snow geese. They were gigantic swans. 3 of them. Now she knew that could only mean the world had been turned upside down, or it was. Could it be her old friend and physical therapist, Hooker? Did Tarjan give him directions before they left the Alpons? Come on, Trinit, it's okay. Follow behind me. Hooker was the first to speak as he saw his old friend approaching with precaution. Some geese chillin' tall me and Sakan Sheena here, this was your place. Cora, Oz honored Mach name is known in these parts. From your chillin's perspective, that is, nice place, the Ongava place. Hooker, how could, why, what on earth, was all the surprised Cora could muster. She led the wounded children to his imposing figure. Sheena and Zoc stepped aside, forming a short aisle of high-feathered walls before the lordly Hooker. He looked intently at the small and unusual fledgling crow companions. Now what's this? Asked Hooker, noting the extra bird on Cora's back. It reminded him of when he did the same for the wounded Cora 2 years past. This is my daughter Trinit and her 2 friends Morning and some Joy. They were just attacked by some snow geese. Attacked? Sheena asked in surprise. Holly on Yo Oswald. Cora, Hooker said with his familiar drawl. We don't even have that kind of fightin' problem in the crowded Alpans. Well, we are graced with the presence of Chancellor Hooker. It's all of his doings. Here, please help me get some water to these poor children. I'm very worried about some Joy's eyes. Cora left the nest so she could go retrieve Paramore and hopefully Louis. When she returned with Paramore, Hooker and the other 2 swans were crooning and massaging the 2 crows and gosling. Cora noticed the swans had dredged up a large supply of yellow water lilies, wild celery and some snails, and Morning and Trinit were busy nibbling on some tiny chlorophyll-filled leaves. Hooker himself had the tiny feather-tossed crow some Joy under his wing, for the day was becoming chilly again. Paramore was too concerned about her babies to even worry about the imposing size of the great swans, and if Cora could trust them, so could she. With no further questions, she went up to the giant's Hooker and he opened his wing. Sunjoy was shivering, her wounded eyes still closed shut from the wound. "Let me see, honey," cooed Paramore, and she started to gently pick away at the dried blood. "My crow friend Louis publicly challenged him since Chancellor kept me from migrating with our flock a year ago because of my injury," Cora explained to the swans while Paramore rocked Sunjoy in her wings. Occasionally she would fly off to get some water to drip into her beak, whilst Hooker took over as babysitter. "Now he's started some kind of stupid little feud and he's been getting other flocks to fight us and Louis children here. We're all keeping a watch. Me, my kids and some of my raven friends. You're also friends with the ravens." Hooker laughed. "And I thought it was funner for you and me and your husband to make friends. Speaking of which, sir, now where is that old rascal Tarjan?" Cora proceeded to tell Hooker all about how Tarjan met his sad fate. Hooker felt ill, hearing the details of Tarjan's demise. "I told you all about that farmer, but I guessed you'd be out of his territory once you got out of the woods. I failed to tell you all how much land he hangs on to. I guess I just didn't want you all to be too scared, was what it was. I expect you had enough to worry about." "Cora, I'm so sorry." Cora looked up into Hooker's kind eyes and told him she understood and forgave him and whatever else she could think of to ease his painful regret. Deep down, she always knew he wanted nothing but good things for her and her Tarjan. By evening, there was some good news. Sunjoy opened her bata halfway and declared to all present she could see through it. Louis was sent for, and again, most of the birds, along with their new swan companions, stayed together in what was soon becoming known as the Raven-coined Cora Roost. No longer would she be able to call it her secret spot. Life's challenges had altered its once protective luxury and transformed it into a kind of sanctuary for everyone she loved. Their bird sanctuary of the north. "Ya say this Chancellor fellow has been recruiting other birds to attack yer kin here, is that rat, Mr. Nob?" Hooker asked the hardy raven after introductions were made. After each species sized the other up with gradual and unaccustomed respect. "That's the size of it all," answered Nob. "I was personally attacked by two of them recently firsthand. That Chancellor is getting them all against us, and he's impressed boss strength. I take it, Cora, let's just say if you show the slightest hint of weakness, your history with that bird, mused the trumpeter in a deeply resonant tone. The very next morning, Hooker, Sheena and Zoc were gone. The ravens, crows and geese were all sleeping like rocks during their early morning departure. They wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. Cora sighed while the confused children pressed her with questions. Nob, however, seemed to know exactly where they were. "He's got to see Chancellor. Louis, you ain't the only impulsive one around here." Chancellor was stripping some dry mud off some freshly sprouted crabgrass when he heard the trumpeting of the swans echo in the distance. He lifted his strong neck to look in the general direction of the unfamiliar sounds. He turned his head an inch left, blinked, then another inch right until his probing eyes spotted some distant flapping wings. "Good Lord," he thought. "Giants, come on," he shouted to 4 nearby snow geese and 2 of his own Canadas. "We have visitors." Hooker, of course, wanted Chancellor to find him first. Trumpeter swans have the loudest voices of all swans. By trumpeting his powerful calls from the long-coiled windpipes that laid within his resonant breastbone, he was able to cause a stir anywhere. The reverberant, jeep-horn-like cry made any being with ears turn their head in his direction. When Cora heard he calls back at her nest, she thought of the huge dogs he was able to deaf during he must be off to do some damage to the snow geese and Chancellor, she thought. She worried for everyone's physical safety, even her enemies. A curious bird is the raven, and of course, Shankler and Nob couldn't resist following the calls of the swans. A few others joined them, but the crows and Cora's children stayed near the lake. "Look, there they are," said Shankler and quirked to Nob and the other 8 adult ravens. "Let's see what happens, in case those swans need our help." Nob quirked back. Below them, they saw a small flock of snow geese and a couple of Canadas gathering. One by one they touched down onto the ground near where Hooker and his children waited. Chancellor approached the swans first, followed by Weed, Honigrin and a young ambitious Canada by the name of Telltale. Just to keep the geese on their toes, Hooker let out another trumpeting honk, but he never lifted his wings in the half-open attack position, nor bobbed his head nor hissed. He wanted them to approach, but with the proper respect due him and his children. "I come as a friend," began Chancellor. stay as one who is staking out my territory, Hooker answered in a brash, matter-of-fact, but still semi-threatening tone, then added, "Y'all geezers got a problem with that." Chancellor stepped closer to the majestic bird. "I got a problem with that only if you enter my flock's territory." Hooker now spread his wings, half-cocked, and let out a soft but audible low hiss. It put a shiver up Chancellor's back. "But I don't think this here is part of our territory," he added. "Good, 'cause it's officially mine and my friends here. Anyways, whether you wanna claim it or not," and he bobbed his head only once, just to show all the geese what his long neck and head were capable of, should there arise a confrontation of any sort. Chancellor glanced back to his new recruits. They all looked with awe and respect at the trumpeters and looked to Chancellor as if it to say, "Boss, please don't be stupid and make us fight them." "Tell you what," Chancellor said when his eyes met that of Hooker's again, "the local Canadas and snow geese here would like to welcome you and your friends to a little gathering tonight. We've been having, well, some problems with the local egg-stealing corvids, you might say, especially from the crows and ravens. See, look, there's some now right over on that tree. Anyway, this meeting is a sort of neighborhood sentinel kind of thing. All the waterfowl, see, look out for each other in these parts." "Sounds like a splendid idea," Hooker nodded. "Where and when?" "See that large boulder by the beaver dam? There, when the moon is high enough from the horizon to cast shadows. Y'all got us. We'll be there. Now if you don't mind," and he stretched his wings so that his great flight quills rattled, allowing them all to see its 8-foot span. "See you there," and Chancellor walked away until he was quite a ways from the imposing swans. Finally, he spread his own wings and took to flight, the other geese following. He did this all coolly and slowly. He didn't want his followers to think he had been fazed in the least by the great bird. "Gee, I always heard those old swans were peace-loving," honked Weed. "Not if they're staking out a territory." "They're not," answered Chancellor. "This could be interesting." He thought to himself and headed to the beaver dam to clear some debris for his evening caucus. Meanwhile, Nob and the other spying ravens were wondering if they were being betrayed by these strange swan visitors as they flew back to Cora's to report. Chapter 14 Louis swims. "Girl, you are rich even with nothing, and you know tenderness comes from pain. It's amazing how you love, and love is kind, and love can give and get no gain. It's down a rugged road you've come, though you had every reason you didn't come undone. Somehow you made it to the other side. You didn't suffer in vain. You forgive those who have trespassed against you, and love needs no gain. You didn't suffer in vain. You know it's only love. It's only love that gets you through. Sade, it's only love that gets you through. You were only waiting for this moment to arise." Paul McCartney. Blackbird. "No, no, no," Cora responded immediately. "Nob, I knows Hooker would never do such a thing." Nob was cautioning Cora and her children, just in case the swans were somehow sizing up those birds in the area they felt were the strongest. Nob's rationale was thus: if a struggle was to ensue, and if the swans were indeed considering taking up residence, they were also, perhaps, exploring neighborly options. He thought it possibly made sense from a kind of survival of the fittest angle, and though his history was brief with the cordial swans, he did admit to Cora his theory bothered him. "All I know right now is they're down there by the river part of our lake, and there are more snow geese than I've seen in my life, together with what looks like Canadas from every other flock from here to Akpadak Island, and your friends are with them," said Nob. "Hooker? And his kids?" "Yup. No idea why. No idea at all. We weren't close enough to hear the conversation before they started recruiting all those geese, but it just looks fishy." Cora, the stinky, washed-up kind. Cora looked intently at her dear friends Nob and Shankler. She had no reason to doubt their cautioning counsel. "I'll go there myself and talk to Hooker." "Chancellor be doomed. I'm going over there." "No, Cora," said Shankler for the first time since returning with her mate. "Nob and I will speak with him. You're in enough trouble with that goose leader of yours. Your swan friend knows us now, and we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll report back what he tells us." And so, alone, Nob and Shankler flew off to face the swans and gathering multitude of geese. Though their flying skills were still better than any of them, they were wary, being so outnumbered, and so approached with cautious wings. From within the weeds, Paramore ushered in the weak boat, healing some joy to Cora's roost again. Timothy and Afternoon had by then joined up with their mother as well. Morning had already left and was off playing with her other sister Starnoon. and Louis was off nearer their nest, keeping as good an eye on them as he could from the ground. "What was that all about?" asked Paramore, leading the little troop of fledglings. "Oh, I'm not really sure, but Nob and Schenkler are going to find out. They saw Hooker, Sheena and Zoc communicating with Chancellor and some snow geese, and now there's a big gathering of both Snows and Canadas. Hooker is with them. I have absolutely no idea what is going on." Timothy, Paramore's youngest, piped up. "Oh, I want to go and help," he chirped with his little voice. "No, now you stay right, H." But before Paramore could get all the words out, Timothy was off in the direction of the ravens. "Oh, that rascal," huffed Paramore. "We should have named him after his father." Nob and Schenkler were shocked to see how many more geese had showed up at the beaver dam during their brief time away. There must have been nearly 1,000 geese congregated while Chancellor walked to the dam of the beavers and used the highest felled limbs for a perch. The ravens noted the swans were right in front of the crowd, so it was very difficult to get to them without surely being seen and possibly attacked without mercy. "I don't trust the white giant," Nob said softly while the two of them sat still on the top of a large boulder that jutted into the sky. "It certainly is odd," Schenkler responded, "that they could be taken in by that deceiver. I don't see any good that can come of them being in a mob like that, but I only see two of them. Weren't there three?" As she spoke this, little Timothy's wings fluttered from behind as he alighted on the same large rock beside them. "Timothy," chided Schenkler, "what are you doing here? Your mother no doubt wants you to stay with her right now." "I just wanted to help, is all," the little crow said gruffly. "Help? Help who? Those geese? You certainly can't help any of us by being here now. Even Schenkler and I can't do anything with that many geese." "Little brother," said Nob, and then scraped his black beak against the stone as if he were sharpening it. "Why not?" he asked innocuously. "Because those birds want to do away with the corvids, Timothy, and I'm not even so sure about those swans." "Now, you saw what happened to your sister," said Nob impatiently, not in the practice of talking to a crow fledgling so young. "Why don't you go and talk to the swans? They were nice before. Folks can seem nice one moment, Timothy, and change their feathers and faces overnight. There's no telling what's on those brute birds' agenda by being here." Nob answered again. "Besides, we'd be pecked alive if we flew down there. There's way too many of them I can go unnoticed." And off Timothy flew once again in the direction of the mob. Nob croaked a loud quirk but to no avail. "They should have named him Louis Jr., moaned Nob. "Come on," Schenkler sighed. "Let's go tell his mother." When Timothy got close enough to the 1,000-fold throng of white and gray-black geese, he lighted on the ground and walked through the sea of orange and black-colored knobby legs until he at last reached the front row of the crowd. He was virtually undetected by all of the squatting and chattering geese. He found Hooker and pulled on one of his big tail feathers until the large bird's head stooped to see what the irritant was. "What? Who is Thate?" "Is that Louis?" Hooker whispered harshly. "No, it's me, his son, Timothy," the crow cawed softly. "What are you doing here? Don't you know these geese mean you can't harm? You could get killed. We need you to like us, Mr. Hooker," was all the little crow uttered, simple in a child's plea. Another bird behind the swan noticed the tiny corvid. "What seems to be the problem, Hooker? Are you being bothered by one of Cora's egg stealers?" the voice from behind asked. "No, not at all." A few feet away, Chancellor now sensed something was wrong. He had already delivered a good 10 minutes of his speech before a slowly heating crowd, and was irritated to have his rhythm interrupted. When he spotted the small fledgling, he decided to put the interruption to some use. "Bring that bird up here," shouted Chancellor. The goose behind the swans was the young and zealous Telltale, and he volunteered to usher the small crow to the front of the crowd of Snows and Canadas. To the feet of Chancellor, Hooker stared ahead unblinking, unable to think of a way to save the little baby. "What we have here, friends, is a prime example of an egg-stealer. This is an offspring of one of the crows, brave, rough, dark in feather, and he'll grow into a mischievous cretin like his parents, no doubt about it." Honey grinned. "For every egg your dear wife lost last spring, I will pull a number of feathers from this foolish child who dares to sneak into our meeting uninvited. I may decide to pull even more out by the end of our private gathering." As he finished speaking, Chancellor looked down into the small, black, frightened eyes of the young crow and bent his head forward until he grasped onto one of the crow's wings. a small creaking sound was heard and Hooker, coiling his neck, started to honk, but before he could get one note out, the sound of nearly 700 crying ravens were heard, rapidly making their way from beyond the hills towards the crowd of geese. Sheena was now at the Cora roost with the others and had just finished telling everyone what the swans were up to. Shankler and Nob obviously felt better hearing what Hooker and his offspring were thinking, and upon Sheena's urging, she got the ravens to quickly go into action. "How many raven roosts you all have around here, and how many are in them?" asked Sheena, out of breath, for she knew they had little time, especially with the danger young Timothy was in. "Many, and some have as many as 2,000, some on trees, others on nearby man towers with a strong black string," answered Shankler. "Good. My father wants you two to round up as many of these roosts as you can and have them come to the goose throng as quickly as possible. It's a matter of disrupting the crowd before any of their plans can go into effect. I will go with you and tell you what my father is thinking." The next event was the beginning of what not only saved young Timothy's life, but the entire goodwill between raven and waterfowl. From that day forward, the 700 or so ravens quirked and honked and knocked and rapped proudly, full of confidence as one by one, they halted their flight, finding perches amongst the surrounding trees. Soon, the 1,000-strong geese were surrounded by a matched crowd of quietly croaking and quirking raspy ravens. Chancellor, sensing a real battle might possibly commence, one in which the geese would surely lose, spoke the following words: "Brothers, sisters, no need to fear. We will let the crow go. His one missing feather is lesson enough for his trip home, but we will remain. Ravens present or not, they can hear what we have to say. The meeting will continue. They will all find out sooner or later what our plans are to protect our families and our nests. So be the outcome." And he lifted his strong webbed foot off the body of the hurt baby crow, causing Timothy to gather his senses and fly off in the direction of the ravens. "Now then," Chancellor continued, "since we may just have to do battle with the occasional raven or two in the near future, we may as well get used to their intimidation tactics. This is a good opportunity, actually. Comrades, look around you, hard." The agitated geese slowly looked around and witnessed the flocks and flocks of ravens that filled almost every tree surrounding them. "You can see there is an average-sized roost about you. Now look at our own numbers." The geese looked around nearer by, stretching their necks here and there to see that it did appear they did outnumber the powerful but smaller ravens. It gave them hope. "So, you can see, brethren, that whenever this happens again, we will simply cry out the distress call, and all geese everywhere will cry the same cry until all have come to the AI." Quite suddenly, another flock of ravens was heard from the opposite direction, from over the mountains. The quirking and cawing was even more eerie this time, and as each bird, including the perched ravens, turned their heads in the direction of the cacophony, they all began to see a blanket of black-winged, beating creatures resembling a plague of dark locusts, make its way toward the large assemblage. By Chancellor's estimation, though he was not one who could count, he guessed this new squadron to be 3 or 4 times larger than the present group of ravens. All of them finally found places on whatever tree branches were yet left. Some had to sit on the ground. Hooker looked down toward his son and gave a slight nod of his neck, the equivalent to a wink. Phase 1 performed. He hissed softly through his beak, and not a moment too soon. What Timothy learned, once he was with the ravens, was that there was a good number of crows within this huge flock. His father Louis was among those that were seated on the ground, and when he recognized his son's caw, Louis immediately caught back until they found each other. After a small reprimand for not listening to his elders and some warm affectionate strokes of beak on neck, together, the two walked back to their favorite place in the whole world, Cora's. But Chancellor was not ready to concede the night to the blackbirds. At least not until he was sure the crux of his message had been heard and understood by the waterfowl. "When you outnumber either crow or raven, exterminate them." The geese nodded their heads, signaling to the cold leader the message was acknowledged. They broke up their convention until only Chancellor, Telltale and the 3 swans were left. By this time, Sheena was able to sneak her way back to the beaver dam, virtually unnoticed as one who was doing anything out of the ordinary. Cora couldn't believe her ears when the crows, including Paramore and all of Timothy's siblings, reported the scene. The largest gathering of quirkers and quack-callers on the continent was at the river even as they spoke. "I do have to make an admission," said Nob, who finally caught up with the rest. Once the ravens and other crows eventually disbanded shortly after the geese, I never thought a swan like that hooker could be so crafty, sneaky, undercover, almost like a raven. He croaked a laugh. Cora, he was there for us from the very beginning. I'm sorry I had my doubts about your friend. I can't hold grudge against a friend who only meant well, Cora answered in her matter-of-fact manner, but I am glad we both learned he still is our friend. Maybe you'll get to know him better in time, and I do so hope he stays here. Later in the late hours of the night, as Cora dwelt on the atrocious events of the day, she could not stop her mind from zeroing in on how absolutely ill her former leader had become. How could even Chancellor justify and display such vehement hatred toward another species by picking on one of their children in such a purposeless, barbaric manner, in front of a crowd of hundreds, no less? Righteous anger began to brew inside her heated head. It built to the point where she could not stay in her secret place any longer lest her anger intensify into an unhealthy rage of helplessness. She asked Paramore and Schindler to stay with the youth, only to say she had an unresolved and immediate matter she had to attend to. She sought out Chancellor for one last conversation, for her final say with a goose she thought she would never speak with again. He was now sleeping soundly near the algae-covered boulder that had become a new northern throne for him. Wasting no time, she lifted her body high into the night sky. When she landed next to the large leader, he felt the downdraft of air from her rapid descent. What? Sputtered the drowsy Chancellor. Chancellor, wake up, you! Cora honked loudly. See Cora. Chancellor blinked. He thought by now his egotistical bravado and intimidation tactics were developed to such a pitch that even the proud Cora would never dare approach him again unless it was in submissive conduct. What say you now, waking me in such an abrupt and disrespectful fashion? Meddlesome wench, he snorted at her, focusing his keen eyes and senses onto the bold Cora who now stood right in front of him. What say I? Cora mused, neither directly answering nor ignoring the pompous epithet. Well, Captain, my former captain, let's just say I've come to have a little heart-to-heart. She was calmer now that she had made the uneasy decision to do this. On the flight over, she was quivering with nerves, but now she felt a relaxed tranquility that gave her words not only resonance, but credence. She settled her body down in a quiet and unintimidated fashion. Now it was Chancellor who was unnerved as he soaked in her queenly unflappability. I'm not going to flap around in circles, Chancellor. I've come to ask you what in the Northlands was in your crazed mind tonight? I know all about your mad instructions, the horrendous lies you're spreading about the crows and the ravens. You're telling the geese to attack them whenever a chance presents itself, and what you did to that poor little baby crow was unconscionable. You're lucky, so lucky, those ravens showed up when they did. Chancellor stared back at Cora with disbelief. The audaciousness to challenge him and his appointed authority like this, at this time of night. Cora, he began slowly, the tempo of his words picking up with a fevered hatred and anger. How dare you even attempt to grill me like this, to challenge my decisions or dispute my rightful orders? I have very good reasons for everything you are calling me into question on. How dare you, especially after all you've put me and the rest of the flock through? His eyes were now squinting in an animosity that seethed hurtful desires as he continued. How dare you even presume to be in the same league as I by approaching me, uninvited, in an hour unfit for any low in rank, and you are not even in any rank, but an outcast, a rebel, a dissident, a rebel. Cora laughed in his face. And what gives me that high honor? The fact I survived the land you left me in during a season that even you could not have survived? And dissident? Was I the one who chose to dishonor your authority, or was it your authority that chose to dishonor me? An outcast. You're right. That's what I am, Chancellor, and an outcast cast out by your wings. She stood up and took a step closer to the proud Chancellor. She got so close, he had to take a step back or her very bill would be snapping his. Or as being a rebel in your eyes due to the simple reality that I, like Chester and Sari, like Tarjan, like Thomas and yes, even Paul, that we stick to principles no matter what others may say or do, that stealing and lying are not part of our standards, that deceiving our neighbors is contemptible. Chancellor, the truth is like a glacier that stands as cold and hard and tall as the ages. Your opinion polls and cheating can't compete with that kind of immovable solidarity. He was backed against his boulder podium now. Or is it that deep inside that cold heart of yours, you do know that everyone in our flock, and yes, Chancellor, It is our flock and spirit, whether I am kept away by your bullying or not, that everyone sees right through you, through your insecurities and transparent backbone. Is it possible you know that the whole flock talks about you behind your back, that they do see you as the reason for the character of our tribe to have become so soulless? Chancellor, in the darkness of the deep night, tried to stand up to the empowered female goose, but all he could do in response was give off an uncontrolled, angry squawk like honk as he scooted around the boulder until Cora was no longer in his space. He now backed into the water of the lake river, paddling backwards. He shouted, "Cora, you know who is in charge of the flock and you know who is the outcast. That's one thing we both agree on. If you or any of your children ever deign to challenge me again, in the most minutest of ways, I swear on the power's wings, that you will sorely regret it. Believe me on this or learn the hard way how much worse things can yet get for you and your little family." She had finally said her piece. She stared at the pitiful character in the fast-flowing waters which now carried him unexpectedly downstream. Knowing she had no further words to say to him anyway, she was relieved, despite his threats, that she would never have to say another word to the bird who had caused her flock so much pain. The powerful oppressor could now go on his way with business as usual. She and even her kids were more autonomous than he could have ever imagined. The power gave her a sweet sleep that night while Chancellor struggled to paddle upstream back to his boulder. When he finally reached it by shoreline, it was daybreak. He took a fitful nap and was awakened by the large white presence of a trumpeter swan. Hooker was ready to lead Chancellor on to the flight migration of a lifetime. Both of his children were with him when he offered to Chancellor a proposal he could not resist, especially on the heels of his uneasy discourse with the confrontational Cora. "Where I come from, in the mountains of the far west, swans are as plentiful as the raven flocks you just witnessed, my friend, and they have been looking for an excuse to rid their own lands of the pests, and possibly other lands as well." "Wait a minute," said Chancellor. "Do you mean to tell me the swans hate the ravens and crows, too?" "Oh, yes sir," said Sheena. "We have so many eggs stolen every year it's to the point where we feel just about as threatened as you folk out this away. We don't trust them, never have. Everyone is waking up, thank the power." It did not take too much convincing from the three swans for him to join them on their flight west. Hooker promised he would help Chancellor recruit hundreds of strong swans and lead them back to the Ungava Bay for the sole purpose of fighting the battle to end all battles with the corvids. The only condition would be that after the clash, he would lead his geese back to the Montana mountains so they could continue to do the same warfare against the western corvids. Chancellor's head reeled with self-important visions of heroic deeds and mighty war speeches that would become so indelibly written onto the memories of his flock from those days on, that everyone would forget the small blunders of Paul and Thomas, and even of Cora. He could not help but leap at the offer, and after Cora challenging his authority the night prior, his decision was immediate. Besides, it was spring still. He had all summer to convince the swans to fight with him, and what a fight of glory it would be someday. As for returning west again to fight another battle for the swans, that decision could always be delayed, for as long as he wished. They waited another day, setting out just before dawn, with Hooker and his offspring regrettably unable to say their goodbyes to Cora, her children and the corvids. Chancellor decided to sleep within earshot of the swans, eager to get this expedition on its way. He knew from experience, lording over so many geese, that over-anxiousness was a sign of weakness or submission. But he didn't care. He was submissive to these great birds with good reason. The rewards of his return flight, with him leading the longest of trumpeter swans ever seen, was well worth the current, temporary humble pie. "Good morning," he said as he noted Zoc as the first to stir his powder-white wings. The sun was barely adding color to the landscape when Zoc turned his head to the Canada, acknowledging his presence. "Good day," he answered with just a hint of aloofness. "When you and Hooker are ready, I will be happy to follow. There are some great minnows at the shore this time of day. You and the girl may wish to have some breakfast first." "The name is Sheena," Sheena said slowly, as if addressing a slow child, staring down at the Canada goose. Sheena and yourself may wish to try our sea cuisine before our long trip," said Chancellor, attempting to correct his little snafu. "That's all right," Hooker now interrupted the goose, fully awake from the hushed talk. "We can all eat on our first stop. Don't want none of them crows or ravens to see us leavin'. Smart bird, your leader, Chancellor nodded toward Sheena. "I am ever at his service." And so began the day for the goose and three swans in the dawn of the Ungava skies. Hooker took long strides running until he was airborne. He would never see Cora or her friends again, and he knew his children would leave a part of themselves behind in this land of the Canadas and friendly blackbirds. After their first stop in a part of Canada that was as wild as it was lonely, each bird partook of some grain and wild grass. They were far from any human civilization. Each of them felt renewed to make the long journey west, and Chancellor felt fortunate to be in the company of these grand birds. A bobwhite sent a series of two noted songs far from the distance, otherwise the only sound was the soft wind through the trees. Once they renewed their flight, Hooker began a speech that was perhaps the longest-winded talk he had ever given, even to his children. It caused both Zoc and Sheena to pause in their thoughts, while it made Chancellor lay to rest any fears he had about the swans' motives or potential agendas over his own. "You mag be thinking I'm taking you for a ride, Mr. Chancellor. If so, you're wrong. I really detest these blackbirds and all their foreign ways as much as you seem to. When I was a long-term resident in the south in a place we'll call the Alpans, I used to have to put up with all their yammerin' and gossipin' and cawin' and crowin'. You know what I'm talking about. You of all birds know what I'm talking about. Not to mention one of 'em one day took one of my wife's eggs, just like you talked about in them dar speeches of yours. A damaged little thing that egg was, but he got it just the same. So anyways, I'm 100% with you on this crusade. It is estimated that these birds you're fighting are increasing in numbers, too. We waterbirds used to be a majority, and for one, don't want to see us become a minority, and I believe my kindred here believed the same way. Do we want to leave our kids a world where the crows and the ravens outnumber us 3-1? As extreme a cause your cause surely is, I see its merits, and if this means a war, a colossal war against the corvids, then, Mr. Chancellor, then so be it, Mr. Chancellor. Will lead you to the magteast, water birds, this side of the two oceans. You can not fail. During all of this, Sheena gave her brother Zoc one of those "has Dad lost his balance" looks. One of those "can we trust Dad" looks. Nervously, Zoc simply nodded in a jerky way, keeping his eyes focused forward. It was all he could do to tell his sister, "I know what you mean, but we have to ride this out." Both of them were inwardly hoping the words from their father were only a front to keep Chancellor occupied until their arrival, where, perhaps, everything would eventually make some sense. And yet, not a subtle wink came from their father's mighty eyes. Hooker stuck to the same dialogue throughout the long flight. Once in a while, Sheena had to fly to a lower altitude just so she wouldn't have to hear all of the hateful words that came from her own father's beak. Zoc stayed true to the airstream, however, side by side of his father and the Canada Leader 5 by the time they finally arrived to Hooker's motherland in the Montana mountains. All four birds were exhausted. The feverish pitch of the conversations kept Hooker going until he was even tiring himself out. Normally one to take reasonable time rests, Hooker pushed Chancellor much the same way Chancellor had done to Cora in the past. Hooker pushed Chancellor and his offspring through the nights and days until they finally began to see the white-capped mountain ranges of home. Chancellor thought he was about to die from his heart beating so hard when at last Hooker dispensed with the good news. "There she is, just beyond them ridges," he honked. "Mere homeland, and what a grand scene she was. As far as the eye could see, long expanses of ridges of snow-lined sculpted mountains outlined a magnificent landscape that seemed to conjure thoughts of heaven to all three of the newcomers. "Wow," said Zoc as he took it all in, "we aren't in the south anymore, nor the base." "Chancellor," Hooker said to the now quiet goose leader, who not only seemed impressed, but looked as if he were memorizing every last detail of the geography, his head jolting in slight quirky jerks for every direction. They dipped and twirled and dipped again until their feet found a grassy stretch of earth where they at last rested. It was just settling into dusk when the group decided to eat some vegetation, taking a well-deserved rest. In the middle of the evening, Sheena couldn't sleep and she roused her father, poking him softly with her wing. "Father, wake up, please." What is it, child?" he muttered drowsily. "Father, I can't wait anymore. It's about all that talk you gave that goose on the way out here. You couldn't have meant all those horrible things you said about hating the crows in the south? About the ravens and corvids," she whispered. We can't discuss that now, dear, Hooker replied in hushed tones, fearing they would awaken Chancellor. But father, when you pretended to be, but Chancellor was indeed awake from their soft chatter. He was also in the perpetual habit of keeping one eye forever open so that one side of his brain could be alert while the other half slept. Half-brain sleep has been documented in a wide range of birds. The brain hemispheres take turns sinking into the sleep stage characterized by slow brain waves. The eye controlled by the sleeping hemisphere droops shut, while the wakeful hemisphere's eye stays open and vigilant. Half-sleeping has only been found in birds and aquatic mammals such as dolphins, whales, seals and manatees. Keeping one side of the brain awake allows these sleeping water mammals to surface occasionally and avoid drowning. What's the problem here? Is there a predator about? No, answered Zucker reassuringly. No predators, only the overactive imagination of a very tired youth in unfamiliar territory. Now everyone back to sleep, please. We have a very big day ahead of us. The moon was a little more than a quarter full. Foggy banks of vaporous clouds sped before its beam, causing the light to fade in and out like a slow-motion beacon from a shoreline. Sheena fell asleep only after her father whispered to her, "Don't worry, darling. Our little friend is in for a big surprise tomorrow. You'll see." When dawn broke, Sheena was anxious to see what her father was talking about, and so she was the first awake. She flew over to the edge of some trees and nibbled on a small patch of sweet clover. Chancellor was next to awake and fully enjoyed the young female. "What did your father mean last night?" he asked her in a pseudo-polite manner. "What do you mean, about being in for a little surprise?" he snapped loudly, sarcastically imitating Hooker's southern drawl. "And telling you not to worry." His loud honking quickly caused the other swans to wake so they could see the vicious goose attacking Sheena's neck with wild abandon. Small feathers and a trickle of blood flew from beneath her chin as she struggled to get the overbearing goose off her. In a second, Hooker was on top of the goose. 2 sharp direct stabs to his head were enough to get the crazed Chancellor from his attack on the young swan. Hooker continued to smack his large powerful wings against Chancellor's head until Chancellor cried out in abject submission. Chancellor was now sent sprawling upon his back, where he was met by the craning neck and eyes of an equally protective Zoc. One additional peck of Zocs beaked to the goose's head, and he repeated his begs for mercy. "Wall, my friend," Hooker drawled with deep breaths, "I was gonna show you the swan flax tatty. Now I ain't so sure I should." Chancellor was confused. Was he being set up for something? Did he not hear the girl swan call the large Hooker father? And yet he had no alternative but to hope he had heard the swans wrong in his half-sleep state. He had to keep trusting them now, especially being so many thousand miles from home, in a land that was completely foreign to him. "Oh, please do, Hooker. I had thought I heard you wrong last night. Something about a surprise for me." "Well, yeah, surprises meeting the swan plan." Hooker laughed, not missing a stroke. "You wanna meet him or not, Corvid warrior?" "Wanna meet him," he answered more submissively than ever, even as he imitated Hooker out of respect this time. His choices were narrowed to the swan's dictates, and both of them knew it. Hooker continued to stare down the small goose, and then he turned his attention back to his hurt daughter. "You okay, darling?" he asked her. "Yes, I think so," she answered shakily. That goose has a temper that should not go unchecked." Zoc continued staring down at him until Chancellor finally got back to his feet. Hooker, in command of the situation, addressed the proud goose leader again. "Okay, Mr. Chancellor, one more chance. Follow me, Zoc. Care for Sheena till I get back." And he took off for the skies, heading west again. Chancellor had no choice but to follow, as the 2 younger swans remained on the ground in a state of confusion. What was their father up to this time? "Come on, Sheena," sighed Zoc. "Let's see who's around these parts." Gigi, Sheena and Zoc, as surprised by their father's temporary disappearance as Cora was with his permanent one, made the best of things by finding and getting to know the local trumpeter flocks. They were still there, just as their father had predicted. Within only a day's time, some elder swans who yet remembered the renegade swans Hooker introduced the 2 young swans to the remaining flocks of the Montana mountains. Never in their young lives had they seen or socialized with so many of their own kind. "Father will return," Sheena encouraged her brother. Sevens Hooker was indeed intent on returning, but not before teaching the strong old goose one last lesson or two. As he led Chancellor over more and more mountain tops, The two slowly migrated their way in a northwesterly route which eventually took them through the Yukon Territory and eventually Alaska. The mountains turned into hills and the hills became covered in hemlock, red and yellow cedar and spruce tree after spruce tree. Chancellor, still apprehensive as to the why and wherefore of their location, was yet too afraid to challenge the mighty swan of royalty, so he stayed quiet, continually keeping beat with the trumpeter's wings. Black-tailed deer were now seen running through the tundra as Hooker at last spoke with some purpose. Soon we will be seeing more and more of man, Chancellor, and less of our canned Yerzerman. Their wings beat in mirrored rhythm until Hooker reduced his altitude to just above the treetops and steered the trusting Canada to the outskirts of a small human city. They settled upon a small clearing where there was a little stream. They drank and renewed their energy. "We'll rest here tonight," said Hooker, "and then we'll meet up with the swans." Finally, thought the tired goose, finally all this flapping and yapping will pay off. They slept soundly that evening under a partial moon on the hillside that overlooked the man town of Talkeetna. The tallest mountain in North America, Mount McKinley, loomed ominously in the distance. Early the next morn, Hooker nudged the weary bird awake. "Come on, it's time to meet the flags." Following Hooker to who knew where, the Canada once again took to flight. At first, no one recognized him. Most just thought him a stranger lost on his way to another flock. But once Hooker touched down with the odd companion at his side, a few of the white swans approached. Chancellor soon found himself surrounded by tall reeds, cattails and about 13 tall, strong male trumpeters. "Greetings," the stoutest of the swans, who appeared to be the leader, said stepping forward. "My name is Corey. May we be of any help in any way?" "My name is Hooker. This is my friend Chancellor," Hooker answered. "We have flown a great distance to seek counsel." "Then follow me," Corey responded, wondering why one means gatekeeper of their own was friends with a Canada goose. He led them through some trees and deep within a thicket of tall grasses and nesting areas that spoke of a huge flock if one were to sense the numbers by the large nests alone. "This is where we usually meet to discuss territorial things," Corey acknowledged with the other 12 trumpeters, seating themselves in a semicircle. "Oh, this has nothing to do with establishing territory," remarked Hooker. "My territory is a little ways still here. This has more to do with council. Ya see, my goose friend here wishes to discuss the ways of the trumpeter and he also wishes to, well, you tell him." Chancellor, feeling slightly put on the spot, was partly taken aback since he wasn't clear why Hooker wasn't more accepted by the foreign swans. He expected a more immediate bond between them, even if Hooker hadn't been with his old flock in some time. Well. His eyes widened, yet were unfocused, but he continued anyway. "Well, Hooker tells me we are of like mind, against the corvids, that is." Corey squinted. "Well, first of all, who is this Hooker you bring with you? Are we to know him? And secondly, dear goose guest, we are against no bird or creature as long as they leave us alone and do not threaten our territories. We are not even against man." "No," Hooker joined in. "You are not against anyone as long as they all stay where they belong and we safeguard our nesting grounds. As long as no threats are seen too close to where we breed." "Hooker," Corey asked, slightly perplexed, "you seem to know our policies quite well. Staying to one's own business is pretty much the way of the swan in these areas. But I'm still confused. Do we know you?" "Well, I was once known among y'all as Malilla. I've come from many mouths and have had many name changes. I used to be your leader," Hooker stated plainly. "Malilla," Corey trumpeted. But, we thought, ya may have thought a great deal o' many things, Corey," Hooker continued, "and probably none of 'em would be too close to the truth. It felt good to be about some closure after all the years that had passed, and by further wasting Chancellor's time on this fruitless excursion, he was accomplishing the two birds one stone metaphor. "Corey, I very much know who y'all are, who yer flock is. I knew yer father very well. Joshua was his name. You were just a cygnet when I left so many moons and suns ago. He took Ava as flag leader, did he not? After Mahbane left for dead in the man box, and after I finally got free and showed myself to your dad, he still didn't lift a feather to help me get back with my first family, much less get me re-established as our flag-led agent. Marilla, yes, he's passed on and now I am leader of our flock. He told me about your misfortune, Malilla, I was under the impression you couldn't even fly after what the humans did to you, Corey. I didn't really expect your father to understand. I rehabilitated myself and got back to flying agent, but I understood," said Zucker, noting the young leader was getting a little nervous, having to prepare for a possible challenge. Maybe it was Cora's story with Chancellor that gave the once-named Melilla the idea to have these flock leaders meet. They had some things in common after all. So now, Corey, I do think you and Chancellor here should get to know one another. You all share some similar methodologies. This Corvid matter? No, Melilla, you know we have never had any quarrels with the blackbirds, or any Corvid for that matter. Zucker now looked to the goose. No? Well, I could have sworn, maybe it was them snow geese. There are some not far from here, you know, he muttered, still staring at the confused goose. Well, I do apologize, little goose friend. I got my whole flock mixed up with them snow geese. Sign o' old age s'pose. Well, he straightened. No use crying over spilt eggs. I'm sorry I brought you all this way out here for nothing, but now, maybe you could do these swans a favor after all is said and done. Do for you? Chancellor asked, getting heated, feeling every bit the fool. Well, yeah, I mean maybe Al is still not lost. Chancellor, why not warn these swans about the common wars you intend to start? You know, with them egg stealers. Oh no, Melilla, no, not another egg stealer conspiracy theorist. Please, it's hatching season. Melilla, we don't have time for such. Corey managed. He had obviously dealt with some other bird with similar ideas, and he did not want to play tutor to another stubborn one who would no doubt not listen to his advice no matter how sound. But just then, another large white swan by the name of Kemul stepped forward to help his leader. Chancellor, see, we swans pretty much stay out of other birds' affairs, unless there's obvious trouble, of course. But, if you could all see where I come from, how the situation, how it's all getting so out of hand, whether Chancellor was still believing his own lies and exaggerations or he just didn't want this trip to be wasted, even he didn't know. His eye started from one swan to the other in a desperate attempt for tribunal. I'm sorry, Chancellor, Corey interjected, we just sort of live and let live here. And Melilla, my father didn't, not another peep. Corey, that was long ago. I lost my first wife and my first brood. That's all that mattered to me. I'm not seeking to regain any last role as leader. All I care about, all I wanna know is, are they still alive? I wanted them, my chillin'. Chancellor sat down, winded, peeved and irritated as he listened to the two leaders talk. All he wanted to do now was head back home. Your wife is still alive. Yes, and all but one of your kids. Ivashka, Alice, never made it past one of the migrations some seasons past. Is she still here? May I see her? She's with a new mate. Melilla, I'm sure she is by now, Zucker said softly. Well, as long as you know, Corey concluded, she's over in your old nesting ground. Same spot. Thank you, Chancellor. You can stay or you can leave. Why need we drag this out any further? I hate to say it. Hell, I hate to admit it, but you've been tricked. I didn't bring you all the way out here to help you recruit my brethren to fight no meaningless war against birds we have no major problems with. See, I heard so much of what you put my friend Cora through back in your homeland. I decided to literally waste your time while bringing you to this place for a fruitless search. If you wish to fight it out with me, I'll be around. I'm sorry. Zucker had a love for all beings. Even the reptile that killed his second wife was only doing what instinct does, and he knew that. But this goose needed to stay away from his own for a spell. Zucker knew if he could keep him away from his flock a few short weeks, he would be replaced with a new leader in no time at all. Chancellor would be treated worse than Cora upon his return trip, empty-winged with no army to help them in the war they all would slowly realize was mindless and irresponsible. Zucker's plan was complete. He had succeeded with the delay, and he knew the geese back east were just looking for an excuse to replace Chancellor as they spoke. As much as he even felt a sort of pity for the pathetic goose now, he knew deep down he had helped many a bird in the Ungava Bay regions, of more than one species even. Outnumbered and his spirit crushed, Chancellor kept his bill shut for the most part. He stayed for a few days more as the ever-dissipating dream of convincing at least a few swans of his mission waned. His aspirations for a war of feudal vengeance died with his leadership that late spring. Hooker spent the same number of days with his first wife and her new husband. He was also able to spend a day with his first brood, all of whom had families of their own now. He felt a sense of bittersweet closure with this visit. Some of Hooker's children even encouraged him to stay, but he told them about his other children who were waiting for him in the Montana mountains and that his plans to retire with his second kindred were where his resting heart now laid. On the third day in Alaska, upon seeing Chancellor about to leave after several humiliating attempts to recruit the few swans who would give him the time of day and listen to his strange fantasies, Hooker stopped the defeated bird. "Wait," he called. "Wait, wait what?" Chancellor shot back at the swan. "You're as much a liar and trickster as the crows are. You've some nerve to talk to me now. I have a flock to lead back at the base. Now leave me be." "Wait, Chancellor, yeah, won't have a flock waiting for you boy this time. Anyways, that was part of the plan, to stall ya longs enough so's there'd be a new leader by the time you got back. You of all geese should know that's how it works. Ain't that how you got to be a leader? By the absence of that Tarjan feller." Chancellor knew Hooker was right. He was beaten, and now he didn't even have the energy to curse the trumpeter who had so many past lives. "Come on one last short journey with me," Hooker said at last, noticing Chancellor was frozen in his flight plans. "I promise you it's no trick and that it won't take long. I want to show you something we both have a share in." Chancellor's pride, hurt though it was, his ego as flat as a webbed foot, stayed frozen in his tracks. Whether it was the tone of the strange swan's voice or just the whole fate cast to the wind feeling he was caught up in, he followed Hooker, one last time, a short non-stop flight to town, and they both lighted in the front yard of a humble human cabin where a small amphibious aircraft was parked. "They're still here," thought Hooker. The two birds sat hidden within the spring weeds, spying on the humble little habitation. "See the man bird?" Hooker asked the distrusting goose. "Why yes, there aren't any hawks in these parts are there?" "No, not that I'm awares of, that is," Hooker answered. "That man bird," he continued in a hushed voice, "is where I once chased an innocent man-child. I chased her straight into the spinning blades of that thing, almost killed her, too, and I didn't even care." "Why are you telling me this?" "Why, because that man-child was a lot like yer Cora. I thought I was product in my wife, my kids, my flock, and yet, these folks here were nowheres near my little family and flock, and boy did they make me pay for my misdirected zeal. You have no idea, Mr. Chancellor, yer gonna go back and find out yer no longer leader of yer flock. That's nothing compared to what I lost." Chancellor had no idea what he was referring to and he was only slightly moved by Hooker's attempt at diplomacy at this point, but the big slow-talking swan had put him through too much to care how many leaks he was attempting to patch. "Are you finished, Hooker?" he asked with no further words. "Good or ill?" Hooker kept staring at the large silver and red-tipped propellers of the plane. He nodded slowly. Chancellor headed back east with an incurable hope he might still not be too late to regain his throne in the Ungava Bay. When Hooker was alone, an old stooped man on a cane was being helped outside by his elderly wife as they slowly walked toward their little Toyota station wagon. "Rickles," the old man shouted, spotting the white bird amongst the bushes. "Rickles, is that you?" Hooker headed back to his children in the mountains of the western United States, but not before he circled the old man and woman's house once, and then twice, just so he could hear the surprised humans' laughter. He trumpeted once for their sakes before heading east. He dipped past their airplane, a wingtip causing the unused propeller to move a few inches, and sailed away for his last lengthy solo flight. Gee, back where Cora wondered why Hooker had left without so much as a peep, all was transpiring just as the great white swan had hoped for. The alliances that Chancellor had managed to make with the snow geese quickly dissolved back to normal status, and the likes of Honigrin and Weed and Telltale were eventually chastised by their elders once the hysteria had settled down. Not one raven felt the necessity to attack a goose of either Chancellor's Canadas or of the knee-jerky snow geese, and as the weeks passed, sure enough, a new leader was picked for the flock of Canadas. It was a female by the name of Too Slow. Cora could not have been more proud. Even Tarjan Jr., who once fancied following in his father's footsteps, congratulated his sister with an affection that was both genuine and full of collaborative positivity. Meanwhile, Chancellor was still on his way home, empty-winged, experiencing a feeling he had never experienced in his lifetime, what it felt like to be disrespected, cheated and ignored, and this time to his very face. When he arrived, he made a futile attempt to usurp his forgotten authority over too slow, but 2 nips from her mate trip, a dozen or so pecks from every goose in the flock, and a bird dropping from a high-altitude paramour, sent him to his new status at the back of the V for the remainder of his days. Many regarded him fortunate to remain alive after the deaths most knew he caused or attempted to cause. Remaining in the V in any status at all was a sign of Tuslow's mercy and the mercy of all her siblings. Cora, understandably, decided to remain in the north for the subsequent winters of her life with her new corvid friends. After a few years, Cora even managed to teach some of her new survival skills to a few of her children, and here a winter, there a winter, some of her offspring decided to stay with her and the crows and ravens. Never again did Cora feel alone to the end of her days. Paramour's children all lived long lives and they became fast friends with Cora's sons and daughters. Nob and Schenkler finally raised a brood of their own young ravens, and the first girl was named Cora Raven and the first male's Hooker Raven. The woods of the Ungavis never shared such a symbiosis of love between bird species as this time during Cora and Louis' lives. 12 more years passed and Louis was getting to be a rather elderly crow. His wing never did allow flight for him again, and it was amazing he lived as long as he did without a predator killing him. Everyone from geese to raven to blue and gray jay looked out for him. There was an unspoken rule in the fields and wood to keep an eye out for the old crow with a limp gait. Everyone who knew his heart was as big as his handicap, shared in the watch, both day and night. One brief eventful twilight in a warm midsummer, Cora was slowly paddling in the near dark, but awake as her sleeping habits had become less predictable with old age. She paddled ever so softly so as not to disturb an old chubby Canada she had noticed within the tall reeds. He was alone and close to shore. The lapping of the shore water leaving her body was the only sound made. "It's all right, Cora," the old croaking voice managed with the deep sigh of an elder that had seen many a weary day. "You can come closer. I'm not asleep." The voice sounded familiar and yet it was difficult to decipher. "Heh, you don't recognize me," the old goose chortled without much enthusiasm. "It's me, Chancellor." All at once, Cora felt an indescribable pity for the old goose. This old goose had feathers that were markedly missing from some skin disease or possible geese snubs. Bald spots peppered his obese body as he had put on a great deal of weight over the missing years of their mutual avoidance. "It's all right. Come closer," he said softer now. "I'm not going to hurt you, Cora." Cora paddled closer, but still in a cautious manner. "Cora," he began with labored breath, "do you remember many migrations ago, when you and I had all of those personal hostilities and wars between us?" "Yes," she spoke slowly, speaking in a voice as low and as quietly as his. "I do." "Well," he continued, shifting his weighty body on the dry ground only slightly. "What?" He paused, then he laughed a weak but somewhat perceptive laugh. What was that all about, anyways?" Cora looked intently at the old former leader, thinking about his rhetorical inquiry. When he said nothing more, she surmised he was doing some sort of self-evaluation. Slowly she turned her gaze toward the dark horizon as a lighthouse's beam seeks the distant reaches of the oceans, searching for some meaningful words. "I do not know, Chancellor. I really have no idea," was all that came out of her. Chancellor lowered his head to the cool ground as a warm summer breeze caressed their old bodies in tandem. "Neither do I." Cora made a selfless gesture by trying to make Chancellor feel less alone and despised in his last hours on Earth by speaking again. "But you wanna know something? If you hadn't kept me behind all those years, I never would have learned how to take care of myself so well, like I have. So Chancellor," and she bowed her head, "I thank you, sir." Chancellor chuckled, knowing the hell he had put her through, but he kept his head on the ground and opened his eyes now. "Nevertheless, and furthermore, just look at this new world that has arisen. By my staying behind all those winters, a world of mutual respect has grown. Interaction between our kind and the corvids has created a land of help and ease and cooperation. In a way, indirect though it may have been, you are a part of the equation for this wonder." Both Chancellor and Cora felt by the close of the evening that they had each made an attempt of reconciliation and even forgiveness of the unconditional kind. Chancellor, for forgiving himself, and Cora for forgiving Chancellor, though he was always too proud to utter the words "I'm sorry," by paddling to his shore that fateful night. Cora was able to finally lay to rest any leftover anger and hatred she harbored against the memories of this complicated leader. 4. At the end of a gloaming, temperate autumn day, Louis the Old Crow finally gave up his spirit to the other side. He was speaking to Paramore about a planned visit to Cora nearer the reeds. Paramore was telling Louis he needed to rest more due to his labored breathing and chilly coughs. The weather was getting colder by the hour as winter approached. "Oh, please dear, I need to see her again, before sunup," he said so softly she had to rest her ear near his beak to hear him. "Why, my darling, why this sudden urgency to see Cora? She will be visiting us here soon, probably within a few suns, I'm sure. I had a dream I was swimming in a deep, deep pool. The pool was a beautiful turquoise color, Paramore. The dream took me to where I was swimming under and over water. There were waterfalls surrounding the place where I was swimming. Another creature joined me in the warm, pleasant water. It had a mane of thick red hair and roared like the thunder. And yet, I wasn't afraid, Paramore. He swam over to me and told me to jump onto his back. So I did. The next thing I knew, I was being carried over the waterfalls and into the sky where more waterfalls fell, but their source was so far into the heavens, they seemed to have no end." After saying this, he laid his head on Paramore's breast and closed his eyes. "Tell Cora my dream, Paramore. Tell her I swam, will you? And tell her the creature with the red mane had white cheeks, just like hers." When Cora heard the news, she wept with Paramore, and together, they carried his body to the edge of the small lake whose shores gently lapped against Cora's secret place. When Cora reached the edge of the water, she placed Louis' body onto her back and softly paddled to the middle of the small dark green pond. There, in the middle of the water, she uprooted some lily pad-like plants with broad, flat leaves. They reached the surface of the water and, now being detached, began to slowly float by. Cora caught up to the floating leaves and dipped her body underwater so that Louis' body slipped onto the thick soft pads of olive green. She resurfaced and watched as the little black feathered body drifted slowly away toward the larger Ungava Bay. Paramore and Cora spent much more time together after that day, and they helped one another in the frail years that followed. Their children visited often in the spring, summer and autumn months, and Paramore's children visited the whole year round. Cora spent many days teaching her own children the winter survival skills Louis and her other corvid friends had taught her. Some of these skills would prove to save their lives on more than one occasion in their families' futures. One summer, Sheena and Zoc returned east to revisit their father's deer geese and corvid friends. It was during this visit they passed on the news of the passing of their father, which happened 2 seasons prior to their visit. Hooker's passing happened during a hailstorm when he was about rounding up some local waterfowl, leading them to shelter, when a bolt of lightning sent a small avalanche of snow onto some of the birds. Hooker flew immediately to their rescue. While the avalanche was still pouring down its torrent of wet and heavy snow, he kept shouting about how the time was precious and that the buried birds needed to be dug out before more snow fell. And during his own succumbing to the merciless avalanche, he was indeed able to save 3 young female swans and a raven stranger who looked upon his unexpected savior with wonderment. Even in death, Hooker, Malilla, Rickles was serving others. It always seemed to his daughter Sheena he was trying to make up for not being quick enough to save his mate, her mother, from the alligator, but Zoc would always insist otherwise. He would have done it all the same way, anyways. In any case, every saved bird would have the mysterious and brave Hooker to thank. When the swan spoke with Cora, eventually the subject of Thomas somehow came up, and it was during this visit that Cora learned that Hooker had actually learned of Tarjan's death through the renegade goose Thomas, shortly after his escape from Chancellor's clutches and from the Carolina sanctuary. So it was conjectured by the 3 of them that this may have helped prompt Hooker's abrupt plans to return northwest with a stopover in the base to see his old friend Cora. It was Thomas, not Tarjan, who no doubt gave him the accurate directions, and protecting Thomas' secret whereabouts, Hooker never let on. In the next life, Louis was transformed into a majestic and glorious black swan. He flew and he swam in endless lakes of every color under the new suns, moons and planets, and within all the prismatic wonders they cast amidst the new weather patterns and many seasons. Cora's death was just as peaceful as Louis, occurring on a calm summer afternoon. A cool breeze was blowing through her nostrils as she smelled the delicate aroma of honeysuckle in the air. Tarjan, Too Slow, Chester, Sorry, Jessica and Trinette were all in the meadow, not far from her when it happened. Paramore and her children were also nearby. Morning, star noon, some joy, Piltroy, afternoon, and even Timothy were on nearby branches and fallen limbs, cawing and cawing into the air from time to time, amidst the geese' soft grunts as they picked for plants. She had just ended a short conversation with Too Slow about leadership, when her head jerked slightly north and then rested on the warm, soft earth. Too Slow asked her if she was all right, and she answered yes, but that she thought she saw an angel fluttering some bright white and yellow sunshine wings within her peripheral vision. Before she closed her eyes for the last time, she said softly and clearly, "But it was only a moth." The end. References: Aaron Leggett, Denana cultural historian, Anchorage, A.K., Bernd Heinrich, Ravens in Winter, William Lishman, Father Goose, Candace Savage, Bird Brains, The Intelligence of Crows, Ravens, Magpies and Jays, J.J. McCoy, Swans, Sylvia Bruce Wilmore, Swans of the World, Jean-François Mongabox and Jacques Perron, Winged Migration, S. Milius, Science News, article, Half Asleep Birds Choose Which Half-Doses. Adventure is wonderful, but there is no doubt that one of its joys is its end. Robert Marshall, Alaska Wilderness.